Today we are at Silverstone 6 hour. My name is Charles Phillips, and joining me today in the commentary booth is George Cook and Neil Haynes. How you doing, gentlemen?
Yeah, doing good. Thank you, Charles.
Yes, doing very well. Thank you very much. Looking forward to this. And yeah, it's going to be an interesting start.
Yes, indeed, and we have 46 cars today here at Silverstone with just about 20 seconds to the formation lap start. Uh, any predictions?
Rain?
I was, I was, I was going to say that actually. A lot of spray. A lot of spray.
Yeah, certainly,
Yeah.
and it's gonna be an interesting race. Starting on pole, I do not actually have the results here, so
Run through them if you want to. But starting on
should
pole is
we?
going to be Philippa Bequida, who set a mega lap in the qualifying shootout that we had for the top 10. Zachary Smith got P2 there of the Alpha Venturi teams. Lawrenson and Lovering P4, Koza P5, Senecas P6, P7 Hignett. P8 is Madison, P9 is Tai, and then P10 is Sang. It was a great shootout, and they did some fantastic lap times. But this is going to be a tricky start in the wet. It really will be.
It is indeed going to be very tricky here on Silverstone. Obviously very wet, typical British weather, but a lot of spray, a lot of cars to be aware about, and well, it's going to make for some interesting things during the race start and the first hour, I bet.
Yeah, Silverstone has definitely brought the 4 seasons in one day after the top 10 shootout being dry, and within a blink of the eye, we've had those rain showers come through, and it looks like still a little bit of rain. The rain's still there for the next 30 minutes, by all accounts.
Yeah, so a little bit of medium rain, 23 Celsius, not too cold and not too hot, so just very, very chill so far, of course. Some may say that this is going to be the calmest lap of the race, but some may also say this is the most nerve-wracking lap of the race for the drivers.
Oh, fully agree. It's those nerves are starting, but you're not a race driver if you don't get those pre-race nerves, I believe. So get that out of the way, and a lot of these drivers now will be zoning in, and hopefully their teammates are keeping them calm as they're rounding out probably the last half of this lap before we go green.
Indeed.
We double file before the final set of corners here. Filippa Bakita obviously leading. She's gonna be starting off and leading the pack through turn 1. Hopefully nothing happens there, but we're gonna have interesting things happen during the first few minutes.
Yeah, well, the top 3 here are obviously the 3 in the 1, 2, 3 in the championship standings as well. So they'll obviously be wanting a clean getaway.
Yeah, obviously, and well, number 89 currently leading the championship, BS Plus competition, and behind them we have 1818 and 1919, who are the 2 Alpha Venturi cars, P2 and 3 in the championship. Obviously finished 3rd and 4th last time out, with Kida's team winning, but we get ready for racing here at Silverstone. Just about as Bakita is going to cross the finish line, waiting for the green lights. We wait. Still wait.
Green light, go, go, go.
And it's green. We go racing here at Silverstone. Bakita gets an excellent start. Zachary Smith and somebody in the background in a Ferrari just gets an absolute run there. I do not know who that is, maybe Ethan Kale, I'm guessing, around the outside does not make it work, has to back out of it, but still has an excellent run as we have a little bit of chaos in the back. That's number 42 and 385, that's Alliance Pro car, if I'm not mistaken, and no more chaos in the back it looks like things are calm now.
What a shot that is, going down hanger straight as they came out through the Maggots and Beckett chicane complex. But a little bit of pressure here by P8 at the moment with Carl, I think it is. Eric?
Yeah, beating KO. Making a move down the chicane. Gives Hignett a run, but has to back out of it. Just no grip there, and just everybody sliding. And in the back, we see Madison going left and right, trying to find a gap, but nothing comes out of it. Just so little grip here right now, and Hignett is going wide. Madison again has a chance there. We do not see it, but in front, somebody is going off.
Yeah, a little bit of a battle right now for P3 and P4. It's Hobbs versus Lovering right now, and oh, look at the lack of traction between all three of these cars. Down the Wellington straight they go for the first time in this race, and yeah, Hobbs just manages to keep that 919 car for Alpha Venturi Racing ahead of Lovering at this stage, and then Senekis is following him behind in the 191 car, so it's heating up here a little bit in this P3 battle.
Yes, things are indeed heating up, and Mitch Hobbs, one of the best drivers here, and alongside Bukida and Smith here, of course, respectively. But right now we ride with 17, another Alpha Venturi car, currently behind Zhang, the 333 car, not making any moves, not close enough.
Yes, so the 717 car of Madison that we're on board with at the moment was actually up in P8 and then lost out to Sang during, I think it was Village and Loop. Something happened because Madison was fighting with Hignett and Kale just a moment before, side by side down the grid as well. And so far, I think a pretty reasonable start here for a very tricky set of conditions.
Yeah, all the drivers done a great job at the start of this race. This top 10 have got through very unscathed from what we've seen.
Yeah, I would have to agree. Not too much chaos, thankfully. Obviously we saw 3 or 4 cars spinning, and that is 717 just getting loose there out of the chicane, and that was quite a moment.
Yeah, great control shown there in these conditions. You can tell definitely a lot of these drivers are running hard, as you can just see. Running wide is Jordan Moss.
That's not the runoff area you want. That's a interesting place to rejoin via the grass, but makes it happen. So Moss will lose a couple of positions there. Bartlett will probably find his way through. There's still space being given on the inside, so all the drivers being very respectful in these conditions and giving each other good amounts of space, which is what you need. Otherwise, you may end up in some sort of collision. But there's Hind and Cook, and they are close and looking strong here. So Moss in a bit of trouble.
Little bit of pressure there with well, 1 car ahead of him, 2 behind him, wanting to get past, obviously having made that mistake, and an interesting rejoin from the 777 car, but seems to be holding on just barely right now, and barely is all it takes to be ahead.
You end up needing, yep, as long as you're ahead going into these corners, and you should be alright. Most of the braking zone is going to be much larger this time, so through Cops we go once again, and Moss is wide again. I think he's struggling a little bit on turn-in.
Yeah, Moss is wide again, and that allows Connor Hint to just sail on past.
Front tyres aren't gripping up. He was a bit lucky in that turning, as you said, but it just doesn't look like he's getting that rotation he needs in these wet conditions. So obviously a lot of these cars will be set up for more drier conditions, and could be where the drivers are just hoping to get through this first hour and hopefully see this rain dissipate, hopefully, and get back to the drier track.
Yeah, but we're going to have these wet conditions for at least another 30 minutes, so it's quite possible that the first entire stint for these drivers is going to be in the wet conditions, which is it's a challenge as a driver. It really is. You're really hoping for the track to start drying up, but just based on the radar at the moment, it won't be. I think we've got 70-minute stints maximum here for the drivers each, and they've got to do a driver swap. So we'll be yeah, at least another 50 or 60 minutes before we see any drivers coming into the pits, barring anyone who's got damage. But at the lead at the moment still is Philippa Bequita for the BS Competition Motorsports in that Audi. I do wonder what kind of traction and ABS settings she's got at the moment, but still hot on her heels though, and only 0.6 down the road is Zachary Smith. So Philippa Bequita is not pulling away any kind of large gap at the moment.
She's probably just on that bit more of a safer option than trying to risk it early in these conditions. But one good thing, as you can see, as we're riding on board, Philippa is the clear track without the interference of any cars dishing up some spray in front of her.
Yeah, it's quite clear at the moment, and she seems to be running DC2. Normally in the dry, she's not running any traction control on the Audi, which is kind of insane, but 1.9 update has made some things rather interesting, if I may say so myself. And just noticed Zachary Smith has got the fastest lap in the race, 4.55. Obviously, quite in the race. We might be seeing a change for the lead in the next 30 minutes here.
Yeah, I think my best lap in the wet here is something like a 2.8, 2.9 or something like that. Nowhere near as fast as what these amazing drivers can pull out at this stage. And, yeah, impressive stuff for Zachary at the moment. He's keeping up, he's keeping it clean, and the fastest lap is a testament to that fact. Behind him, about 1.2 seconds behind, is Hobbs. They're still going at it for that P3 position at the stage. But beautiful onboards here from our broadcast team. And a big shout out to all the stewards, as live stewards, that are watching the race and checking everything out. And our broadcast team and everyone in the background doing such a good job to get this going today for us. So on board with Lovering, we have now... Oh, that is a moment in Abbey.
Lovely, a huge moment, but managed to just save it. Amazing reactions, if I may say so myself. Quite impressive.
What we're getting out here, we don't need any weather forecast team. I think you can see that it's going to be staying overcast at the best. You can't see any break in the sky as we've been on board at least a lap or two now with the selected different cars, and these cloudy skies is not seem to be breaking in any way, shape or form.
In traditional British style, mates, we are the Raiders gonna hang around grey, cloudy skies. This is what we Brits consider good weather. Just
It's good weather here.
exactly. Beautiful out there. What are you guys talking about?
Oh, I mean, you can go swimming on the track.
That's right. Yeah.
Go to the beach. See, you even have the gravel there instead of the sand. Nice sandy beaches right there. But
That's probably better than their beaches, to be honest, Charles.
It is. I can confirm that fact. Would you like large pebbles or a gravel trap? I'll take the gravel trap, please.
Almost reaching the first 10 minutes, and as we can see, position 7. It's got a lot of pressure here at the moment, with Tang just behind Hignett. The car's running wide in the background.
yeah, obviously.
I think it might have been Johnson making a move.
Oh, and that is a move in the chicane right there. Who's that? Oh, and contact with 717 and yeah, Johnson in the 111. Quite an opportunistic move, but ends in contact for 717 there.
I believe that was Sang, yeah, so the 333 and the 717 there just coming together, but it was a nice little overtake at the club, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was excellent overtake, and maybe be a little bit of contact, we're not too sure. We're obviously up here high in the in the cameras, but obviously if the stewards need to have a look at it, as you mentioned before, the race is actually got the live stewards there, so they'll be keeping an eye, making sure everyone's behaving themselves.
Still really good control to bring that back under control after what we think was contact at that point. On board now with Steele in the 300 car, Ferrari looking strong. I do love this livery, very, very cool, black and white. Of course, I'm from New Zealand, so I'm a little bit biased here, but putting some pressure on Dreyer in front in the McLaren. So McLaren versus Mercedes here at the moment, and getting very close through Luffield. So clearly the Ferrari's got a bit more traction. The McLaren struggling through the corner, but it's got a great exit. You can see, oh, that is a moment through Luffield for Steele. That's going to bring Mags in the 86 car behind up for a bit of a challenge, but Cops is not necessarily the right place to do it. Oh, this is going to get us to those contact.
Oh, yeah, you could just see that was going to be ending tears there. It was squeezed for room. And we just saw how on the exit of the curve earlier, where he got a little bit sideways. So, yeah, it's treacherous conditions, but hopefully they can regroup.
If I may say so, the gap just wasn't big enough. Max tried to fit in there, but the gap just wasn't large enough to fit the entirety of the car there, and unfortunately ended in contact and probably tears for the 300 car.
Yeah, I think so. I think if Jack would have his time again, if it was Jack, I'm not 100% sure if it was Jack, but yeah, he probably would like to have not to risk that because he definitely wasn't rewarded there running out of room trying to squeeze in there. He probably should have that conservative approach.
Oh, and a little move happening now, and there's a bit of contact. I think that's Lee. Lee's going through more contact. That's with Johnson, so these two battling it out. It's bringing Steele back into the fray. And, oh, running very wide. It's there's no grip out there. You've got to be so careful. And now into Abby. Yeah, you can't... I've been discussing this before with a few people before the race, whether you can risk running on the curb or not here at Silverstone in the wet. And some say you can on some corners, some say you can't. 15-second penalty being handed out to the 112 car. And that is Andrew Lee. So there we go, penalty.
And 15 seconds for causing a collision, and we have another one, number 100 for... Hold on. For also causing a collision on lap 2. So we
gentlemen,
have
gentlemen, it looks like turn 5 at Vale has been the hot spot for a few overtakes we've seen and slight contact. So that's one of the hot spots of the circuit at the moment that we'll have to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tricky one, especially out of Stowe. Going into Club, I've always said that Club is probably one of the most opportunistic places to get past someone, but it's also a great overtaking zone. But the gap closes rather quickly, as does the track width. So you've got to really get it done, or you're going to be in trouble. A little bit wide there for Steele in the background. Not super ideal, but Johnson still holding on at the moment to P17. We're watching the battle between P17 and P18. And of course, Lee, with that penalty, will be dropping outside of the top 20 when that penalty is served at the next pit stop.
Yeah, costly one there for sure. So, talking about pit stops though, we'll talk about the weather now. Do you think that some of these drivers may take the opportunity to double stint as they're getting used to these conditions instead of introducing their second driver into the slippery conditions if it stays like this or starting to dry up in any way?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting... Yeah, we could go for it.
Yeah, I wanted to say it's all about strategy in these races, and I think if you have a driver who knows these conditions already, I think it's better to just let them deal with it until conditions change, and then you can just introduce your other drivers, because jumping into a car not knowing how the track feels is, I would not say it's ideal, but a lot of different teams, a lot of different strategies, so if there is somebody in some team that is insane in the wet like that, they would like to try right now if they aren't, so it's always strategy calls here and there, and that was almost a move from the 700 car. Has to back out of it because there was no room there.
Yeah, good choice to back out of that, and I couldn't agree with you more there, Charles, on that in terms of getting the drivers out. I think if you are going to do a double stint, this is the time to do it. You're still used to the wet conditions. You know what's going on. Every driver knows that going from a dry situation on track or wet situation on track and going to the opposite, whether it's been in practice on the dry conditions or whatever it ends up being, it's very difficult to adjust quickly, and even just the pit exit, very dangerous if you get it wrong.
Oh, we saw that in Formula 1, didn't we, in Spa back a couple of weeks ago with the F2s coming out of the pits, just going back to real life and finding it hard just to get through that tight corner. So you're right, it's a bit tricky.
Yes, the least driven part of the track is the pit exit. So of all the, where the rain's going to accumulate, it'll be offline and also in the pit exit / entry as well. So it can be challenging to even just get into the pit sometimes.
Yeah, obviously you might get a little bit of aquaplaning, but what just happened there with Aaron Lee was not aquaplaning, that was just the car getting onto the wet part of the track and spinning its wheels. Great intervention from the driver to save him. As he's following Johnson, who's also struggling, just gets on the inside line, cannot tell if he's side by side, they are side by side, going into Abbey, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And just still going at it, but
I've got to say,
close to racing here, and Aaron Lee just makes the move stick.
that was some beautiful bit of driving.
Yeah, will there be any switchback maneuvers here? Doesn't look like it, and that's a move done for the 112.
Yeah, you can watch those sort of moves all day, can't you? That was set up way back from club corner, and took him 3 corners to get that done. Great overtake.
There's great respect between those two drivers as well through Abbey, to go side by side through Abbey, and that's very wide for Johnson. Yeah, very, very wide. He's going to lose the position to Steele. Not ideal. And he just couldn't bring it under control. Tried to go on the outside line, but I can tell you there's not much grip out there in the wet. It's basically just water out there, so you start to aquaplane quite severely. And the car just doesn't want to turn in at all, and that's exactly what we just saw with Johnson. It's a very tricky one, but the exit that Johnson had out of club, it's indicative of what a lot of drivers. Oh, that was very close. It's indicative of what the drivers will be suffering from. It's there's a lot of areas at Silverstone where you're accelerating out while still turning. As soon as you do that in the wet, the car just wants to step away from you.
Yeah, exactly, and that is the challenge of driving any track in the wet conditions, because you do not know what to expect really, because the conditions are never the same. Every lap is going to be different because you are going around with these wet tires. The track is going to get more dry, more wet, depending on the place really. Sometimes you might just get caught out. That's what happened there with Johnson.
Yeah, but I have to give credit to most of these drivers. We've seen them run wide, a few of them, but I think that's what separates the top half of the grid and more of the guys that are obviously starting to learn as well, that they're able to still keep the car pointing in the right direction, whereas some of the lesser ability drivers, they'll probably go into some of these corners and just haven't been able to hold onto it. You'll find them looping themselves. As we just see Moss go way wide again. I think he's done that a couple of times through this race.
He has. He's really struggling on the turn, and I'm not sure if it's down to setup. I'm not sure if it's down to the tires or just maybe just not having the experience in the wet, but really struggling on the high-speed corners there is the Porsche, and he will lose that position, I believe, to Clark. Yeah, Clark's gone through.
Yeah, he has, and that's what you were saying earlier, George. It's he's just lacking that turning, so still fighting that Porsche, that's for sure.
It's the one thing you wouldn't want to be lacking here at this kind of track, especially with so many high-speed turners. And a move down the inside. That is going to stick around the outside of Luffield. They go. Moss is getting chewed up by, there's 4 cars behind him waiting to get past, and actually that's let, I believe that's McNeil through, the 700 car.
Yeah, it could be. I think Clark missed out there. He was going for the challenge to try and overtake Moss around Lutfield, but he's dropped a position.
And just to our point just a moment ago, I don't think Moss has found an apex in a little while there, unfortunately, on these high-speed corners. He's just trying to stay as much off the curbs as possible. Might be a confidence thing, it might not be. It's very tricky sometimes, especially if you had your confidence knocked earlier on in the race, to recover that. But it's just going to bring in the opportunities for those behind. And McNeil took advantage of that, got ahead of Mags. I know Mags is a very fast driver. He was involved in that incident earlier on, the high-speed incident that we saw at Cops. And he's not been able to recover from that so far.
He tries to. Oh no, that is McNeil. Sorry. Tries to go for a move into the lap and makes it work. 777 just doesn't defend, and that's a move done for the 700 car, and we have a 5-second penalty for number 16, causing a collision on lap 1.
Given these, I think given these conditions, I think the drivers can all be proud out there that they've done a pretty good job on the race start. In these conditions, everyone's taken it nice and easy as much as possible. And we've seen a few incidents so far, but for a wet start here at Silverstone, which is a tricky track, I think this is pretty good. I think the drivers can be proud of what they've done so far, but it's just not working out for Moss at the moment. And Mags will be very keen to get past him as soon as possible. But if he's holding any damage, that's going to make it even more tricky in the wet conditions.
Oh, 100% there. But yeah, you've seen that the 777 racing. I think they're leading all their his teammates in the championship. Currently in 35th in the championship in the orange 777 race car. So he's obviously one of those drivers that will be aiming to be in that top 15 by end of the race if he can, and that will obviously help him in the championship hunt to gain a few more positions. So long way to go though, fellas.
Oh yeah, I was about to bring it up. We have 5 hours, 38 minutes remaining. We did just see Johnson again go very wide into Brooklands. He's struggling on the brakes, it seems, into that area. McNeil might be able to take advantage of it, and actually nearly lost the position to Moss again, because he had to go side by side through Luffield with Johnson. So Johnson is struggling a bit out there, I think, as well.
Yeah, just might be struggling a little bit for grip and traction there. Obviously, that is a McLaren, so it has a ton of torque, and I can imagine it can get the handle in the right conditions. But we have another penalty coming through for the 333 car. I assume causing a collision. Yes, that's correct. And we keep going here at Silverstone, number 700, just on the back of Johnson there, and might be another move there.
It would be a brave move if it was going to be through that part of the circuit. We've got some yellows out on track, still happening occasionally, so still some action going round. And yeah, at the moment, the fight for this area in P20 is still very, very hot at the moment. 5 cars vying for that P20 position that Johnson is holding on to right now. Make a note that Lee, who was in this battle pack a few laps ago, is flowing up the grid, currently in P17, still holding the penalty. Behind them, P18, Steele, and then Clark and P19. So there's only about a second separated from P17 to P19, so they're still not too far. There's a little bit of a wide angle there for McNeil. Moss looks up the inside but can't make anything happen as they go through Luffield. Yeah, not too bad, not too bad.
So it still looks like Philippa in the BS competition is still out in front, probably by only a small margin to the Alpha Venturi Racing of 818. As we jump on here, Zachary Smith chasing down Philippa at the moment. And obviously always a good thing when you can still see your competitor in front of you. You know that you're still within striking distance.
Yep,
That's right.
All it takes to overtake is one small mistake from the car ahead. You know, just keep going and wait for that mistake, or you will just eventually, hopefully, catch up to them and try to overtake them on your own. But Mitch Hobbs has now picked up the fastest lap of the race, running in P3, and that is behind him Skyler Lovering and JP.
Yeah, we called it out earlier. The 333 car got the penalty 10 seconds, I think, for causing a collision. So Sang now in the 333 car with that 10-second penalty. It's going to be painful. I think something's just happened there. Got a change of position on our leaderboard. P7 now for Sang. And Hignett might have run a little bit wide there in Village and Loop and unfortunately let the 333 car through. But a good job from Hignett so far. But now under pressure from Johnson, not Johnston, Johnson, L. Johnson, in the 111 car. It's always fun when we've got some names that are very similar to pronounce. We've got to make sure our alliteration is absolutely on point.
I was just having a moment of an Austin Powers movie, sorry.
Yeah. Well, so far we haven't seen any cars doing a 500-point parallel park or reverse. So that's good so far. But yes, let's see exactly what we need from that.
I might be the only person who doesn't get the reference, but all right. Zachary Smith closes the gap by about a tenth or two to Bakida. Not much, but just enough to let her know, okay, I'm here, and I might start going for some things soon. So, as I said, we might see a change of lead eventually here in the race.
Yeah, we know Zachary Smith has got some serious pace on him, and the Ferrari. This is Ferrari versus Audi at the moment. Obviously, Filippo started P1 and got away really, really nicely. So the gap is indicative of that. A little bit of a moment there for Sang, and Hignet's getting into range now. But yeah, I think Zach will be able to at some point probably put the foot down and really start pushing towards the end of the stint, and see if they can make some sort of progress.
Yeah, it could be his team actually also saying they can see also that, you know, they've probably got another 10 laps or so before they're going to start running into lap traffic, and maybe thinking it might be a good time to start to push now to see if they can get the lead before they start getting involved with the lap traffic.
Yeah.
Perhaps. And we have another 30 minutes of rain here, so rain is not going to stop for the first hour of the race. That is going to be certainly interesting, and well, it's going to cause either more excitement in the race or just drivers trying to survive the race. So yeah, interesting stuff.
Excitement for us, terror for the drivers of the teams, I'm sure.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, there will be a time that those the team drivers are going to have to jump in, and I guess they're probably just hoping just to see before the pits window opens up for their stint, which most will probably be looking at around that another 30 minutes or time.
Yeah, and you can have replay here. Feel free to take us through.
It just looks like one of the cars running wide.
I think this was Sang on the 700 car here, and it's going to be a moment down to club, potentially. Oh, very deep into club.
Goes wide, goes off, and loses the position.
Yeah, it's a tight rejoin, but contact was avoided. But yeah, definitely pushing that little bit too hard, as we've said, boys, in these greasy conditions.
Yeah, that's right. It's a tricky one. So that was Hignet and Sang. Hignet running very deep into club, but good respect from both of them, and it was a good rejoin as well. You know, that's a lot of potential for conflict there. Now, look down the grid now, and we're currently on board with Gibbons, and he's right on the tail of Cook at the moment, and Cook at the moment is one of our only drivers in the Porsche today. Is that I might be reading that wrong.
I think there's a couple more Porsches there. Moss was in a Porsche.
Yes, that is true.
Yeah, and we have a 777 somewhere ahead in the Porsche. Or somewhere behind, sorry.
Porsche's not as lonely as I thought it was, that's good.
Yeah. I think more lonely.
That was a bit of a moment. He looked like he got checked up there as he was just
and that gave Stafik a look there.
Yeah.
Or no, that is Lee. I'm sorry.
Yes, so correction there. This is Gibbons in front, Tafik there, and then Lee. This is the battle currently for P15.
Yeah, that 15-second hanging over Lee's head as well. He wouldn't be happy about that, but, you know, these things happen, especially early on in the race with many cars jostling for position, so I'm sure that their team have calmed him down, and you can see he's been pushing forward and holding steady there in those positions, and he could find himself 2 more positions up very shortly.
I have to admit, this setup with Lee at the moment in the McLaren seems to be very nicely suited for the wet conditions. Just been making some really consistent progress, and got a little bit of a latency moment there, but they're all back on track. Lee goes very deep into Copse. He's going to run very wide. That'll put him a couple of seconds behind this fight. But these 2 Ferraris now, the 716 car and the 711 car, only separated by a couple of tenths. So lots of pressure on Gibbons now to keep this car in P15.
Yep, and George, I have to congratulate you. You cursed Lee, just as you were saying. He was going nice and consistently there.
Yep, I'll take the
Just,
award for first commentator's curse dished out. So my apologies to Lee's team.
well,
I'm
well
sure
done,
there'll
don't
be
apologize.
plenty of those moments
Oh,
as well. I think there was a bit of lag. I got excited there thinking someone was missing the turning point of the Stowe corner, but definitely was not the case. But
oh,
another lag moment as well.
excuse us here, ladies and gentlemen. We are having technical difficulties. Certainly interesting things happening on track. I do not know if it is related to just this couple of cars or the entire server, but we have a change of the lead.
Yep.
We have a
We do
change of the
indeed.
lead. Bakida is no longer leading. 818 is now leading the race. What happened there?
Just hope there hasn't been any of these lag spikes affecting some of these leaders as well, because it's sort of happens at the same time. So hopefully they haven't had any screen tests, but Philip is still on track and
Yeah, well,
just a second behind. But
something,
hopefully we'll
yeah,
see a
something
replay.
happened there. Something happened there, and we are not exactly sure what, if it was caused by connection issues or kill issues. So, yeah, certainly
Yeah.
interesting things happening.
Well, it's entirely possible that Philippa has run wide somewhere. These wet conditions are very, very treacherous, even for the top drivers. So it's possible that the 818 car has just gotten that place by default. But yeah, now it's on Philippa. Whether it's connection issues or something that happened with the car, she's got a little bit of work to do now to catch back up with Zachary Smith and, yeah, Alpha Venturi Racing in the 818 car. Now leading this race, so no matter what happened, I think they'll be pretty happy about that.
Oh, they sure will. They'll take their time here in the limelight here in first at the moment. But one thing that will obviously spur Philippa on is when she's in second. So we know that will be charging hard, and the pressure will be on Zachary sometime shortly.
But I mean, would you prefer to be, only a second consistently behind Philippa, or know that Philippa is consistently a second behind you, or a second behind you?
Oh, look,
Well,
anytime you're in front in these
either.
conditions, I think you'd rather that, and let her do the chasing.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's bold to say, but I'm gonna say that defending might be easier in the wet conditions than attacking, because you can just really, block every single move that is possible before it even happens. So we don't have a lot of opportunities here, and we have another two penalties coming through. Car 57. 15 seconds for causing a collision, and car 17 also 15 seconds for causing a collision. Things are getting a little bit heated here.
Yeah, it's getting towards the end of the first stint, 26 minutes to go. It's not technically towards the end, but it's getting to the latter half of the first stint, and driver fatigue is something that will eventually become a factor here after 6 hours. Some drivers do get affected by it, after 30 minutes in a stint, but most will be used to the sort of 60 to 90 minute length. But yeah, as you said, the racing will continue to stay close during these wet conditions all the way down the grid. You can see that on the track map on the right hand side, especially that pack in the sort of the tail end of the pack. It's looking very, very tight there at the moment. Let you say that Philippa has made up some pretty decent time. She's almost within a second of Smith now, but to the point you made earlier as well about defending here, very easy to defend here. Also because you have to, if you want to overtake, you're going to have to go offline, and offline is covered in a lot of rain.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's exactly what. And when we're talking about the fatigue too, and more so in the rain too, isn't it, guys? Because of the concentration levels. And I think Charles mentioned at the opening of the broadcast as well how the track changes all the time. So not every lap's sort of a little bit different. So some of these drivers will be testing the boundaries, finding if the track's starting to get a little bit more of a dry line, but with these cars running around. But yeah, it's always evolving the track in these wet conditions.
Yeah, I think the mental load of driving in the wet is significantly more. I mean, I don't know if there's a 2-to-1 ratio or a 3-to-1 ratio, but for every 5 minutes you drive in the wet, that's really a moment there. Smith holds on to it on the exit of Woodcote of Luffield into Woodcote. I think for every 5 minutes you drive in the wet, you probably feel like you've driven 10 minutes in the dry.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
So looking a little bit further down the grid here, and on board with Hignett at the moment, and that I believe is Madison behind. So battle between the 600 and the 717 car at the moment, and actually that might be Liam Hamilton who's driving at the moment.
I am unsure because right now it's saying Liam Hamilton in the bottom right, but on the standings we have Hignett, so...
This actually happened during the shootout, and I ran afoul of it then. Yes, that is Liam Hamilton, in fact, in the car. He's their lead driver at the moment, and doing well to hold off Madison behind. Madison is looking very quick, and looking ahead a little bit, that's Senekis, sorry, that's Kale a little bit further down the road. So Kale not escaping this battle, but is that going to be a move into Stone? No, but the 600 car runs very, very wide. Nearly opened up some space there. Down Vale they'll go towards Club. Will there be a move? A switch to the inside. Is there? No. Okay, we can relax.
Tell you what,
Yeah,
you
we
want to be a
can.
spectator. You want to be a spectator there at this moment. We've seen a lot of action down through Vale and into Club, so it's been a great lot of activity through that part of the circuit.
We need a static camera down there on the curb, don't we?
Oh, that'd be awesome, wouldn't it?
Maybe at some point.
And we have had a few incidents on track, and we have a massive penalty coming through for the 960, a drive-through for causing a collision. Well, I do not know what happened there, but it was obviously significant, as we are still here with Liam Hamilton and Madison in the 717 Alpha Venturi car. Just looking to the inside, maybe to pull out of the slipstream and just have a little bit of visibility. It's always a smart idea, but these guys are very close together.
Yeah, I think
Good little battle.
Yeah, it is a great battle. I think Liam would obviously like to see if he can get in front. It's Kale, isn't he following? Are we looking at Liam?
No.
Where, so the
Kale is up the road.
That's right. Yeah. So just putting a confirmation here from chat. It is actually Hignett in the car. For some reason, the banner on the right-hand side is showing us Liam Hamilton. I think he's their lead driver, and that might be why it's showing him on the right-hand side. But apparently, it is Hignett, in fact, in the car, and actually behind Madison gets very squiggly there. So this is the battle between Hignett and Madison out on track.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Do not know what's happening with our information here. It's obviously wrong. So, yeah, good to know. Hignett is in the car, and Liam Hamilton is currently just spectating.
It looks like we've got Sonicus in a 191, not too far behind. Is it Laverick? I'm trying to understand the timing boards that I'm looking at, but in position 5 there.
Yeah.
Know what you're looking at, but here is JP Senekis, just behind Loveling, quite close, few tenths here and there between them, and doesn't seem like there is any kind of run going on, so it will be difficult to pass.
And more things from chat as well. Welcome to everyone in chat, of course. I hope you guys are all enjoying the broadcast at the moment, the Permobil Silverstone 6 hours. ACC things and just Kunos things. Yeah, I think that's pretty accurate. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, glitches happen in every game, and this is just one instance of it. So anyway, we have another penalty coming through. 623, causing a collision. Who would have guessed? There were plenty of those so far in the first hour. Hopefully, no more. But
Yeah,
Yeah.
so the stewards would be hoping though. I think they're all waiting for a cup of tea. They've been working hard in the first 40 minutes here, but tell you what, these two cars are probably the most vibrant, colourful cars out on track at the moment. Electric blue and the multicoloured car of Sonicus behind.
Yeah, great liveries here. I mean, I'm very jealous of anyone who can do a livery. Little look there. That's going to make Lovering a little bit anxious and doesn't really take the apex. And actually, one thing I want to bring up that we haven't talked about just yet. Wet conditions are infamous for one big thing, and that is track limits. That is going to potentially change the landscape of this grid. We've seen a few cars already going well past the white line. What do you guys think in terms of potential track limits violations here?
A little bit before 1.9 was actually introduced, we had an update that made the track limits in the wet conditions a little bit more flexible, let's say. So I do not think it will be a problem, at least not yet, but maybe you would end up after 6 hours with 1 or 2 track warnings. Most of these, I would say, is no time gain because, yeah, it's obvious, and I don't think there will be drive-thrus for track limits. Well, I hope.
Yeah, I think that'd be a little bit more lenient in these sort of conditions. But once it starts to dry up, who knows? The drivers start to push a little bit harder and may find themselves out on the wider line if they get a little bit wide out of the drying track. They might get frowned on a little bit, and the track limit may pop up.
Yeah, we eagerly await the greasy conditions because that's where all the fun really starts to happen. As the track starts to rapidly change, but yeah, still 30 minutes out, predicted rain. So rain, go away ain't happening anytime soon, it appears.
No, some people were doing those rain dance last night and praying for a little bit of rain. They definitely got their wish here.
I think I was trying to do a no rain dance last night. I must have screwed it up.
Well, mistakes happen, that's why we're here.
It's definitely brought some entertaining opening hour to this race. We've seen plenty going on. And obviously one of them was with Cook finding it hard with his Porsche. I think it was Mossop, I should say. I think it was.
Yes.
Having a little bit of problem with turning. So he'd be one that would be really hoping for these conditions to leave us behind and start seeing a drying track.
So your top 10 at the moment, it's Zachary Smith up in P1, Philippa Paquita is in P2, then Hobbs in P3, 919 car. We've got Loverink, who's pretty close behind as well, in P4, Senekis in P5, and Kale in P6. We haven't seen too much of so far, but I'm sure we'll go on board. Then Hignett in P7, Madison in P8, P9 is Johnson, and P10 is Dreyer. So, interesting thing there. Dreyer and Hind now battling it out for the 10th position in the top 10. Yeah, that's going to get maybe a bit spicy there. Everyone wants to be in the top 10, so those two chaps. We do have a few classes on the grid, but we haven't really talked about that. We don't really need to, but we've got Pro Class, Pro Am Class, and Am and Silver as well this time round, so 4 categories.
Yeah, basically Pro are the quickest of all, and the other classes signify the skill issue gap between the top guys. So basically, if you are Pro Am, you are relatively close. Am is amateur class, and Silver is they didn't know where to put you, so you're just Silver.
So for the viewers, what have we got? We got the pros in the white number boards on our overall standings there, and the Pro-Ams will be the black number boards and AMs in the red. And you can see in 23rd there we got S Death, who's in the number 247 Ferrari, and that's a silver number board there. So he'll be we'll put you in whatever class in the silver class.
Yep, exactly. And well, look at that gap between the leading cars.
Yeah, they pulled up a big margin, 10 seconds to Hobbsy. So
was not exactly referring to that. More of how close Bakita is to Zachary Smith, but yeah, also the gap to Mitch Hobbs is quite huge, but between the two leading cars is more interesting, I would say.
It's both good points, to be fair. Interestingly, though, we're starting to get up towards some lapsed traffic. So blue flags will be coming out for the back of the field. I think, and I could be wrong here, I think that's the 512 car ahead of Zachary Smith now. So, and there's a big pack of cars in front of the 512. So the blue flag traffic is starting to appear in the front vision of both Zachary Smith and Philippa Paquita. 10 seconds of gap, as you said, back to Hobbs. He's in a little bit of a doldrums area. He's got Lovering 1.6 seconds behind, but Lovering is still fighting with Senekis for that P4 position. And yeah, the rain is going to be coming down for at least the next 30 minutes here. At least the track temperature has been reasonably high, so it's not cold and wet, which is, I suppose, a little bit of a bonus there. But the battle for the lead continues.
Oh, and we have a replay here. Or what is this? I do not know, but we have Leo Dreyer and who's that? Johnson in front, battling it out for P9 currently, and Dreyer Johnson has to stay patient. No moves happening so far, and well, things are gonna get interesting very soon here.
I think this might be the battle for P10 at the moment, actually, between Hind and Dreyer. Just looking at the gaps there.
Yeah, I think
you might be correct.
Ferrari behind there, Hind.
Yeah, you might be correct. Yeah, that is actually Hind in the Ferrari. My bad. But in front we see Johnson.
Yes.
Who seems to be getting caught by both of these guys, and we have some kind of replay on the other screen. I'm not sure what you're looking at right now.
Yeah, so if some of you guys were thinking about maybe getting up and having a little break or something, I gotta say, you'd want to stick around as we were saying earlier, the leaders are just about to come up to the back of these back markers, and so it'll be a bit of party time, and we'll have to see how all that goes, and hopefully they get through all this lap traffic without too much of an issue.
That's right, the blue flag antics, and let's hope there's very few of it. But yeah, it can be very tricky for the blue flag cars in this, and being a back marker driver myself, I can tell you, going offline onto a very wet part of the track to let through faster traffic is terrifying.
Yeah, I think that what they like to see, though, I believe most of the time, is you to be predictable, stay on the race line, and more likely just sort of let the leaders come through safely well before entering into corners and things like that, to try and make it predictable anyway for the leaders. And it'll be pretty vital in these conditions, as we were saying, as you said, if you are offline, you want to make sure that you're giving those leaders ample time to get back onto the racing line to hit their braking markers.
That's absolutely correct.
And well, that's why I do not exactly agree with the F1 rules, because I think it would just be safer to let the blue flag cars just deal with it, on their own, and let them through safely. But I do understand the aspect of it, and we have another 15-second penalty coming to Aaron Lee, which is who is in P16 at the moment, so it is a whole pit stop length of penalties.
Yeah, that stings, because Lee's made his way all the way up the grid really nicely so far. Started fair way back on the grid, and fortunately undoing all of the good work that he has done. So I don't know who he's had contact with, possibly McNeil, I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, Lee's going to really suffer for that, unfortunately. And I think there's some action happening up for P4 at the moment. The gap between Senekis and Lovering is shrinking at a rate of rapid knots. They're right behind each other right now as they go towards the village, down towards the loop. And yeah, it's getting closer and closer. Senekis is just holding onto the rear bumper of Lovering really well.
Yeah, so we've seen, I don't know, a couple of laps ago, Senekis was right on the back of Lovering, and he's still there, which means that there isn't much that he can do in these conditions, and Lovering seems to be difficult to pass here.
Yeah, you could say that too, but I think also it looks
Oh,
like...
and just as I say that, Lovering goes off and so Senecas gets position, so
Yeah, we'll just see
well,
now if he
that's
can actually pull away though, Charles, because I was just about to say before that Sonicus might have just been happy just to have been following Loverick, but you know, time now we'll see if Sonicus has got that extra pace and can bridge or make a gap now on Loverick.
Yeah, that definitely introduces a challenge for Senecas. I think he was quite happy just following and just like, oh no, I get to follow your lines. I don't have to worry about what's going on around. And well, now he does because he's got 3.5 seconds of clear air in front of him. But the pressure's now on Lovering. Can he keep as close to Senecas as Senecas was keeping to him?
Yeah, that's right. You know, he's got to see if he can stay on the back. Otherwise, before too long, he'll have Kale. You know, being on the back of Loverink again, and he'll be again needing to defend. So yeah, definitely wants to try and keep pace with Sonicus if he can.
Yeah, so we're about somewhere between 18 and 20 minutes, or maybe 15 and 18 minutes before we will see our first pit stops in this race. There may be, in fact, almost certainly will be some of those who want a double stint. We do go to our beautiful double camera view. On the right-hand side, you can see the fight between Dreyer and, I believe, that is
Hind.
Johnson. No, Hind, yes, you're right.
yes, and Hind makes the move around the outside of Stove. That was impressive, but can he hold on to it? It seems like he can, and Dreyer just gets left behind.
Yeah, it was good driving though, Leo. He had a little bit of a wiggle, so it was good that he kept control there. Could have ended in a bit of tears, but good driving once again.
On the left-hand side, we've got a fight between Moss, Gibbons, and Combo at the moment, with, I believe that's Def as well in there for the fight. This is a great little four-way battle happening right now. Porsche versus Audi versus Ferrari. 2 Ferraris, actually.
Isn't what everyone comes from, the mixture of the grid. What a great little battle we got here, 4 cars.
I think
leading them all through is Moss in the 777, who seems to have made up a few positions since we last looked at him. So yeah, you were right when you said that he's one of the drivers that will be looking to finish in the top 15 by the end of the 6 hours, but currently has a lot of pressure with 3 cars behind him.
How many Audi drivers do we have here on the grid? We've obviously got the one here that we're seeing of Conroy.
And we've got Philippa as well up in P1 as well.
Oh,
so
how can I forget that?
Oh, well, usually in a BMW, so.
Yeah, or the McLaren last round, I think it was it?
Yeah, or the McLaren at Valencia was something else. Really well. Yeah, but this is a little bit of a different car for Convoy. I know that he's a huge McLaren fan, so young man going to be taking up the challenge of driving an Audi today, and it's looking pretty good so far. But Moss, I think this is, I don't know, I think I need your thoughts on this, folks, but there's a couple of philosophies in terms of setups at Silverstone. You either run lots and lots of wing and really nail it through the corners and sacrifice a bit of top line speed, or you go for a setup that has very low wing and you maximize the speed on the straights but sacrifice a bit of turning. Do we think Moss might be running a bit of a low wing setup here?
Possibly.
Yeah, possibly. I think he may have that issue, or unless he's running too much rear wing and it's just not letting the front bite through these faster corners. But yeah, he could be right there that he's running a lesser downforce to the other guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I think he still doesn't seem to be making a lot of apexes, sadly, but he has a good drive through the exit of the corners, and Convoy nearly has a moment. Wow.
That is quite a moment. I bet he's just flexing his skills on us as he knows we are watching, but yeah, that was a moment and a half.
He's don't want to risk flexing your skills when you're on camera too much, or the old commentator's curse might come and bite you a little bit, or maybe that was just his quick reaction skills sorting out the curse that was put on him, but temporarily, of course.
Of course. Either way, Convoy can be proud to say that he is currently the second best Audi in this race. How many are there? 2?
I will go through and check. I will go through the grid and I will check.
But even
Yeah,
so,
please
it's,
do that.
it's a good one to sort of say, isn't it, Charles, that I'm come second in the manufacturer's battle.
Yeah. It's really interesting, and we have another 10-second penalty for car 17 for causing another collision, meaning he has 45 seconds of penalties. That is a lot.
That's not going to go down too well.
Yeah, right.
It certainly will not. That is a big chunk penalty. It really is. Confirm. Yep. There's only 2 Audis on the grid. That's the DS competition team and Convoy's team as well. We do have mostly Ferraris, mostly McLarens, as you would expect. We've got 4, 5, 6-ish Porsches on the grid. I think there's a couple out there braving it with an Aston Martin, which is very impressive. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, we also have a BMW.
And a Honda, I think you'll see by Anne Young.
Oh, so we do. Ah, go
yeah.
Honda.
We have another Honda I saw somewhere up the grid, but or was that just me imagining things? I don't know. But currently,
Well,
we
are you a Honda fan or not?
Oh, he's playing tricks.
possibly? Yeah, currently we're watching Lindsay Muggle in E38, nowhere near the top of his class, obviously having some skill issues, as his livery is also quite interesting. Right?
And is that who's that we're getting past? That's a blue flag car. So that is.
That's one of my teammates.
Oh, well,
One of
do
my
tell.
teams, yeah, to ANZ CRL. I think that could be Connor. Not too sure, in the 216.
Ah, yes.
Right on. And we have our first scheduled pit stop of the race, Dreher into the pit lane.
Interesting. Well, let's see if Dreher comes out with a driver swap or if he's going to go in for a second stint. This is, I think, going to be really interesting.
Certainly.
Gents, it might be a time that I may have to just duck out for the afternoon. As I've got a match I need to take my son to. So hopefully it's not as damp as what we're seeing out here on track. And I wish you all the best in the commentary for the rest of the race. And I hope all the viewers keep enjoying as we're about to finalise that first hour and 5 more hours remaining in this race.
Thank you very much, mate.
All right, see you guys.
Well, see you later.
Yeah, so 60 minutes in, eh? And another 5 hours to go in this race.
Nice. Currently watching convoy in quite a bit of traffic there, and up the road 717 having skill issues going off. Well, that's unfortunate for them, but currently look at this battle here. What's Sasha that and the Maloney having a little bit of a moment there, and ahead of them is Convoy holding them all back.
Yes, Convoy is the bottleneck right now, and yeah, I wonder if that Audi is just struggling for a little bit of traction in comparison to the Ferrari and the McLaren. If it's just the wet conditions that are throwing a bit of a curveball into Convoy's style at the moment. Obviously, we know that Convoy is a very, very fast driver. Looking up the grid a little bit, and we've got Hind in the pits. So the battle for P10, both cars who were battling for P10, who were leading Pro-Am, are now pitted.
Oh, and there has been a change for the podium places. Mitch Hawks is no longer on the podium. What happened there?
Oh, that's got to be some sort of off-track excursion, surely, because Senekis was about 3.5 seconds behind Hobbs when we last checked in. So Hobbs here could have had a bit of an off-track excursion and hopefully not carrying any damage or anything like that. We do see a car going off there, Village. That's the Mercedes 422 car.
Obviously, having a lot of issues. One of them is a lack of pace, and totally forces JP Sonicus to go offline onto the wet part of the circuit, not backing out. Interesting, certainly, but
Yes, maybe a bit of
not
blue.
too much time lost.
No, maybe a bit of blue flag misinterpretation. Sometimes it can be a little bit challenging if you're not quite sure, as we do see the Mercedes actually go to the pits.
Yeah.
And there can be sometimes...
Yeah, so they did have some issues or stint timer probably. So
Yeah.
I bet the strategy here is just to stay out the entirety of the stint for 65 minutes. Just keep it out and stay clean, hopefully.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think at the moment, in any endurance race, really, actually, you want to minimize the mistakes as much as possible. They're inevitably going to happen, and you have to adjust and deal with it. Nearly losing a bit of traction there was Hobbs. So I do wonder if he's maybe holding a bit of damage from something. Hopefully, we might be able to get a replay of that later on, but the minimizing the mistakes is going to really make a difference. We do say Kale from P6 now into the pits, Cook from P11, and Taufik also into the pits. So pit stops are beginning in this race, and the gap here as we go on board with our leader Zachary Smith has shrunk quite significantly, only 0.2 of a second in there. Philippa Paquita looking very fast behind. I wonder if they've had some interesting moments in the blue flag traffic. They possibly have, but Paquita doing a great job to hold onto the rear bumper of Smith.
And it is quite close between these two right now, and well, not so close between Bakida, JP Sonicus, and Mitch Hopsey there. Unfortunately, had some issues and now are falling back, and certainly not what Alpha Venturi wants, but to their fortune, they are leading this race.
I'm sure they'd be happy as long as all three cars were still in the top 10 by the end of the race. But yeah, they're very keen, obviously, to get results. Big, impressive team, fielding multiple lineups here in the 6-hour race. And yeah, obviously, probably a moment here to mention our sponsors for the race, Permobil. They do a fantastic job. And for those of you who were watching at the start, would have seen the fantastic intro that we have. Top organisation.
Kusankis goes into the pit lane for his scheduled stop, and Mitch Hobbs, Felipe Bakida, and Zachary Smith stay out. If I'm not mistaken, that's going to be very, very close with the stint timer there for all three of them.
I think usually the stint timer is 65 minutes. I believe, from what I've read or seen, I think it's a 70-minute stint timer here at Silverstone. So,
oh, is it?
Yeah, I'm going to go and double check that just to be absolutely sure.
Yeah, because if it is 65 minutes, then Hobbs is more than likely not making it to the pit lane in time. So, yeah, some interesting things happening here.
And yes, I can confirm the maximum stint time here today is 70 minutes. So they'll be safe to do 2 more laps here.
Exactly. So good news, of course, for everybody who's running a Ferrari, because the Ferrari uses, well, no fuel compared to other cars, and it's very, very light. On a race stint, it can go up to hour and a half on some tracks without the stint time limit. So while other cars can only go an hour and 15 to hour and 20. So that is 10 minutes more fuel, and since we have a stint time, it is 10 minutes saved of fuel. So
do you know about? Yeah, do you know about the Audi's fuel saving capabilities? Because I do wonder if maybe.
No clue.
No clue? Yeah, no, neither, unfortunately. I'm going to assume that it's probably not as good as the Ferrari. because that would make sense. We all know that Ferrari is very good on its fuel. So I wonder if that's why maybe Philippa Equida up in P2 has not been necessarily running at the maximum power on that car. Not that I suspect that she hasn't been, but the gap has extended by about a second. So whether that's traffic or something out of the pits, we do. Actually, I don't know quite which car that is, but cleanly past goes Hobbs at the moment, and doing well at the moment to hold on P3. But there's going to be a potential undercut from Senekis' car, and I will have to find out who has jumped in that one.
It's Senekis right now. I struggle to.
So Senekis came into the pits. I just don't.
Is
know
it the
who
triple
he's-
one?
I will check. We are checking. We are checking.
I'm also checking.
We'll see. Nonetheless, fastest lap is with Hobbs at the moment, who we're on board with, the Alpha Venturi Racing 919 car. He's done a very good job so far. He's got 3 minutes left in this stint, and then he'll have to come in. So Samuel, I believe this is Senekis' car. So Samuel
yes,
now taking over the 191 car for Kovacs Purple. Do love that look, like purple, like blue. I think that's really cool.
certainly. And they are quite a ways back, but they have a lot of clean air, so I think they might just get past Hobbs there.
We already got past Hobbs, fortunately. And
Ah.
hello.
Hello.
Hello there. Welcome, JP.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we were able to get past them just before the pit stops, and then we just boxed the previous laps.
Yeah, very nice stint out there, I have to admit. And so it's holding on to a relative P3 at the moment. Do you happen to know what happened to the car in front of you?
Which car?
I believe it
Hobbs.
was Hobbs.
Nothing happened. He just looked slow. I'm not sure if maybe his tires are a little bit over pressure.
Okay,
It did
so-
look earlier like Lovering's pressures were over because he was trying to cool it down as well. So I'm not sure if that's maybe the case or something. But yeah, he went through phases where he was rapid and then slowed down a little bit and then went very quick again and then slowed down a little bit again. So not 100% sure, but I'm not going to complain too much. It's been good fun so far with these conditions.
Yeah, we're looking like we're going to have wet conditions for the next 30 minutes as well. So the rain's not going away. Is that going to affect your strategies at all, or were you guys thinking about a double stint at all?
No, we stick to our basic strategies. We're all too old and stupid to think on the fly, so we just drive. But yeah, I think the rain is benefiting us a little bit. The car is very, very nice in the rain, and yeah, so far it's going well.
Yes, thank you, JP, for the insight on the race. And we have a couple of more penalties coming through, what I assume is speeding in the pit lane for some people, and the number 12 is also getting a penalty for speeding in the pit lane. So, yeah.
Well, we were
Very
talking earlier. We were talking earlier about the fact that there's really 3 areas of the track that are going to have a lot of water on it in these conditions. It's going to be pit entry, pit exit, and offline. So it's also very tricky pit entry. So those 2 things combined, and very easy to get a drive through with that.
Yeah, it's a tricky pit entry in the dry, and then, as you said, add a bit of moisture, and that just spices it up even more. But yeah, I came in. I think you'll see a lot of drivers either hit the wall or perhaps get those speeding penalties, because if you haven't practiced it, where you have to brake and how you have to come in is quite tricky. As we see, Philippa Bakita there dives into the pits. She was right behind Smith before she dove in, so he's staying out for one more lap. I'm surprised he can stay out this long, because his stint timer would have run out in the next
In fact,
5
it's
seconds.
running out in about 5 seconds. Yeah, that's right. So unusual for Zachary Smith there. That might be a bit of a miscall.
There we go.
Drive-through
There goes the
for
drive-through. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, that was really peculiar. I do not know why he did not go into the pit lane.
Oh, maybe he's just maybe they've just missed the call for it. Maybe it's just they thought they had time. They clearly didn't. But that hands the lead back to Philippa Vaquita.
Well,
Yeah,
it only
and
ran out after like turn 1, so...
yeah, that's the thing, is that if he
Muscle.
was like in the final sector and it ran out, that kind of maybe makes sense, but he just started the new lap, so
He maybe
that'll
just
be-
just zoned out and forgot about it, really.
Okay, so we're getting an update from Ryan Green that he forgot where the pit lane is.
Oh dear.
As I'm assuming because he plays quite a lot of Formula 1, maybe he was expecting to go
Oh,
to the Formula 1 pit lane.
Oh
So-
no.
That
In
is
which-
okay.
In which case he would have just made it, but I'm sure his team were telling him you're just going to make it, and then he misses the pit lane. And then, oh no, that's an absolute disaster for Zachary Smith and his team. Then the drive-through is going to really hurt them in this in terms of the position one that they were holding on to so well.
Yeah, that is quite tragic there. And, well, yeah, very unfortunate. And, wow.
Their team is seeing the funny side of it at the moment. Too much F1. He looked at it, went to turn, and then turned out. These things do happen. And now on board with Hill in the 70 car, in a little bit of battle there with Taufik. Taufik has come into the pits, and who's that?
I don't know. Some lap traffic?
That's an ambitious
60
line.
maybe? I didn't have a good look at who that is, but yeah.
So this is
That's
currently the battle for the Pro-Am lead, or has another Pro-Am pitted at some stage?
So we did, I do believe,
Everybody pivoted recently, so we are not quite sure where it's.
Okay, no, so yeah, that makes sense. That this should be the battle for the lead then, because everybody had to have done their almost to move around the outside there. That's very brave. I try to move like that, and the inside car naturally just sort of drifts a little bit wide, especially in these conditions. So tricky move to get it done. But yeah, the Ferrari, it's quite interesting. The McLaren is so strong in the first sector, and then the middle sector, the Ferrari has a little bit of the upper hand, and then the final sector, the McLaren is maybe a little bit better. So it's quite a fun little battle between these two cars to try and sort of get that supremacy somewhere on track.
yeah, it's a good little dynamic between these two cars. They're the only two cars I've driven properly at Silverstone and properly done setups for. The Ferrari's rear end, and it loves to turn in, but it loves to really kick its rear end out under braking. And the McLaren seems to be, at least from what I've experienced, this could be totally correct, so correct completely wrong, but seems to be a bit more stable in the corner entry, and that allows you to hold a bit more corner apex speed, which is definitely useful in these higher speed section 1 and section 3.
Yeah, I feel like the McLaren is benefiting in these conditions as well. Most of the corners you're exiting in second gear, sorry. So I think it's just a little bit more effective at putting the power down. So that's why it sort of gains a little bit. You see there through turn 1, and then Maggots and Beckett's, it's such a beautiful car to drive through there, and it's such a cool sector of corners as well. And when you get it just right, this is so satisfying. But with that lap traffic coming up, hopefully he's nice and quick through the exit here, so it doesn't affect this battle.
Yes,
Given.
It's just a lot of traffic, and yeah, he just goes over and lets him pass. Well, that's Graham Hill in the McLaren. Yeah, it's McLaren. Chasing down Taufik. Currently a battle also for P9, which is quite impressive for Pro-Ams. As Zachary Smith goes into the pit lane now.
So did he serve his drive-through already? He probably would have.
Yes.
It's been cleared, so
Yes.
he's doing that mandatory pit stop. So that's really cost them a fair chunk of time. Silverstone is quite a long drive-through as well, so not ideal. That's probably going to drop him down to sort of the bottom of the top 10 potentially for now.
Yeah, I think it will be about there. There's probably about 20 seconds separating the pro drivers at the moment. Not quite sure what's happened to the P12 tie in the McLaren, the 111 car, but they've dropped down the grid just a little bit, so potentially... Oh, right.
30 seconds if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, well, that'll do it.
not gonna aid your position in the race if you get those type of penalties, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the nature of endurance racing. At the end of the day, it's it's the same thing with any other race, sprint race as well. You want to minimise the penalties, minimise the mistakes, but um, in wet conditions, track that's hard to pass in wet conditions, it is hard to pass in wet conditions anyway. Yeah, it can really dampen your day.
Well, especially when you're in a tight battle. I mean, Stephen Ty and them were running right at that sort of Hamilton, Morella, Taufik area, a little bit ahead of these guys, where the field is fairly compacted, the gaps aren't that big, so any form of penalty there really takes you out of that battle.
Yeah, and even with the top three guys, if, for example, 191 had some kind of penalty, not saying that I'm just saying hypothetically if it would be happening, it would bring Mishkovs really close to the battle. And it's one thing to avoid with long races, in any races actually, is to avoid penalties, because they really hurt your progress. So, yeah.
Yeah, hypothetically, we are definitely not planning on any penalty.
No plan to vise contact with the enemy, and the enemy at the moment is everyone on track.
Yep, and
this battle is just raging on. I think Hill maybe has the edge just in terms of that ultimate lap time pace, but Taufik doing a great job of just being where he needs to be. Hill's very close here, but this is a tricky place for an overtake. Taufik a little bit deep, but that's going to give him the inside for the second part here. Can Hill get this exit right? A little bit of a squirm. The McLaren does have the top speed advantage, so we may well see him pull alongside here. If he can get that exit right. Now Taufik nailed that exit, and he's moving defensive already. Hill is going to have to back off and just sort of try this battle at a different corner.
yes, exactly, and just goes a little bit wide there. I don't know, maybe that's his line, but it doesn't seem to be everybody's line. And currently, we have O'Hara leading the race, ahead of Samuel, ahead of Hobbsy, and ahead of Houlihan. And Houlihan is a part of the 818 team, dropped down to P4 from the lead.
That's not so bad, actually.
That's not a bad effect, yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking they were going to drop down a little bit further than that, but they haven't. That's going to be good news for them because, yeah, they suffered some pretty nasty issues there, sadly. But yeah, P4 they can work with that. That's still I think 23-ish seconds behind O'Hara, now in the lead for BS Plus competition. So it's not all she wrote yet for the Alpha Venturi 818 car.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's still 4 hours and 40 minutes remaining, so loads of time to make that up. And both Houlihan and Zachary Smith are pretty well known in this region for being some of the top drivers. So I'm pretty sure we'll see that gap progressively maybe come down over the next couple of hours.
Yeah, we've had a few jump into chat as well, so welcome into everyone, especially drivers who have just come off their first stint. Well done. Challenging conditions out there, so impressive drive from you all.
Yeah, I would like to point out that Philippa promised that she's going to spin 4 times per stint, and she only spun once. Oh, look at Hill, how close he got to Taufik there. Had to back right off. That was a very close moment there between the two of them. But I think just based on the promises made by Bukida, she needs to add an extra spin for the next 3 stints. I think that's fair. That's definitely a fair compromise, but it certainly looked like a quick car, although it's tricky to drive, and it is currently leading the race fairly comfortably. Mitch Hobbs slowly but surely closing that gap down to Shady Samuel, and Houlihan already taken half a second out of Hobbs the last lap. So that battle for the current P2 will be spicing up over the next hour or so.
Yeah, certainly, and well, what I was about to say is Houlihan did not drop that much, and I think they are still in a very competitive position here. So can get up to P2, maybe even a win if they get a lot of pace suddenly. But Hobbsy just seems to be flying here on track. The gap was 5.5 seconds. Now it's 4.5 in just like 2 or 3 laps.
Some people just really like driving in the rain and mixed conditions, and they're really, really good at it. I'm not one of those drivers. Give me optimum dry track any day.
I do love driving in the rain. It's so just adds that extra level to everything and makes it a bit more fun, I would say. But yeah, I mean these drivers, Hobbsy, Hooley, Samuel, O'Hara, Pip, all of them, they know how to handle these conditions, and we're seeing that Hobbsy taking another almost a second out of Samuel there. Maybe Samuel having a bit of a moment on that previous lap or something, but this battle has now gotten another car joining it with McDowell right behind them. I think that is the 400 car, if I'm not mistaken. And there goes Hill. He gets past. Taufik has a mistake. Will McDowell send it up the inside into Abbey? No, he doesn't. Thank goodness for that. Backs out, and Taufik loses 1 position.
Oh, that's a good decision. We've seen a few opportunistic things into the high-speed corners, and it's not ideal. And the 200 car picks up a 10-second penalty there. But yes, Taufik is really under pressure now.
And there's Stephen Thai as well.
Yes.
So what was once 2 is now 4, and Taufik lost 1 position, McDowell lost a position, and Hill has sprinted away 1.2 seconds ahead already. And this battle is just costing them so much time to the drivers behind as well.
Yeah, he got very squiggly on the exit. Was going very defensive into club before he was overtaken by Hill. And Hill just doing what you need to do as a driver behind in these conditions, and that's just hang in the rear view mirror on the left, on the right, force the driver in front to go defensive, to make a small little error. And unfortunately for Taufik, he fell right into that trap and has let Hill through. And now, yes, Stephen Thai with him right behind in the 111 car. That's not a car you want to see behind you, I don't think.
No, having driven against Stephen Thai many a time, I know of all the names you want to see on your little Delta show up in your rearview mirror, he's not very high on that list. He's a very, very fast driver, but he's also very patient, so he won't be doing any silly moves. You'll be setting up the move. As you said, you need to sort of force that mistake out of the car ahead here. Gets a great run out of sort of Chapel there, but not quite close enough to Taufik at the moment. But I think he will keep piling the pressure on, and McDowell will be smart just to try and stick with this battle as long as possible, and once that sort of battle really kicks off, he can try and poke a nose in there and gain some positions.
Yeah, once you find the opportunity to do it, you really need to not hesitate and you need to go for it. But you've got to be so patient. You've got to be patient on this track anyway. Open up the right corner, the right line, look at what your opponent's doing. Where are they strong? Where are they weak? I mean, this is a battle between Ferrari and McLaren with a Porsche in tow. And you've got to figure out where the other driver, the other car, is doing well. And as you can see through Abbey, look at the difference in confidence.
Yeah, a lot of confidence being shown from that line there. And look at the Porsche behind. Everybody is getting a boost of this battle right now. And not impossible right now.
Now side by side there. In the background, the Porsche is an absolute weapon in the wind, so this is really benefiting them as well.
That's you just see the Porsche backing out at the end of that straight there, going into left field. I'll call names, but correct me if I'm wrong.
Don't worry, that's why I'm here. I'm British and I know these corner names pretty well.
Oh, okay. That's an intimate view of a McLaren rear end there. That's
a great view.
Oh, good save there by Dylan.
That's the tricky thing when you're following a car so closely like that. And it was a great run from McDowell out of Woodcote and Luffield. We saw Ty just went into through Brooklyn not particularly well, ran very deep. Easy to defend that, but kind of compromises you through the exit of Luffield. And when you're driving that close to behind someone, a lot of the brake markers here at Silverstone become slightly obscure. Good job to hold on to that.
Especially, turn 1 was Abbey and what's the other one?
Oh, we got Cops.
Cops and Abbey. When you're following that closely to each other, you see the braking board at the very, very last moment. So you really need to start almost braking by feel instead of your references. Otherwise, very, very easy to go deep there. But we have a question from Hugo Sutherland. What's the fastest lap at the moment? I think Mitch Hobbs has it, based on the purple dingle next to his name. But what is the lap time? I think it was a 2:05.1, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it was there and abouts, yeah.
Yeah, just about that, and Mitch Hobbs currently 2.5 seconds behind 191 car. He is currently flying.
And Uli also edging away or chipping away at that gap. Ooh, that's a tricky place to go side by side there. Ty takes the inside line. Taufik backs off a little bit. I think that's probably the brave move, but he might have compromised his run. Is it enough to give McDowell a chance? Taufik goes mildly defensive, not particularly aggressively, but just letting him know he is going to fight for it. And Ty is clear, and look how far Graham Hill has pulled away from these guys in just, what's that, 4 laps? He's 4 seconds clear of this battle that he was fairly recently a part of.
Yeah, that's really impressive from Hill. That McLaren underneath him obviously feeling great and confidence he has. He's obviously very high in the McLaren right now, the 70 car. 4.7 seconds ahead, in fact.
Yeah, it just shows you how much time you lose while battling. Sorry, Charles.
Yeah, almost 5 seconds in 5 laps, just because everybody behind was just scrabbling for position and really benefited there, Graham Hill.
This seems to be about the closest battle on track. P13 and 14 there, McNeil and Bartlett also fairly close to each other, and a little bit further down the field we have a couple of other close battles. As you see, Jared Ellis there in the 42 car gets a drive-through. I think that may have been for track limits.
Jared Ellis, that might be for track limits, but we do not know.
Side by side there, McNeil and Bartlett. Bartlett, oh, turns in. McNeil unfortunately is there, and could potentially get the overtake done here. Bartlett's still hanging around the outside. There's 2 cars behind them, not part of this battle. Hopefully they don't get too involved. Never mind, they are getting involved. That is not what you want to see from a car that is a lap down. I'm not 100% sure who that is, but that is a bit poor. Yeah, that is pretty poor racecraft, to be honest. Just back out of it. These cars are in a battle for position. And
those are unfortunately my teammates, and I don't know what are they doing there. They're just closing the door on other cars around them. I have no clue what's happening there, but it's not good.
Yeah, I mean, there's an element of, you can unlap yourself as a blue flag car, but that is not the way to do it, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's fine if you catch up on pace or something, but if the cars are having a battle and they're in the process of an overtake, that's not the time to go, yeah, this is a good place to park my nose, maybe I can take part in this.
Yeah, let's just send it right now and just see if we can get in front of them and then be overtaken again. No, it doesn't work that way, unfortunately. But on board now is Scarni. He's Jamie Conboy's teammate in the 115 car, the only other Audi on track. The other one, of course, is in the lead with BS Plus competition. P16 for them at the moment.
The lead AM car. Although, yes. I will say, them being an AM, I want to lodge a formal protest.
Yeah, I was going to mention this earlier in the day when I saw the name JC versus on an AM car. I thought that doesn't ring quite true, and we know Scardy's fast as well. So those two together, AM, really?
Well, I mean, they're part of our Discord as well, and Scarni was having a tough old time getting the Audi around Silverstone, so it wasn't very much sandbagging. It's just a bit of struggling in this car.
Yeah.
But they did classify as an AM time. I think Conboy only did a 57.9 in the classification, and Scarni was in the 59. So it seems it's a fair classification based on where they were. But based on the drivers that we know they are, it seems a bit out of place.
Yeah, we put them in their favourite cars. I'm sure they'd be going a bit quicker as well. And we have been seeing in the chat as well. Audi is very, very difficult drive in the wet. Not easy at all. And a little confirmation as well. Fastest lap is a 2:05.3. So we were pretty close, guys.
Yeah, 2 tenths off here and there. doesn't matter.
Yeah, I messed up one of the corners. That's it. That's pretty much it. But yeah, I mean, Scani may have been struggling in classification, but he looks pretty on it at the moment. The car looks fairly safe. Not sure how fast he's going necessarily, but he is coming under pressure from Jacob Weatherburn there behind in the Pixel Racers Ferrari. I saw they had an incident a little bit earlier, so maybe dropped down a couple of positions after a bit of an oopsie at the Vale chicane. But yeah, I mean, Scani is looking fairly comfortable. I haven't really seen him have any particular moments or anything.
The car does look like it's stepping the rear out basically on every corner, which looks like a bit of a challenge. If we had an onboard, we might be able to see some of the counter steering going into it. But that's going to be the same for pretty much everyone on the grid, especially when you try and put the power down. In the wet conditions, it's just tricky. It's just really, really difficult. And we've got a nice little onboard here. Thank you to our broadcast team. So let's keep an eye on the steering wheel at the moment. We'll see how much counter steer is going on exit of this car.
You barely see the steering wheel, but yeah, we have a little bit of it. But what I wanted to say earlier was that how we're calling Scani and Convoy slow, but both of their qualifying times are more than 2 seconds quicker than what my personal best is. So, you know, it's saying something.
Oh yeah, they're fast chaps. And anything in the 57th is a quick lap, 100%. But I mean, I can imagine, if you put me in an Audi, to be fair, anything that wasn't an MR car, that's my drive, I don't think I'd be able to do a 57 quick. Not at all.
I wouldn't be able to do a 59.
Oh, you'll get there. You'll get there.
Eventually, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we all develop those barriers that you just can't break. For some it's a 59, for some it's a 57, for some it's a 58. But it's one of those things where once you do it, as he has a big old moment there. Once you get that thing, it also almost becomes so much easier after that. Even though you haven't necessarily improved or anything, it's just that mental barrier of finally getting there and then knowing you can do it and then replicating it becomes a lot easier.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely true. Yeah, it's oh wow, that's a big moment. So I was about to say Scotty's doing an incredibly good job here. He's very, very smooth on the inputs. It's not actually anywhere near as much counter steering as I thought there was going to be, but other than those moments that he's had where he's had to go full opposite lock to make sure the car doesn't flip around on him. But I think this Audi's being driven beautifully by Scani at the moment. Really top stuff.
Just to interrupt a little bit there, sorry, there is a battle for PT at the moment. Hobbsy is right on the rear end of Samuel now, and Houlihan about 4 seconds behind them. So the battle is kicking off.
Yellow flags 2 for 7 spinning around, but currently Mitch on the back of Samuel. Not going for a move just yet, but there might be a change for P2 soon.
Yeah, we've got to remember that Houlihan, who was in the car that formerly driven by Zachary Smith, who missed pit entry, he's going to be quite quick. He's going to be catching up. I mean, 3.5 seconds down the road, but yeah, this battle right now, this is where it is at for P2. And another classic fight between a Ferrari and a McLaren. So, predictions, chaps, maybe where an overtake could be possible.
On track?
Preferably.
That's a brave guess. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, like I said, the McLaren seems stronger in this first sector, so unless Hobbsy can absolutely nail the exit coming out of the Maggots-Beckett sector, I think his best option will most likely be into the loop somewhere.
Yeah, that's probably the best place, especially if you can get the confidence through Abbey, I think. I mean, you'll be better placed to tell us. Of course, you've been on track so far in these conditions. And what's the difference between each corner? You go through Abbey 3 or 4 times. Do you do all of them at full send? Are you trying to be a bit more conservative? Do you get that one lap occasionally where you just absolutely nail it and you go for it?
Yeah, I spent the whole first hour trying to find a braking marker for so, and I still haven't found it. So Yeah, it's for most of the corners it seems like there's at least some references, but for Stowe, because you normally brake directly next to a braking board, now you're sort of guessing roughly what the distance will be, and it makes it quite tricky. But for Abbey, I mean, I felt the car felt very comfortable, so you could pretty much get on the power nice and early. The high speed stuff are okay. It's more the slow speed braking that's really where the trickiness comes into me. As we see another yellow flag there, 959 into the loop somewhere. But yeah, great exit from Shady there, Shady Samuel, and manages to stay ahead of Opsy, and he will, having done a lot of enduros with Shady and raced against him in sprints as well, he is just so consistent and a very, very tricky customer to overtake.
Consistency is absolutely key, especially in conditions like this where things have changed. You can find a way to keep the lap plan consistent and figure out your braking zones and memorize them really well, but also adjust. I mean, you've seen how tricky it is. So with the onboard there in camera 1, now looking at camera 2 as well, the battle between Taufik and McNeil is starting to kick off as they head down towards Village and the loop. A little look on the inside as well. But yeah, absolute shout out to all the drivers, and especially run. Oh yeah.
What's that between 700 and
Yeah, that is between Taufik and Neil.
Yeah. That was a weird one. And Taufik just sort of went a little bit straight when the road started turning. He just didn't really react to it. But he seems to be struggling the last 20 minutes or so, as we saw from all the battles he was involved in. He was really falling backwards through the pack, not rapidly, but definitely seems to be struggling. Maybe didn't get the pressures quite right. Anybody who's done any number of laps in the wet in ACC knows how important getting those pressures are, and it's very, very tricky, especially in the newest update. Getting those pressures directly in the window has become fairly tricky.
Yeah, and a couple of PSI out, well, points of PSI, I should say, and another little moment through tops there. Hopefully he won't have picked up too much damage from that. It was just a little of a tap, so the car should be still okay. But yeah, if you get those pressures, anything outside of a couple of clicks wrong, I think from memory, you want to be 29.5 to 30.5 ish. You get outside that range, and suddenly you find yourself with very little grip.
Yeah, what I found as a bit of a big old slide there from Hubsy, but doesn't cost them any time. It's a little bit more effective to be over pressure than it is under pressure. These wets just don't operate when they're under pressure. When they go over, they're still fairly effective, although the wear obviously is accelerated a little bit. But that's the one thing I noticed in that first stint, is the tire wear really wasn't an issue. The car felt pretty much the same throughout the whole hour, so these wet conditions will be a boon for those who struggle with a bit of tire pressure or tire maintenance. And I mean, not everybody is a tire whisperer like your Checo Perez or something like that, so these conditions will certainly help those drivers.
Yeah, certainly. What I noticed when driving the wet often, I do not have a need to change tires sometimes, and just go on for an hour or two on the same tires and it just feels fine until it doesn't feel fine anymore. But you can really just thrash those tires out.
Yeah, I very, very nearly put dry tires on the car when I went into the pits. I had set up the pressure, selected the next driver, everything ready, fuel is set, and then as I drove into pit lane, I looked at the thing for the final time and I saw it was dry tires. So I was like, that don't work. So fortunately I saw it before it was too late. Otherwise that could have been a bit of an oopsie for Shady, especially in these conditions where the dries probably won't work.
Yeah, I don't think Samuel would have thanked you for that. Let's be honest. I think it might have been an angry message over the radio before you jumped into the comm box going, "Hey mate, just what's up with these tires you've given me? I can't drive anywhere."
Yeah, I may have gotten out of that TeamSpeak a little bit quicker if I had done that. Oopsie, bye! I have to go, unfortunately. But yeah, fortunately, no harm, no foul. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see whether this weather breaks at some stage. I mean, it's been now nearly 2 hours of rain. Will we get some changing conditions? Because as much fun as the rain is, the changing conditions for me is where this game really, really comes alive. That's when you sort of separate the the cans from the cannots, and you figure out how the car handles, and that's really going to affect the strategy as well.
Yeah, and the timing for the weather, when it hopefully does change, is also going to be critical in terms of strategy. Do you try and stay out on the wets a little bit longer, ride out the damp and the greasy conditions on wet tyres towards the end of the stint to try and extend that? Do you bring yourself in for a pit early on, maybe think about a driver swap as well? It can really throw the strategy up in the air, and that's why we love these changing conditions. So at the moment, still 30 minutes of rain forecast here ahead of us, so it'll be at least until the 3 hour 50 mark that we have wet conditions continue. It's a bit unfortunate. We do expect it to change because the settings should allow for that. So stay tuned. But yeah, I still love watching things in the wet. I mean, it really shows who has the car control, who doesn't.
Oh, no, absolutely. I mean, we've done an 8-hour race at Paul Ricard where it was raining and there were sort of thunderstorms throughout the race as well, and that's still one of my favorite enduros that we've ever done. So not complaining about the rain, but just saying a little bit of randomness in there will definitely be nice. As we see, Lovering has gotten a drive-through there. That will be for track limits, and these two guys, Shady and Hobbsy, seem to have settled. Oh, Hobbsy loses it, and he is gone. That is not what you wanted to see. Just got on that curb a little bit too much. Did he hit the wall is the question. Will there be damage?
It doesn't look like it.
I think he may have kept it out of the wall, hopefully there, but that's certainly cost him a bit of time.
That would be lucky if he didn't avoid any damage through there, but yeah, through Abbey, just got on the accelerator just a little bit too much, and so that allows Houlihan to get up into P3, so yeah, the 818 car will be happy about that, but the team overall not going to be stoked.
And we saw the gap to Hooli actually grew a little bit last couple of laps. It went up from 3.7 between Hooli and Hobbsy all the way up to 4 before the spin. I'm not sure if that 7.9 is technically correct at the moment. We'll see at the next sort of timing point. See Samuel is 17 seconds behind Andy O'Hara, and we'll see Hooli cross the line anytime now, and the gap is 7.9 seconds, so maybe Hooli also had a moment. I'm not sure, because that gap really grew by about 3 seconds within a lap.
Yeah, well, it's easy to do so.
Well, certainly unfortunate for Kopsy there, and well, there's a lot more work to do now.
Yeah, just add it to the backlog, put it on the desk, and but in those situations, you just got to get your head down and carry on. And I'm sure the team will be on the radio saying exactly that to the drivers. Loverink has just served the drive-through penalty, so he goes into the pits, serves that, and will there be a change of position between him and Liam Hamilton, P6, P7? I'm not sure.
I think it may. I think the gap wasn't big enough for Loverink to serve a drive-through without losing position, but yeah, there we go. Hamilton is ahead after the update. So the question is, how big is that gap? But yeah, I mean, if Hobbsy didn't get any damage there, then that's about best case scenario for them. They only lost maybe 10 seconds, not even 10 seconds. So in the grand scheme of things, that's not a big deal, as he's shown he has the pace. And gets very close to that curb there, but you can just see the margins of error are so fine in these conditions.
Yep, and here we have the replay. Let's see what happened with Kopsy here. So we're just saying how he was holding up well with Samuel, and then gets on the curb and just gone.
Keeps it out of the wall. Nice.
Yeah.
So those tires will be little. There we go. Hooli had this. Okay, so maybe we can just get a quick reverse there and see what happened to Hooli. Maybe he did exactly the same thing on the same lap.
Possibly, but let us.
Oh yeah.
Oh
hey.
Yeah. Oh.
Right across the grass.
Far off the track.
Yeah, exactly the same.
Exactly. Yeah. Wow.
Yep, despite the gap, he has followed his teammates into the exact same line and had the exact same problem. Just takes out the rear.
He just saved it a little bit better than Hobbsy did, but basically the same mistake.
Looks as though Hobbsy it went a little bit more dramatically than Hooli's went there. Just sort of I don't think many people would have saved that. It just absolutely let go. So that really cost them a bit of time. But they are already catching back up again. The gap from Huli to Samuel, they're coming down a little bit again. And further down the field spread is actually pretty comprehensive so far. There's no particularly close battle packs. Hobbsy and Shady was about the closest one there. And where's Taufik? What has happened to Taufik?
It's not on the leaderboard at all.
No.
Oh, he's down to
Oh.
30.
Okay.
What happened there?
I mean, I know we had that small incident, but that only cost him maybe 4 or 5 seconds, not
There's
that many
something bigger
positions.
happened that we have missed, but I'm unsure what.
That's potentially the distance for pit stops. I wonder if he was holding damage from something and just decided, no, we've got to get in and fix this.
That's a very, very early pit stop, though.
It would be very early, would be very unorthodox. Nice little move there.
Yeah, certainly, and I think that just there might be just not traffic because wait for it to update. I'm not sure.
Nonetheless, a note as well that G Hill, who was in the battle for Param lead with Taufik, is now up to P8. So have a great day out. Is Hill.
Who is Hill's teammate? Do we know?
I will check right now.
I think it's Leo Dreyer, if I'm not mistaken. But
Yes, it might be.
it's a pretty quick car. I think Hill is certainly the faster between the two, but it's not a huge deficit. So yeah, them running in P8 will really bode well for good result. Oh, that's a Ferrari that's gone pretty deep there.
Yeah, pretty deep, but no damage done. Just a little bit of time lost.
And yes, confirming for the FPS Evolve Racing Yellow team, Leo Dreyer and Graham Hill. So yeah, both very, very fast, and they're in contention now to take the Param victory at the moment. But I mean, I'm not going to call that one too early. 4.5 hours-ish to go on track, so no point calling it as it is now. Lots can happen.
Absolutely, but they've done what they needed to do in the opening stints to give themselves that opportunity to go for a win. And yeah, both of them very consistent drivers, so I don't think we'll see too many mistakes from them. Hopefully, not an attempted curse, knock wood. But yeah, and I think Scani and them are still your lead AM driver, and then we have Bushell and Pickford there in P23, 24. I think that's P2 and 3. As Michael Young overtakes Pickford just as I say that, so they're not currently battling each other anymore. And Jesse McLean just behind them as well, so that's 3 Kovacs cars within very close proximity of each other. And anybody who's familiar with us at Team Kovacs knows that Kovacs cars together on track never really end particularly well. So hopefully they can sort it out nicely.
Just play nice, guys. Just play nice this one time. No incidents, no accidents. Also got the number 12 car, Zong. He's currently up in the lead of Silver class, but he's holding a 30-second penalty at the moment in P27. So that, I suspect, will also change. And wow, this Honda that we're on board with now, Young, has been sideways.
And we have 216 spinning and 57 spinning in front of him. So I don't know what's happening there.
May have just dipped the wheel on the exit there of Cobbs, but yeah, having well, John, my brother and also teammate, he drove the Honda at the first round of sprints at Silverstone, and it was also these conditions, and he let's say it wasn't his best race. I think that's a fair way of saying it. He wasn't having the most pleasant time with the car. So the fact that these guys actually chose it, and the fact that they're pushing so hard in the wet is pretty impressive so far.
Agreed. Yeah. So it's the number 90 car, and I'm always hesitant to pronounce a name like this, but Sofa King Slow. I'll say it slowly, so I don't fall into the verbal trap that they've laid for us commentators. But Michael Young, Kane Phipps, Stefano Ricciuti. I'm going to pronounce names wrong. I apologise in advance. Ricciuti. Okay. That's a miracle that I got that even close to being right.
Well, to be fair, it's actually Ricciuti.
Oh, Rigiuti. Okay, I can pronounce it like that, but I better not go too overboard with it. But yeah, in the Honda NSX Evo, brave choice, but doing pretty well. P24 for them at the moment, and it's a pretty bright, nice little livery they've got there too.
Yeah, it looked as though I think car 555, who is the Kosa car, just had a spin at Magnus and Beckett's. As we get a replay here of what happened to Taufik to drop him down the field. Is it the same that happened to the two AVR cars? No. Okay, so this is remains a mystery for now. He comes down into sort of a loop area. Does he just loop it? No, not yet. The suspense is killing me, Glenn, and then he finally... Was it a weird one? Oh, okay. He gets corrected there by the 800 car. Very polite there of Mike Crick.
Yeah, that's a nice thing to do, but yeah, he's off it.
Very surprising that.
Oh, okay, and then again.
Oh, so much damage. There is another one. Wow.
Yeah, so
Great, really.
I think we've all had those moments where, for a couple of laps, nothing goes right, and that very much seems like what Taufik has had there.
Yes, and
Hopefully
these...
he doesn't speed into pit lane as well.
Yeah, there seems to be some weird damage.
The car just looks like it's hanging on one side of the car, doesn't it?
Exactly.
So yeah, so I suspected that gap was only going to be due to a pit stop. He's had to come in and repair that damage because it's just you know, the cumulative mistakes, the damage he's picked up over time, it all adds up, and then suddenly the car just becomes beyond undrivable. You have to pit at that point.
Yep, and we have less rain in 30 minutes, and let's welcome Christopher Taylor in the commentary booth here. Or not, I guess.
As Christopher Taylor jumps in, I'm going to have to jump out as well. As you see, Lamborghini jump out of the way and reverse off track there. But it's been a pleasure. I'll be back in the box a little bit later. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, and good luck.
Very much. See you.
Yes, that was the Lamborghini there, the 91 car Bushel, and he got basically slightly bullied out there, and I believe we now have Chris in, so welcome, Chris.
Good now, yep, all good.
How's things been?
Horrible, but that's alright, that's why we do this.
Oh, what happened?
No, certainly an interesting race so far from our perspective. I don't know what it's been like on the lead lap, I'm sure it's been exciting.
Oh, very.
Yeah, we've had some close battles and some interesting things going on with stint length and missing pit lanes.
Yep.
But
Let's just say people have played too much F1 games.
Okay. Oh, right, yep, using the F1 entry. Oh, no.
yeah, just, forget about the pit entry that exists here. It's really unlucky.
I'm not going to lie, the first couple times I raced here, I certainly did the same thing. It's very easy to do, use the F1 entrance.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've done the same myself and just driven past and gone, oh, yeah, no, it was back there, wasn't it? Uh-oh. and then you see the cones covering the entrance to the F1 pit entry, and you go, oh dear, that's not a road. And through goes Scarney there.
Yeah, nice little move.
Well, that was actually, that was Weatherburn, was it? Yes, that was Weatherburn on Scarney.
Weatherburn going through Scarney, yep.
Or was that Carson?
Carson's in the McLaren. It is the McLaren, yeah.
Oh yes, no, we are completely the wrong way round. That wasn't Carson. Oh dear. Okay, well we'll get ourselves sorted out soon.
Well, it's somebody. Yeah. Somebody passing somebody on some track. Yes.
Yeah, send help.
Yeah.
That's all you have to know.
Both Scania and Carlson, both cars here in the AM class, doing quite well today. I suppose it's anytime there's a bit of weather about, there's always a good opportunity for some of the teams that might have qualified a bit lower to there's the immediate curse.
Oh yeah, you've been in the commentary box for all of a minute, and you are doling out curses like nothing else.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and 400 has died. 119 has also died. Interesting. I think going on board with Scotty, we should see the 400 somewhere ahead. But Yeah, they obviously spun, lost a bunch of time, and now I think he also lost a little bit in terms of positions, but yeah, unfortunate.
And I do believe the car that we're seeing behind Scotty right now is our leader, that's O'Hara at the moment. Formerly, the car was Philip O'Hara. So there's the other Audi. This is going to be Audi versus Audi, but with blue flags.
Yes, unless Scarny decides to have a little bit of fun, but yeah.
Define fun.
All fun and games.
Well-
You get a blue flag.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, Chris, you've been out there on the wets?
Not yet. No.
Oh, you haven't yet?
No. I got a triple stint towards the end of the race. So.
Wow.
Twice. Wow.
Yeah, we've had an interesting start. We started the race on dries. Of course, it hasn't been dried all yet.
Oh dear.
Yes.
Yes. So that would explain why we saw Beg so far down the grid.
Yes. And then we've had a few drive-throughs. 2 now, I think we've had. So.
Oh no.
It snowballs, doesn't it, when it's going bad? So.
Well, yeah, and especially in the rain as well. And that was some mega effort on the blue flags getting right out of the way. Scotty just deciding, no, I'm just going to disappear off course. Might have been a bit of a mistake.
Bit of a mistake, but I think he handled it well. He did the right thing, just making sure he's out of everyone's way and not getting.
Oh no.
Yeah,
It's
I mean, when.
obviously flagged.
Yeah,
It's all
exactly.
about- Come on,
Yeah,
No
100%.
mistake.
Yeah, zero mistakes there. You know, the loop. You know, you just want to get out of the way. And
Absolutely nailed it.
It's awful fun.
he's really got out of the way.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for him, that has brought Falconer in the Porsche, the 777 car. 10-second penalty for him though, and the team. So the battle for P18 will rage on. That blue flag kindness. Not going to do Scotty any favors here, but he'll have to be something pretty spectacular to fall 10 seconds behind Falconer. So the battle will rage on, and ahead of them is Carson still. Oh, sorry, that's McDowell, I believe.
Yeah,
McDowell's in the pits, so I think the Kunos leaderboard.
Oh, yes.
Yep.
might be Weatherburn, I think, but I don't know.
I believe it's
I
Carson.
don't know who that is. Is
Oh,
that
it's
a
a-
left car? Yeah, that's a left car. Interesting.
Well, this is the time when the grid starts to get really, really mixed up. We've got multiple strategies at play, people hitting for damage, things like that, due to optimistic moves. 2 hours in. Oh dear, my mathematical brain is starting to disappear at a rapid rate. 2 hours into this race, so just crossing the 2 hour mark. 4 hours in this race.
Yeah, still plenty of time left. Like not even halfway through the race yet. But I know there'll be definitely quite a few cars out of sync with everybody at the moment with the way that damage and pit stops and drive-throughs have worked so far. So it should be very interesting come the end of the race where everyone's sort of fall.
Yeah, there's Carson also getting out of the way. Good stuff so far, but the lead still with O'Hara and the BS Plus competition team. They're on a bit of a charge at the moment. They've got plenty of time behind them to P2, and with all the antics that have been happening, whether it be missing the pit lane or the spins that we've seen from a couple of drivers from the Venturi team, or near spins, I should say. The gap has been opening up.
Car number 900 and something has spun in the loop. I do not know who that was, but...
You say car number 900? That'd be Jai Fisher.
No clue who was that, but somebody spun there and had a moment, but yeah, hopefully not Alpha Venturi guys, because we've kissed them enough. Anyhow, we are riding here with Carson, who's just like, O'Hara passed, and just running peacefully in P16 and nobody ahead, nobody really behind except Scani, but that's a long way back. And,
Yeah, we've seen that gap sort of build up quite quickly, isn't it?
Yeah, we're anticipating a little bit of a decrease in terms of rain here, so that's going to make for interesting strategies, and we have a lot of people driving into the pits now.
Yes, that's right. And I believe there's a bit of action happening up for P2 at the moment as well, so we might redirect our attention there. But Carson having a great drive at the moment and leading the AM class, are doing very well. G Hill up in P9, leading the Pro Am class. And yeah, here we go. Stephen Ty as well, right on the back now of Hill. You know how fast Stephen Ty is, and that beautiful Castrol livery for that McLaren. I absolutely love it.
Probably one of the best looking cars on the grid, I'd have to say. They've really done a great job with that livery.
Oh yeah. Here we have Stephen Ty. She's Graham Hill. I always get confused when somebody has a name of like a famous driver.
Yep.
So, you know.
Well, yeah, bring on L. Hamilton.
Oh, and Liam, yep.
Yeah.
I was being called Lewis.
No, it's Liam.
Get in there, Lewis. I mean, Liam.
It's been a move getting made down here. Yeah. Can he pull it up in time? Yeah, absolutely.
Stephen
Beautifully
Ty
done there.
makes the move. Just makes the move very easily there to clutch chicane, and it's right past.
Yeah, I wonder if Hill's just, he's towards the end of the stint. He's been going very, very quickly in that McLaren. I just wonder, might be wearing out the tyres just a little bit here and there, but we also know how fast Stephen Ty is, pro driver, pro team, of course. And he's been looking on absolute fire for the last few laps, just making up a huge amount of time. So I think we can expect Ty to probably just pull away from Hill at this point. That means that the battle for Perm is going to be between Hill and McNeil, and there is quite a big gap between those two at the moment. Stephen Ty's now got a bit of work to do because he's 17 seconds behind Lovering, who's the next pro class driver up the field.
Battle for P11 between Bartlett and Fry. A couple more McLarens, certainly a popular choice this week. Though I think in the wet, the Ferrari probably has a beat.
Possibly. But a lot of Ferraris, McLarens here. Only 2 Audis, which ironically seems to be the quickest car here. But maybe that's just the Kida's team being aliens.
It's really hard to tell when you've got even the top 3 really, and they're probably going to be the top 3 no matter what car they pick.
Dude,
So
top 5 is always fantastic drivers here.
Yeah. I mean, some drivers like to challenge as well, right? So,
absolutely.
jumping in with the Audi, that's, at least in my opinion, that's no small thing. It's a pretty car to control, especially in these wet conditions. Not that everyone knew that we were going to have wet conditions. But yeah, very tricky to control, and that was a bit of blue flag traffic, was it not?
Bartlett now receives blue flags. I think that should be the 70 car behind him. Yes, that is the 70 car. No, that's the 10 car behind him. I'm sorry, but it's still blue flags. So Bartlett should be out of the way on this straight. It does not seem to be doing that. Oh, well.
That's 676 and 10, so they're battling for position, yep.
Oh, right, yeah. I don't know how that happened. Pit stops probably.
Pit stops, and sometimes the driver ahead just leaves the gap, and you've got to take the gap when it's there. So it's definitely the way of things.
Probably just a slight correction, taking him offline, and then it takes a little bit to get the traction back to get the power down. So it sort of looks like they're lifting when really they just made a mistake.
Yeah, exactly. Especially when you see a car just not make any progress in the exit as well. You just go, yeah, that's just that's just the TC taking control.
TC gods,
because,
yep.
Yeah, it's just, it's out of your hands, and the 247 car is going around.
Facing the wrong way.
That was a nice photo bomb.
Oh, car park there, sir.
You can't play there, mate.
That's
they are not having a great day there.
Christoph of Death Racing.
They've got the best names there. I mean, I will forever laugh seeing anyone called Death or Darth right behind me on track. I just go, all right, I've got Death behind me, or I've got Death in front of me. There's Death all around. I love it.
Yep. There's only one way this ends.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, I bet it ends in that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we have the 422 car coming for their scheduled pit stop. They're still P29, so having a bunch of skill issues there, but yeah, it's still going.
Well, at the end of the day, when you're in the endurance race, no matter what happens, you know that there's a lot of time on the grid. Anything can happen to the cars in front. There's blue flags that can come out. There's VSCs that can happen if there's a real major pileup. That's fingers crossed it isn't. And then everything can change as well at a click of the fingers. Suddenly the weather is perfect and more suited to either your driving style or another. That is
I'm sorry, George, but I have to say that is a beautiful livery.
I was actually I just saw the twisties on the side there. I thought that is genius.
That's amazing.
You know what's worse is that I haven't had lunch yet, so that is making me very hungry.
God is just teasing you with all the food-flavored cars.
It is. Oh.
Yeah. I haven't eaten since yesterday, so it's fun.
I can recommend it. It does feel pretty good when you do it.
It does?
Yeah. I've just had some pizza myself.
Oh, don't do this. Yeah. All right. Well, rapidly moving on. Despite the amazing livery here, the 199 car's got a 10-second penalty. Ahead of him, Macaulay, also with a 10-second penalty. And then behind is Huddy with a 10-second penalty as well.
They're all in good company. 10 seconds, I'd imagine that's from speeding in the pit lane. Very easy to do on the wet.
Yeah, speeding in the pits, causing minor collisions.
Yep.
Yeah, even blue flags. But holy, that's a way to let somebody pass.
Yeah, it was either that or get rear-ended. So good call there.
Yeah. Peter's always got his head screwed on, so he's always got his eyes around him. You don't really see too many big incidents from Pete.
Yeah.
And you've got a good spotter on the team as well, which is usually most people have. If you don't have someone taking a huge break. And I do believe we have in the commentary box now once again. It is Mike Crick, none other than Mike Crick. Welcome in, mate.
Hey guys, how are we going?
Good, mate. How are you?
Yeah, a bit tired. Just did a double stint, so
yeah. Feeling it in the arms, mate?
Yeah, we were just talking about it. We were just talking about that in the wet as well. A double stint in the wet probably feels like you've been driving for 4 hours.
Yeah, the extra stress.
Yeah, definitely does a bit. It's conditions aren't too bad out there. It's quite manageable. I mean, in the Ferrari, and we got Alex there. That's taken over from me now. Yeah, it's not too bad out there. You just got to stay away from those curbs. I had one sort of moment on the curb just on the exit of Beckett's that spun us around a bit. But otherwise, other than some issues with traffic, pretty good run.
Top stuff.
Yeah,
all right, well, chaps, I'm going to take some leave and go and grab some food, but it's been a pleasure being in the commentary box with you all. I'll hopefully see you all back here in the commentary box a little bit later. But best of luck to you all.
Thank you very much,
Right
mate.
on, yeah.
Just enjoy the food.
I will. No, I will. Thank you. All right, see you later.
Yeah. So, Mike, how's your race been going so far?
Yeah, pretty steady. I mean, obviously towards the back of the pack, it's always a little bit sketchy. We had a little bit of a moment there on the second lap. I punted somebody, unfortunately. It's just it can be just so hard to follow closely in these kind of conditions.
Absolutely.
Yeah, just there was about 4 or 5 of us trying to go into where were we going into? We were going into club, and there was just too many cars there and not enough room, and just a light punt, but in the wet, a light punt does to send people around. So big apologies to Car 900 there for that one.
That's all right. We were on dry tyres in the end, as it turns out, anyway.
That was not the optimal choice for this condition. I wouldn't say.
Wait, hold on. I'm not following here. Did Mike's team punt Chris's team?
Yes.
Oh wow. Wow.
Like Mike said, though, there was nothing in it. There was no malice. It was just a bit of spray. There was like 4 cars trying to get into that one corner, and then that's just the way it ended up. It's just motor racing sometimes, isn't it?
Yeah. And I mean, you can see it all the way up the field. Like I was chasing behind Tafiq for a while there, who's P15 or so, and was mostly matching his pace. And was keeping up with him after he'd overtaken me, but he had a bit of a spin going through the loop, and I smacked into him as well. I mean, nothing we could have done about it. You know, he just spun right in front of me. But yeah, it's catching out even the fastest of the drivers out there. So rough conditions, but I'm all for it. I do love a bit of wet racing.
Yeah, it's good fun. Yeah.
Maybe not 2 hours of it.
Yeah, get flashbacks of that Paul Ricard enduro. Was it the 9 hours we did?
Yeah, well, I think the conditions here are a little bit nicer than the Paul Ricard. Paul Ricard was proper wet. This is wet, but
the puddles were forming on that track were a bit insane. There don't seem to be any here, I've seen. So.
Yeah, Paul Ricard just sort of kept going and going and going.
Yeah.
How's the rest of the race been from this perspective?
Been quite great since the start. We had quite a lot of action in the front. Some people forgetting where the pit lane is. Some people deciding grass riding is fun, and well, just a little bit of shenanigans here and there.
That pit lane entry is catching a few people out, I noticed, and like it almost caught us out on our first stop. Like must have just made it in, in time. Because it's wet, you know, you obviously adjust your brake marker because you know it's going to take you longer to slow down.
Yeah, I meant not as in entering the pit lane. I meant more of caught people out in terms of where it is.
They'd be going to the F1 entrance, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
F1 players.
Yeah.
Driving the wrong cars.
Right?
What are you doing?
And that was out of the lead, so, you know, it was...
Oh,
it
yes.
was something.
Yeah, Alex, co-driver, mentioned that to me, that there was a bit of a mistake there from what was effectively P1 at the time. They missed the pit entry. Did they end up getting into the pits? Did they run out of fuel or anything?
Yeah, they got a drive-through, but no, not ran out or anything, but just a funny moment. Right now, I think they are running P2, but yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit of sting for them. It costs quite a bit of time getting a drive-through, but I mean that's the other thing probably seeing a lot of too is the drive-throughs for track limits, because they can be pretty harsh here in the wet.
Absolutely,
I've gone wide just where Bushel was there on track. I was looking at Scani in the pits up there in P14, doing well there, the Scan boy team. But yeah, just where Bushel was there, if you go a little bit wide there, and even if you're rolling off the throttle and you're losing maybe a second worth of lap time, it still gives you a track card. I've gotten 2 there already. So it's can be a bit of a treacherous one. So yeah, it's probably going to be a few more track limits penalties, I think, before the end of the day.
Yep.
Yeah, and well, hopefully you don't get one, but I might have just cursed you, so sorry, not sorry.
Well, we're on. I managed to get us up to the maximum amount of limits, and now it's all on Alex to not get that. And he's doing a double stint now, so no pressure, Alex. You're fine.
Have fun, Alex. Yep.
No speed tokens.
So drive through in the next 5 laps.
Yep.
I'm gonna laugh so much if that happens. But yeah, hopefully you don't get a drive-through, but it's gonna happen. Let's be real.
Yeah, I think I'd be surprised if almost every team doesn't get a drive-through. You'll still get you always get 1 or 2 teams who manage to keep it clean for the whole race and manage to avoid getting a drive-through even in the worst conditions. But given the wet track, it's much less forgiving than it is in the dry. When this track state starts wet, the amount of time gain is obviously calculated a little bit differently in the wet, so it does tend to give you those track penalties a bit easier. So yeah, plenty more to come, I'm sure.
Look at that livery from Maloney. That's a nice one.
It's thematic and suits the race, I think.
Yeah, it does. He's sort of in his natural element here, Maloney.
That's right. Yeah.
Swimming through in the Ginger Squid's car. Great livery there. Lots of great liveries out there for this event. There always is, but big turnout, obviously, a full grid of cars. Means you get a lot of cool looking cars to look at over the course of the event. Maloney in a battle here with Moss. Has this been going on for a little while?
I think Moss has slowly been catching him, so it's been building towards battle for a while now.
Moss has been up the front in like P18, I think. But then things happened and he dropped, and then he went up again and dropped again, and yeah, he just keeps going back and forth. So
It might
I'm
be a
not
bit
sure
of
what's
off
happening
sync
there,
pit
but
stops as well.
we,
Yeah.
yeah, but we saw plenty of action with that particular team, and plenty of more to come.
Just saw Cordia there getting lapped by the 111 car, doing well there up the front in the top 10 at the moment.
Yeah. Not a lot happening currently on track, so yeah.
I think everyone's just waiting for this lessening rain to see what it does, whether it plays with the pit stops and stuff.
It looks like we dropped a couple of drivers. I see there's only 44 people still running. I see we just had a disconnect apparently according to the chat. That would be one of the alliance entries for 422. No, they're still running.
42. It's either 42 or 422. Either way, very unfortunate. I might have commentated against them as their teammates, so oh well, sorry, not sorry.
Yeah, it's probably the cardinal rule of commentary is don't curse your own team, right?
I love the yes.
So we've all been, we're all racing today. Have we all done stints so far?
Not yet, no.
I'm not
Triple
racing.
spinning towards the end.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, you're just part of Alliance, yeah.
Yeah. Just keep commentating today, but yeah. Yeah, it was 422 who had the disconnect apparently.
Okay, well, it looks like they managed to jump back in at least, so they can keep running.
And Moss
Yeah,
has picked
they
up
can-
a drive-through for track limits.
Yeah, we were talking about it, and yeah,
Yep.
looks like he's going to go in and serve that drive-through now. And yeah, I mean, I was talking about that pit lane entry before. We've seen a few pit lane speeding penalties.
That
And
looked like it was close too, to be honest.
well, it's actually quite difficult to, for anyone who hasn't done their stint yet, it's one of those things, it's actually quite difficult to pull the car up in time. It feels like you're slowing down enough, but it's just because of the wet track and it's slippery.
Yep.
The car doesn't slow down anywhere near as fast as you expect. So, you know, take your usual pit entry, remember it's wet, and then slow down another, 20 Ks before you come in, because it really can catch you out. Well, I came close on the first pit stop, and even I was still just on the limit in the second one. It's quite easy one to misjudge, and we have seen a couple of penalties from that. So just another thing that catches you out in these conditions.
Yeah, plenty of things to catch you out. Obviously, it's wet, so things happen, and not much you can do about it usually. If you just hit a patch of the wet stuff or aquaplane, there is usually not too much that you can really do to save it. So, and obviously track limits, you can stay on track, but when you're pushing, they just happen, and unfortunate things.
We almost had a battle there, but then Bushell pulled into the pits. So.
It's interesting, the pit strategies, because you're pretty much going to do 6 stints. There's not really another way. You can't really avoid doing a full 6 stints. So you see what we're seeing, most people pitting around the hour mark, or some people think they're pushing it a bit further, going for a really short stint, low fuel at the end, I assume.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of traffic's coming into play about where they sit that short stint in. I think ideally you want to leave it to the end, but if you're getting held up, it might be worth going off sync just to get out of the way. I certainly know our pit strategy's gone out the window. It's starting on dries, but yeah.
I mean, someone has to do it every wet race.
Right,
Someone has to
exactly.
do it. Someone has to be the person who accidentally picks the dry tyres.
We did it so that nobody else had to.
That's it.
You're
You
welcome.
took the bullet for the rest of the field. We should, it should give you an extra, 30 seconds at the end, just to thank you for that.
We could use that, I think.
Yeah, could always use some extra time in these races, but yeah. interesting stuff.
It's interesting in the wet because you almost get closer racing when it's wet because I think the pace deficit between some of the drivers is a lot smaller in these kind of conditions. You know, I noticed I was much closer in my times to people I'm not normally as close with when we're in dry conditions. So it does mean that you get these sort of close follow battles, but that's harder because there's all the spray in your face and following cars in these conditions. It's a bit of a struggle at times, but most of these guys, I dare say most of the people sort of in that top 15, top 20 almost are the ones who have managed to just run a reasonably good race, run a clean race, and not have too many incidents or little spins and things like that, because that's really going to help you out. That consistency more than outright pace in the wet is probably what's going to win the day for a lot of these drivers.
Absolutely, especially in these slightly shorter enduro races, 6 hours, where an incident's going to cost you a lot more than it would, say, over a 12-hour race.
Yeah, much harder to make that time back up. We did notice, obviously, that the rain is going to be slightly decreasing in 30, but I don't know if we're going to see that hold.
That has been there for about 30 minutes now. And,
but it's still medium rate. It's just less medium rate.
Yeah,
it's just moderately less medium.
Just enough to ruin your pressures for the day. That's all.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I mean, tire pressures is the other thing. As you see, that's Safik getting the overtake done on Palat there through turn 1 through Cops. Nice little move there.
Stick, yeah.
Very tricky to do in the wet.
Yeah, getting creative. And as you said, the racing is usually closer when it's raining, because I would say what I would call the skill issue gap to the top guys is shorter. So everybody is more bunched up and ready to just be a little bit more careful and closer to each other,
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just you can't use as much of the track when it's wet. You can't take every single curve, and obviously you get a lot of pace by maximizing the track width and all those sorts of things. But you can't really do that in the wet, so that definitely costs some of the faster guys some of their sort of big advantage of all that practice, especially as well. Most people obviously practice for ideal conditions in the dry, and it's where we do most of our racing. So not everyone may be having an ideal setup. I know our ride height's probably a little bit too low. We're doing a little bit more aquaplaning than we probably should because we don't quite have a wet setup that's perfect. As we see, we've got a leader swap at the front too. So Houlihan has taken over the lead. So that's Bakita coming in to the car after Ahara's done their stint. So pretty good running for them.
Yeah, it should be interesting to see how much longer Houlihan goes on this stint. 32-second gap. Is that? Yeah, that's probably just updating still. I'd say.
But would really suck if they get 2 drive-throughs for the same reason in one race. So hopefully they pit before the stint timer runs out.
Yeah, I mean, you'd hope you wouldn't make the same mistake twice. But I mean, as you were saying, it was because they forgot which track they were on and which cars they were driving, and they took the wrong pit entry. So that's the kind of mistake I think you're going to make once during a 6-hour race and never again, and probably not for the next year or something. It's one of those things that's going to live on in your memory, I think.
Yeah, it's hopefully the kind of mistake you only make once.
That's why you have to practice pit stops in your practice sessions.
Well, the ABR guys.
Yeah, just to remember where that pit lane is, because I remember in EU Split, somebody on Donington took the old pit road and just drove into a wall. So there are these tracks where you just don't know where the pit lane is, and that happened and will not happen again as Ryan Houlihan is going to the pits.
Yeah, pushing the limit there into the pit lane. Going to hopefully just trying to gain as much time as they can by maximising those stints to make up for that early error. But yeah, I mean the AVR guys are pretty prominent in a few different sims, and they race in a few different categories. So probably a bit of confusion. Maybe done a Silverstone race recently in different cars at a different track configuration in another game, and that's sort of caught them out, that muscle memory. Wasn't quite set for ACC today.
Exactly, and it's just things that happen, and will probably not happen again with the same driver, luckily.
Curious to see where Senecas comes out in regards to Houlihan here as well. Coming in through left field at the moment.
Will be very close.
Houlihan's still
Houlihan
in the
now
pits.
going out.
That's moving now, yeah.
And Houlihan is out of the pits now. So yeah, there is a gap there. And seems to be a car in between them, so yeah, you can just see Houlihan going there.
Yeah, I'll be happy with that to still pull out ahead of P3.
Yeah, just keep the head down and focus on getting those tyres up to turn nice and quick. Hopefully the pressure's set right, and then work on closing down that gap there.
Yeah, it's always a bit of a battle with the tyre pressures in these kind of conditions, because you're trying to manage, we don't always race, obviously, in wet conditions with wet tyres, so we're not as used to doing our calculations for these kind of conditions. And yeah, I always find wet tyres is a bit of guesswork as to what pressures are correct, because how the track temperature affects them is slightly different to how it affects dry tyres, and yeah, it can catch you out pretty easily.
Fortunately, they do have a bigger operating window in terms of pressures, but yeah, it's definitely easy to go a little bit over and lose a whole bunch of lap time.
Yeah, well, you're not super concerned with tyre wear and stuff either, because the wets are pretty tough. They just keep going and going and going for a long time, so you're not too concerned with that.
I mean, I was saying earlier when JP was in the commentary box here, the wets for me personally seem to just have a tire wear life that I can just go on for hours on. Like, I just don't feel that much of a difference really in grip, and I just keep on going on the same tires.
Yeah, if you don't need to do a driver swap, you can almost just keep the same tyres on in these kind of conditions. You don't really need to change them. The only thing you get as an issue with that is if the pressures aren't quite right and the track conditions have changed, if you really want to be running really high pressures still. Unfortunately, the pit crew aren't able to just sort of take a little pressure out of your tyres or add a little to your tyres in a pit stop. They have to do a whole tyre change to change the pressures here. Yeah, it is down out. Yep.
We have now received another member in the commentary box, David McNulty. Welcome here, Mac. How you doing?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm well, thanks. Sad not to be out there. Hopefully everyone had plenty of notice for this one. Whenever I'm not racing, it always seems to rain. That is the way it works. So no excuses for not having wet setups or anything ready to go, guys.
Yep.
I was just thinking about something. The ideal bender conditions.
It's been a long battle. I've missed the last two now. And I've only had internet again for the last week and a half. It's been, not to bore people, but massive stuff up between Telstra and NBN over who's going to fix what. So yeah, a lot of passing the buck, unfortunately, but seems to be all working again now, thankfully.
Well, those Australian internet problems.
Yep. Now 115 has a drive-through for track limits, I would assume.
Yeah, we can safely
These
assume
conditions,
most,
yeah.
most drive-through penalties are going to be for track limits in these conditions, as we see Convoy jumping into the pits to serve that drive-through. But we are watching the squid car once again. Maloney still sort of chasing down Palat here. Palat sort of dropping back a bit after being overtaken by Tafiq. So Maloney putting on a good show here, looking for an opportunity. Ooh, he's gone a little bit wide there. He's just sort of lost the rear end of that, maybe caught just a touch too much curb on the exit of Cox there, but going strong here through Maggots and Beckett's.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing I find interesting here is Tafiq was in P30 just like an hour ago. I do not know how he made that time up, but that is impressive.
Yeah, he was spun around and straight in front of me not too long ago, so he's definitely on a charge to make those positions back. Sorry again, Tafiq, for the side impact there.
Sure, that's all good. It's racing.
How's the race been so far in the first 20 bit hours?
Well, first 2.5 hours. I've been here since the start, so we had a little bit of action. Some people, as I said, forgetting where the pits are. Some other people having moments, changes for the lead, exciting battles in the mid pack, and that about sums it up, really.
Yeah, it's quite tricky to pit lane at Silverstone. I mean, you use the old configuration around here. It's quite interesting if people try and take the new pits last minute. Whoops, wrong way.
Yep. And that happened out of the lead, unfortunately. So, you know, certainly not what they were planning on doing. But yeah, stuff happens. Just unfortunate and quite hilarious.
Unfortunate for those involved, but hilarious for everyone else.
Exactly.
Content, yep.
Good way to describe it. Content.
It was just all for content, you know?
I was going to say do it for the vine, but kids these days probably don't recognise that reference, do they?
Bit aging yourself there a bit, Melvin. TikTok's all about now, isn't it?
Doesn't want to get the same do it for the TikTok, is it?
No, it's not the same vibe. Saw a bit of blue flag action come through here, and then the battle straight back into it. It seemed pretty close. It doesn't seem to be any one particular part of the track where Tom is just all over it. Which is very interesting. It's probably just a case of waiting for the mistake.
There has been a take on track somewhere in brackets. Somebody has spun around. I'm not sure who, but they got going again. And this is a battle for P17 here. Just barely holding on there, Tom Maloney.
Yeah, I think he's just backed out of that last move. Oh, here we go again.
Oh, just a little bit of touching there.
Goes for the switchback. If he can get the traction down here, he's looking good, but it is tricky with these curves.
That's gonna be close, but I think Maloney has it.
Here's Braver under brakes. Can he get it pulled up?
Oh, wow. Still close,
Yeah,
but
beautiful
Maloney
move.
has it, yeah.
That's great racing by Tom there. A little bit of contact to start it off with, but I think in these conditions you've got to be a bit more lenient with that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was nothing to report really. You know, just door banging.
I'm just amazed they both had the traction and the confidence to go too wide coming onto that back straight there. That was great in the wet.
Yeah, a lot of trust in the other driver as well, isn't it, to do that sort of thing.
Yeah, and a lot of trust in yourself really to not hit a patch of wet track and go off, So, a great awareness from both drivers there.
Yeah, especially from Blatt, who's just a bit on the wet side of the track there, so it's a bit slippery and easy to active lane there. So the fact they both went through there nice and cleanly is definitely a credit to both of those drivers.
Pinky's next on the list with Tom. Seems to have built a bit of a gap up to pull out just this side.
Got a lot of immediate silence here. Lovely.
He's closed that gap up by almost half a second this lap, it looks like.
Tomoloni just seems to be on a little bit of a charge. More yellow flags are displayed in the loop somewhere. Seems to be all clear again, and well, just that weird part of the race, mid-race, when nobody is really near anybody and it's just lapping around.
Yeah, we sort of got to that stage where everybody's sort of pretty deep in their pit strategies and everything's kind of a bit out of order while different driver strategies are coming into effect, but still everybody reasonably close together. Like the gaps aren't, they're all within 1-2 seconds. We can see a couple of the drivers sort of dropping off, getting caught by behind. I mean, Collette there has dropped about a second to Maloney, but Hines behind has also caught up about a second in that last lap, or about half a second in that last lap as well. So still plenty of movement going on around the track, but it does tend to be in this midfield, top of the ends there. It seems pretty stable.
Yeah, seems fine. Oh, and we have a weather change finally after 3 hours. Light rain in 30 minutes. So the lap times will likely get quicker now, and we might have a dry track within the next hour. Exciting.
That is wishful thinking, I think.
I mean, it's optimism.
It is optimistic. I like it. I love to see it.
Just depends on how hard Bender is doing his rain dance at the moment.
Right?
Well,
Just in the booth immediately the rain goes away.
it's absolutely typical. If I was racing in my team and I'd just gotten home from soccer not long ago, next stint put me in the car, they will start drying out, guaranteed. So,
Yep.
I don't mind it though. If it goes dry for a little bit and then it rains, perhaps not enough for a full stint, but drivers need to pit, make extra tyre stop or something, that'll really mix it up.
Yeah. Right. Seems to be like Bender is here not driving and causing rain, and I'm here not driving and causing my teammates to suffer in pain. So nice.
Well, I mean, you could argue that I make lots of people suffer by making it rain. I mean, some people don't seem to like it, but there's a lot more fans of rain than people really give credit for. There are a lot of quiet, sympathisers, people that enjoy it quiet,
Oh yeah.
Closet wet
I
bladders.
Yeah, I meant for them to suffer in pain because I seem to have commentator cursed them and they disconnected. So yeah.
Oh, that's
Fun
alright.
stuff.
Not even the worst commentator's curse I've seen.
Oh, by far not the worst I've done, but
Maloney going for a move here around the outside of Stowe. Has he got the
Manages to
drive
hold on. I
exit?
think he has, yeah.
Yeah, he's going to have the inside going into club, and Tafik's not really got a lot of options there. Tafik, hasn't got an answer for it out of the exit of the club there either. So onto the Hamilton straight they go. Maloney holding onto it, and it looks like another position in just a few laps for Maloney.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely on a charge there. Definitely got pace in that McLaren, and looking to make up some serious time at the moment.
well judged that was from Tom. Perfectly judged. What a confidence in the car too, which is, you like to see it.
Oh, and there is the 247 car. I think that's a back marker. Should be getting out of the way pretty soon here on the straight, and yes, it does.
Yeah,
That
the
is
Death
very
Racing
nice
entry.
pump.
Yes, it is. Yep.
Yeah, Tafik just closing in on Maloney, I think.
Ooh, Maloney making a mistake there,
has
though.
Maloney having a moment there, but has a little bit of a switchback there. Might get the position back.
Yeah,
Might.
he didn't get the exit out of Luffield and Woodcote there. So going straight back in. That didn't last long as we go back into Cox. Maloney's managed to gather that position back after a pretty big error there going into Luffield. A pretty easy mistake to make in the wet conditions, but has managed to correct it there. And Tafik maybe not getting the advantage they would have been hoping for there, but I think it's pretty clear that Maloney's got a bit more pace anyway, so probably better for Tafik to just fall behind.
Yeah, and right now I think it's a good time to go through the top 10. Obviously, Felipe Bakida is leading this race currently. Huge gap to 818. Zachary Smith. We have the Sonotis brothers and Samuel and the 191 the purple Alex car. 919 Lawrence and Mitch Hobbs, and who else was it? Yeah, nobody else in that car. Ethan Cale in the 555, Ben Hignett in the 600 in running P6. P7 would be Morella in the 717, also Alpha Venturi Racing. Kenneth Port is the second in the 52 car running in P8. Johnson in the 111, and rounding up the top 10 is Dreyer in the 70 McLaren, who is also leading the Pro-Am category.
Yeah, a reasonably consistent top 10 there as well. Has anyone been on board with Bakita to check if she's still running 0 TC in these wet conditions? I'm very curious.
I did check it. She's
too.
definitely not. Yeah.
She's running TC2. Yeah.
She's still only running TC2 though, so
Right.
yeah.
Yeah.
Only TC2.
Yeah.
Yeah. In the dry, she's definitely running TC0, but this might be a little bit too wet for her. Some moments there. But yeah, the 89 BS Competition Plus car is quite quick here.
A little bit wide there, that might be a track limit penalty.
Got me the undoing of anyone in the top 10 at this stage, isn't it?
Another corner. It's pretty easy to lose it in. Just get a report. Apparently, Bakita has had a spin during this race, so even the best of them are struggling a bit in the wet conditions. It catches out everybody. But
it was a spin coming out of maggots and buckets somewhere, if I remember correctly, which then handed over the lead to 818, who then forgot where the pit lane was. So gave the lead right back.
Yeah, a bit of a lucky break for the DS competition car there, but definitely earning their spot at the moment, almost 30 seconds ahead of Smith. Obviously taking that mistake into account, they're still quite clear of Sneckers, who has had a reasonably clean run, has just been doing consistent pace in the McLaren there. Interesting top 10 actually, just looking at it. McLaren's, Ferraris, but just that one Audi at the top, just showing everybody that it's clearly the superior car here at Silverstone. Nothing to do with the driver lineup at all.
Audi OP, when's the Ferrari bump? That's what I'll ask.
No.
Guessing the Ferrari goes well around Silverstone then.
It's not bad. The Ferrari and the McLaren are probably
Not the Ferrari.
neck and neck in the dry. And then the wet, I think the Ferrari's just got it.
Yeah,
It's just a bit easier to get the most out of it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. The stability of the Ferrari compared to the McLaren. Not that the McLaren's, particularly skaty or anything like that, but that extra stability you get with the Ferrari, and even the fact that it's got that little bit of turbo lag just makes it, a bit easier to manage your pace coming out of the exit corners, and it does sort of help a little bit with the Ferrari.
The old Aston cheat code turbo lag. Ferrari's important.
The track seems to be developing a bit of a dry line here. It's certainly visible and might cause some of the drivers to just take up a little bit of an offline bearing on the straights. But we're gonna have even less rain in 10 minutes. So hopefully we're gonna have a dry racing here.
It seems to be trending that way slowly, doesn't it?
Hopefully it's gonna be dry despite Bender's best efforts.
Don't say that, it won't be dry.
Yeah,
Good
we're
thing
just
I'm not driving.
looking at some of the top 10 drivers here, and you can see a fair few of them. We saw Bakita doing it a bit, and we have seen Lauritsen there, who is catching up to Senecas at the moment. They are kind of driving offline a little bit and seeking a bit of that water, maybe to cool those tires down as the track temperature goes up just a little bit, and that dry line, as you were saying, begins to form. It's always a dynamic thing. I think that's what I like about wet racing. It's always, even when it's entirely wet for the whole race, there's always a little bit of this dynamic to it, where you've got to be managing the conditions of the track just that little bit more than you do when it's nice, clean air, dry conditions.
Yeah, exactly, and it's oh my god, I cannot speak. I want to say it's certainly interesting how these drivers cope with the conditions, and it's never the same. Every lap is just different, so you have to kind of just adapt and overcome.
The rain was the only thing that made the 12-hour or 10-hour, whatever it was, endurance event that we did at Paul Ricard bearable.
That's very true. It would have been a much worse race had it just been a dry Paul Ricard.
Paul Ricard's a great track, you're all wrong.
It's great in the wet, yeah.
It's great in all conditions.
Great
Paul
in the
Ricard.
wet, terrible everything else.
Absolute goated track, Paul Ricard. Back me up here, chat. Come on.
Sure.
I know one supporter of my cause, but he's currently in the 115 car in P20 at the moment. Mr. Conboy is also a big fan of Paul Ricard, and he would be backing me up right now if he wasn't currently driving. And if he knew I was talking about it, he'd be typing while driving just to show his support of Paul Ricard. He loves it that much.
I'm sorry, but I gotta say, if somebody who likes Paul Ricard, I really hope nothing bad happens to them in this race.
Oh, thanks for that, Curse. Jeez.
Jesus.
Settle down. Buy me dinner first. Come on.
I had to do it.
We've got Lauritsen here continuing his charge forward onto the back of Senecas. Looks like their pace is roughly evenly matched at the moment, but I'd say Lauritsen's got a little bit of an edge at this current moment on Senecas. Just sort of chipping away at the 191 car there, though, and slowly gaining more and more time as the laps go on. Perhaps Senecas having a little bit more trouble with the conditions. If you've just maybe one click up on your pressures or one click down on your pressures, and the track conditions have changed to the extent they have over this stint, can really sort of offset the balance of the car and make it just tricky to get that maximum pace that you want out of it.
Yeah, I think a lot of people will soon be struggling with the pressures, considering the rain is falling less and less by the minute, so it's going to get to a point where I think just changing tires might be a good strategy, just to get the pressures correct.
Smoke is catching up to a blue flag car, which is all out of shape there on the edge of the club. Onto Hamilton now. Lawrence right on the diffuser of that McLaren. Big diffuser it is. Followed for a really good line all the way through Abbey there into the farm curves. See what his advantage is going into Village and then through the loop. See this is correct.
Yeah. Best way to get through the spray is to overtake, I've found, so be looking to get through there really quick.
Mate, that is some pro tips there.
Right?
Really good, yeah.
Just be faster. Yep.
Yeah, just drive faster. That is all you need to do to make your life easier on track. Just drive faster, and all your problems go away.
Yep.
But yeah, Lawrenson catching some serious time here on this lap, and it's that gap has reduced significantly over just that one lap. It's a big long lap here at Silverstone, but Lawrenson's taking away here.
A little bit at a time, but it's just a matter of time. I think they get past Cyprus. Because in the last few hours, we've seen that 919 is just marginally quicker than 818. So, yeah, we might have a battle in the coming hours with those two.
Got to get past Sneckus yet, and Sneckus is not going to make that an easy battle for them. But yes, they do hold the fastest lap. I believe that was Mitch Hobbs who set that lap earlier in the day. It was a 205, so really quick lap here in the wet. 205.3, yeah, so very fast lap there from Lawrenson. But as the track dries, we'll probably see that transfer over, maybe get into some 204s depending on how much drier it actually gets.
Possibly, and Zachary Smith has closed the gap to the leader by 2 seconds in the last 10 laps, it looks like. So, interesting things happening there as the number 10 car running in P11 has gotten a drive-through for track limits, I assume.
Pretty safe section.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for them, but it's a part of racing.
Pretty easy to do around here as well.
How dramatic would it be if some of the leading guys go drive through now? Not saying it's gonna happen, but you know.
I expect we'll see a couple. Yeah, I'm sure we'll see a couple because these guys at the front, especially, you know, you got a battle like you have here between Sneckus and Lawrenson where they're obviously pushing very hard at the moment. You know, Sneckus trying to defend and Lawrenson trying to look for an opportunity to overtake. They're going to be pushing the track limits as far as they possibly can to try and seize any advantage they possibly can get over the driver ahead or behind. And that's just a recipe for just going a little bit wide into one corner. You know, somewhere like Cops is easy to get yourself caught out. Or on, you know, on the exit of Hamilton straight from clubs, another place where if you push just that little hard, it's really easy to just ping one of your speed tokens off in those kind of conditions. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a track limit drive-through or two in that top 10 kind of make a difference.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, the drive-through around this track I think is than 20 seconds, so let's say a gap between the key and the Schmidt right now would be non-existent if they got in a drive-through. But of course that is all just hypothetically speaking.
Ooh, Jeff there.
Hopefully none of that will happen as we have some interesting backmarker shenanigans.
I think that's only
which actually
John
allows
there.
Lawrence to get side by side and make a move in
So
Great.
unfortunate there for Senecas, getting caught out by that, I don't know what Death was doing off the side of the track there, but it's just caught John out and, yeah, cost him, that's cost him a position there. It's very unfortunate, it's bad luck.
Yeah.
And, yeah, wrong place at the wrong
Could
time. So
say that.
everybody's,
Could almost say that almost caused that.
yeah, I definitely think that the sort of drop off there was because of that blue flag being sort of in the way and impeding, or just being a little bit unpredictable. I mean, we don't know the ins and outs of what happened to. I'm not sure if it's Sasha in the car, but whatever happened to that Death Racing car, it just it was in a place that caught John out, and that's the kind of thing that can happen, especially these long races like this. And it's unfortunate to lose a position that way, and it looks like Lawrenson's taking that advantage and running with it too. He's already put out a gap of half a second over the course of this lap, but let's just see how well Senecas can hang on here.
Yeah, certainly in the dry, the McLaren's a bit stronger than the Ferrari through this first sector. In the wet, it might equal out a little bit, although he does seem to have closed up a little bit here, so might still be ringing true. Not quite.
Yeah, pretty even match here in the wet. Yeah, with these wet conditions, these two cars seem to be reasonably evenly matched when the driver's skill is, obviously taken into account. I mean, we're seeing a lot of Ferraris up there in the top 10, but I mean, there are a lot of Ferraris in the entire field. As you see, Senecas has got a really good exit there. He's going on the outside. Can he do the switch? Oh no!
no.
I don't.
That was opportunistic, but
It was very opportunistic. Yeah, I'd say that's just a little clumsy from Senecas. I mean, he went for it. I don't think Lawrenson closed the door
the
too
gap
much
wasn't
there.
there.
Yeah, that's just a little clumsy there, I think, from Senecas. I mean, it could have worked. Lawrenson maybe could have given him more space, but he wasn't entitled to. So fair play on there. But yeah, unfortunately for Senecas there, a really good run coming down Vale.
Yeah, and we might see even less rain in 30 minutes. So, my prediction of it being dry might come true.
It'd be very interesting if it does go dry in the next sort of half an hour, because that's going to put a lot of strategies and different calls from all our teams.
Yep.
Just it's going to change everything. So it will be very interesting. Maybe the last 30 minutes will be a dry race, and then we'll see everybody going for a real last-minute sprint to the end. And it'll be very exciting, but we'll see how the weather turns. It's still light rain soon. Pretty good timing though, because a lot of the drivers will be kind of coming in for pit stops around this halfway mark of the race. Always interesting. That's why I like the wet. The changing conditions.
That's it.
It makes it dynamic.
The strategy is what makes endurance races as special as they are to me.
Yeah.
On that note, I might have to run off and help my team with strategy for this upcoming final run to the end. Thanks for having me in the commentary box, guys. It's been a pleasure, and I'll see you around.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks.
Yeah. It's also my cue to exit as well. So yeah, thanks everybody, and we will. I'll catch you guys a little bit later for the end of the race. Let's see if it's a dry one. Thanks, guys.
No worries, mate. Good luck. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with any stewards' investigations. That little on-track incident we saw a lap or two ago between 919 and the 191 car. No stewarding decisions. Hot topics of late.
Yeah, I mean, stewards are gonna do their job. I mean, honestly, it seemed like a racing incident, but I don't know. It was hard to tell from our view here.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter what we think. That's what the stewards think.
Exactly.
Of course, chat, I'm sure, will weigh in with their opinions as well.
Everybody has their own opinion, and yeah.
It looks like this is the closest battle on track. We cut to Van Higner, and the race server gives us a message we are halfway into the race, so still 3 hours to go now.
Three hours left in the race. We are halfway through, and we have Bakida in the lead. After whom is Schmidt, and I cannot read the rest of that. I think it's Lawrence and Sonic, it's Hignett, Kale, Morella, Portis, Johnson, and then Dreyer. So we have a little bit of a change in standings from how it was on the start. Still halfway to go, and a lot more action to come.
Yes, I'm not sure if I was the 555 car right now, I'd be wanting to pit. I would have been extending as long as I could given the weather forecast, but perhaps they were right on the timer for when they had to come in.
Yeah, maybe, but I think everybody would be pitting in about 10 to 20 minutes, depending on how out of order the pit stops were. So yeah, still a long way to go, and well, here we are riding with Tyson Rocks 222. Good for them. Ahead is the 276 Ferrari of Vauxhall, so that will be a fight for podium in amateur class, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, that looks like. So battle for 3rd and 4th in AM class. And that's just a lapped car behind them. That's not Moss, is it? Doesn't look like a Porsche directly behind these two. Might be the only Mercedes in this view, or at least the only one that we can see on the scoreboard at the moment. So the Mercedes, one of my favourite cars to drive, just feels a pretty solid car everywhere. Not necessarily spectacular at anything, but just a good all-round car to drive. As a Vauxhall gets a bit sideways through against Beckett's there, and Rob's goes on through up into P21. Pretty easy overtake in the end there. And just give a quick shout out to Craig Dale in chat on YouTube as well. That's not a big thanks to Glenn and everyone else behind the scenes for helping getting the session up and running today. Yeah, much love to everyone involved behind the scenes. You can't have these events without everyone in the background that make the magic happen. Yes.
Aha. Lovely. Just thought I'd keep the company for a bit.
Yep, no worries.
How's, yep. Did you bring any render facts for us today?
I do. I have some. I've done a bit of prep work. Let me
Excellent.
get them up for you. How's everything been going in the background for you today? Obviously, big day.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a stretch, but it's still learning the ropes. Baptism of fire and all that, you know. That's good. That's good. I enjoy doing it. And it had some great help from everybody around the traps as well, which is great. Makes life a lot easier.
Yeah, that's good that everyone pitches in. So, got a, I guess, water-themed one since we are in the rain at the moment. A horse, since we're dealing with cars and horsepower, a horse can produce a litre of sweat in 4 minutes. So there's today's first Bender fact, first of many.
Is that like in Saudi Arabia, or is it?
No, just in general. So if the horse is just galloping around in, I guess, normal,
Just do see thoroughbreds sweat up pretty profusely when they're racing. So
Yeah, excuse me. What have I walked into right now?
Charles, if you've never been on commentary before, or you haven't been around when I've been doing streams, things get wacky, and we all embrace it. We all love it. So just roll with it, mate.
Charles, it's called a Bender fact. Bender brings us these tidbits of information and wows us all with the randomness and the general idiocy of it all.
It's
No
a
offense.
great laugh at the time, but it's absolutely effing useless in real life. Unless you're doing pub quizzes, maybe that's my higher calling in life, perhaps.
Yeah, possibly.
Right. Interesting. Right. That's a lot more useless information than I would ever need, but sure.
Yeah, just tuck those pieces of information away, and you just never know. Bring them out at a family dinner sometime.
Oh yeah, sure.
And watch the faces of your relatives just stare in amazement at your amazing abilities.
Yeah, I would just get disowned immediately.
Or come along to the next endurance stream and there'll be a pop quiz.
Well.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, last time round I challenged Mr. Popsy to a fist fight, so we are original here in our life. Very original, but interesting facts. You got any more?
I do, but we can't go through them all right now. We gotta spread them out.
Yeah, we're gonna pace ourselves.
It's like when you go to the pub, you don't have 3 beers in 15 minutes. You've got to pace yourself.
I do.
Oh, maybe some people do, but
Chat gets too excited to fix it.
Oh, somebody's dying of cringe at the moment, but yeah, nice.
here we go. So I've just seen under the little server notification message, car 919 has been given a 10-second penalty for causing a collision. I assume that was for the incident we saw on track a while ago. I don't think there's been any incidents since then.
I would have to respectfully disagree with that one, because it really just seemed like Sonic is sent it into a gap that didn't exist, but yeah, unfortunate incident either way.
It's yeah, I don't know. So
A difficult one, really.
Yeah.
But, yeah, okay. So 919 walks away with a 10-second penalty with that, and the track is no longer classified as wet. Right now we have a damp track. It's going to get more dry in 10 minutes, and even more dry in 30 minutes. So, interesting things are happening here at Silverstone.
Everybody disliked that.
First of our league pack pulled a pin and go for prize.
Oh, well, certainly not right now.
No.
I'm not an expert, but it looks kind of wet. The gap between 818 and 89 has extended by another 3 seconds since the last time I looked at it. So, you know, it's something. And Lawrence does not seem to be catching 818 anymore. So that's unfortunate for them.
Stable, aren't they?
Yeah. If
Pretty waiting.
I would say so myself. Pretty boring, but don't tag me for that one.
I'm just waiting for the track to dry out and the next pit stops to come in. This is probably the worst time. Well, that's a bit of an ambitious move up the inside there.
Wow.
Got it done there.
That's something of a move.
Is that Hill on Cup? I think it was.
It's somebody. Who is that? Might be him. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just getting back to that. I think now would be the worst time to have to pit because of the stint time that you really want to try and eke it out another 10 or so minutes. Car through there.
Right now, by my calculations, which are very wonky, we should have our leader in the pits within the next 10 to 15 minutes. But yeah, in 10 minutes it's still gonna be raining, so I don't know, what do they want to do? What would you do in this situation?
Well, it's very different if you're leading the race compared to if you're down in 27th and you're just going to send it. I mean, if I was a bit down the pack and looking to maybe make up some positions, might take the gamble on slick tyres. If you're in the lead and it's still raining.
Oh, and it's in the pits.
Oh boy, here we go. We're going to find out right now.
That would be interesting. I would really love if we had a camera on that, just to see the type of tire that they are fitting on the car as Carpenter is having fun. Let's just leave him be. Let's go key that. And that's on a place. If we can get any closer. Just to look at the tires. An exciting moment. I think that's really being safe because you don't really know if it's gonna be dry after 30 minutes. So, you know, not to take the gamble with the smart option here.
Yeah, it's a hard call as well. We wanted to stretch it out another 10
Yeah,
minutes
exactly.
as possibly could to give ourselves some options.
Yeah, and well, the leaders are gonna be coming in the next 10 minutes or something like that, and they're gonna have to make a really difficult decision because you do not know currently what is gonna happen after 30 minutes, and perhaps if you go on the wet tires you are safe, but then somebody else who took the gamble will be able to just get past you when it's dry.
It's almost a good situation to be in. Or JP, you've made the decision, and you're stuck with it now. You're committed to it, so you can just absolutely send it and really push hard on the tyres. Whereas, you know, you might be able to make up a bit of time against those that are really trying to extend the stint, conserve the tyres, and hold out if it does get dry enough for slicks.
Yeah, exactly. And well, I think staying on the wets until it's just like really dry is the best option, because right now I do not see slicks working really.
Keeping a close eye on these leaders to see
who pulls the trigger into the pit lane. I think to keep in mind is JP Sanatis probably has the undercut already done for on the 919, because they have a 10-second penalty there. But things could happen, so you never know.
It'd be interesting to see what the lap times for Sonicus are on the fresh tyres compared to those Lawrence and Smith and that on the old tyres.
high 206s, low 207s.
Interesting. Considering we had quicker times earlier on in the race, I would expect it to get quicker now that it's only light rain, but I guess not. The tires might be a bit overpressured, so that's probably interfering with the lap time. The track is improving, but tires are just getting worse.
Yeah, it could be, as you said, old tyres, getting a bit worse in these conditions. Could be a bit of fuel saving as well, trying to really extend to 70 minutes if they were only planning 60-minute stints before.
Every car has enough fuel for 70, has a big enough fuel tank for 70 minutes, so I don't think that they would really be fuel saving, especially because it's wet, so you would be running less fuel. But I don't know, it's peculiar.
There we go, straight away. 2:05.7 best lap of the race for Sonicus, so
Yes, he's personally improving, but nobody yet to beat the 0.53 set by Oxy.
yeah, it is a bit like that. Although we did have, this is about a couple of years now, it's the GT4 British Mini Series when that came out, and it was the most un-British weather I've ever seen. 4 out of the 5 races were bright blue skies and sunny.
And the fifth one?
The fifth one rained briefly.
It's a typical British weather. You never know if it's gonna be rain or rain.
Well, there's one person that doesn't like the rain, and that's Kevin Peterson, former English cricketer. If anyone is familiar with him, he's having a bit of a whinge the last day or so about the Ashes, still going on about it.
Because of the rain.
Oh, good.
Yeah, he was, and the result. Upset that it was a 2-2 draw, said it was unacceptable. Going to play a 6th test, a 7th test to get a firm result, whatever. Better luck next time, champ.
Who is it that we're talking about?
What's that?
Who is it that we're talking about?
What are we talking about? Cricket.
Oh, right. Never watched a game of it ever. Nice.
Yeah, so in summary, for those that didn't watch or haven't watched cricket, yeah, it rained a lot, and England felt like they were aggrieved of getting a fair result, but they took the moral victory. But Australia still won the series overall, so lots of English unhappiness, which is, you love to see it.
Yeah. Interesting. Sports are certainly an interesting topic, so yeah, a lot of things happening, and certainly not a lot of things happening on track right now.
Pages pumped in another 2:05.8, so it's a second and a half. Gilligan's third and fourth, almost 3 seconds faster than Morello in P5. So if he keeps that up, he'll be bringing down. There's about a 11-second gap between 6th and 5th, but of course Morello has got a pit stop outstanding as well. So
I mean, everybody ahead has bits. Samicus is probably on a provisional P3 right now, I would say.
just back there the series, they have. Remember the old days? The old days, maybe showing my age here, but it used to be that you'd go, the Australians would go to England for 6 months, play every county side, and play 5 or 6 tests. Come home and have a big rest, and then play 6 tests during the Australian summer.
Yeah, I suppose they don't really do that anymore,
No, they
do
don't.
they? And
Zoom for one series, 2-1. They've got them pretty much packed back to back, so it's all very nice to say, yeah, let's play an extra test. It doesn't practically given the schedule these days right now.
no, that's right. That's just the national setup as well. You know, you go from playing England to, jetting off to India or West Indies or whatever, and then after that you got all the IPL and stuff like that, other T20 leagues and other formats that they all want to go off and make the big bucks in.
It used to be that Australia would play like 8 county games before the first test in England so that they would be, quote, acclimatised. They're expected now just to show up.
3-day warm-up game and then you're good to go.
Seeing any of these events yet?
Yeah, no, it's only been a couple of minutes since JT quit, so yeah. They seem to be out of sync with everybody, so I don't know what's up with that.
There's definitely more drivers hunting around for water on the straights though. Trying trying to keep the tyres cool.
Yeah, it certainly seems like it. And not too much happening right now.
He's finding difficulty with these tyres. These tyres rather slow, so
I meant to take note, we just had a couple of cars just outside the top 10 come to the pit, but I forgot who they were. Well, that'd be good to see what tyres they're going on to.
Well, one of them is 676, so we can just look at them, I guess. But I'm willing to bet they are still on wets, probably.
So on tyre watch.
tyre watch.
And they seem to still be on wets. Okay. Nobody's willing to take any risks here, which is fair to be honest. Still 30 minutes until it's dry, so and it's not even confirmed that it will be dry. In 30 minutes he just says it's going to be less wet. Yeah. So, yeah, seems just seems like it's raining. So you know, not much to say there.
And the difference now compared to 20 minutes ago is 20 minutes ago it was raining heavy enough that track wasn't drying out. Now it's raining light enough where we're seeing dry lines start to appear. This could be one of those ones where it changes very, very quickly. You put slicks on and looks like it's going great, and then you stick it in the fence, and then it's like, well, why did you do that?
Yeah. Something like that happened in F1 recently, I think. By recently, I mean like last year. I think some of the Mercedes. It was raining and it went to dry and everybody was on the wets, and this one guy decided, you know what, I'm going to dry, so then just stuck it in a wall. So, yeah.
Sounds like something George Russell would do.
Yeah, sometimes it's just better to not take the risks.
On the F1, I don't know if people have seen, but Charles Leclerc has reportedly agreed a new deal with Ferrari. It's going to make him the highest paid driver in F1. Well, it's contract extension.
Really?
Anyway, so he's going to be tied to Ferrari until the end of the 2026 season. And depending on performance-related clauses, he'll have options to either leave his contract or extend it for up to 3 years after that. So 27, 28 and 29 seasons, he will have options to stay with the team or pursue a different team if Ferrari, well, I was going to say if Ferrari doesn't get their act together, but I don't think Ferrari will ever get their act together, really.
Well, you know, miracles happen.
Making some moves behind the scenes, but they're showing a lot of faith in Charles, aren't they?
Yeah.
So are they saying that he's going to be
That's what the reports are saying. Nothing official has come out from the team yet. I mean, it's one of those things. I guess the price today is always cheaper than the price tomorrow, isn't it? So you sign him now compared to letting him see out next year, which is the last year under his current deal. He's going to want potentially more money then. So, and you think, well, Mercedes and Red Bull were supposedly, you know, having informal talks with him. So I guess Leclerc's negotiating from a position of strength.
Certainly interesting, but yeah. It's not like Ferrari really has any better options, to be honest.
No, I'm just wondering what kind of message that sends to Carlos Sainz too. You know, they're like, well, he's been asking for a new contract at the start of the year, really. Like, no, we're not interested. And then now they give all this money to Leclerc.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's interesting.
It's about this time of year the silly season starts, doesn't it? After the summer break.
Yeah, it does.
All the talk of who's going to go where.
And after the pit stops, 919 has fallen behind Sonicus, so... Oh, it has fallen behind 20 seconds. Wow. That's a lot.
Yeah, so 10 seconds, that would have been the penalty to the pits, and then the rest of that would have just been new tyres for Sonicus compared to old tyres, I reckon.
Yeah, and the penalty that 919 had. Yeah. Wow, 20 seconds. A lot of work to do there for the Schwabs. Surprisingly, not a lot of time.
Yeah, very consistent. Haven't seen
Then how do I say it? You just cursed them.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. But you've got
Oh well.
they've not been challenged and they've not really been challenging.
Yeah. I'm just waiting for them to spin somewhere just as you say that.
I'll take the camera off for you.
You better. It seems to be stable there, so, you know, doing well.
What's the gap from Aussie to PH? See the next sector.
Yeah. Still 20 seconds. No, Smith is going into the pit line, so you're gonna probably come out in P2, and well, not too much action happening really. Track has though gotten 1 degree hotter than it was before, so might be a sign of dry weather coming soon, but not in the next 30 minutes. Yeah, I'm just fixated on those now.
That's right, maybe it'll get dry for maybe the last 15 minutes of the race. And then you got really interesting decisions for you to make. You know, do I pit or do I buff it out on wet tyres for the last 10 to 15 minutes? 6 hours of Silverstone drift. If you are in the chat on YouTube, let us know if your team is on dry tyres. There's quite a few of you watching, but no one's typing anything.
Yeah. Let us know if you're on dry tyres, so we can more than likely commentate accuracy. Or, you know, just so we can watch you spin and laugh, you know. Just kidding, we won't do that, except we probably will. You did what?
I saw what I thought was the number 70, but it was actually car 10.
Oh,
I
alright.
do need new glasses.
Yeah. Man is getting old.
Prime should have gone to Specsavers moment. So it looks like good stop there for Sonicus, the 191 car. It was quite effective. Okay, that was quite a while ago now, but gap to the 818 car is 2 seconds.
How did that happen?
Well, they're trying to extend the stint, old tyres compared to the 191 car that's gone for a while.
Guess the difference is just that big, I guess. And as you see, Rich Hobbs just closing in a couple of tenths on Sonicus, but still the gap is, well, massive. So, yeah.
Got another one? Alright, so in 1965, there were 6 Tongan schoolboys who were stranded on a remote island in the middle of the Pacific. It didn't end like the Lord of the Flies, if everyone is aware of that situation. They actually worked together and they were hunting seabirds, planting seeds that were in seabird poo, and they kept each other safe. And they were rescued 15 months later, and they were all still alive and relatively healthy.
So they survived on them.
Yes.
Right. Interesting.
It's the same level, wasn't there? Like tropical islands and all that.
Yeah.
There's a limit.
Yeah, I think you'd get sick of being with the same people for 15 months without a break. But 6 people, I reckon, is a good number, right? If it's just you and one other person, you get really tired. But 6 people, there's a little bit of variety, you know, and there's not too many that have to really start managing everything and having, like, I don't know, like a social structure, if you like, you know, who's going to be the leader of the group or who's going to be the decision maker or what have you. There's 6 people is like a nice number. I reckon anything like less than 10 is a good number personally. Not that I'm an expert in surviving on an island, you know, but
I'm sure they didn't start off with 10, that was 6.
well, maybe.
I'm definitely not emotionally scarred now. Yeah. Thanks for that one.
Well, seeds from bird
Well, look, you got the birds, you got the seeds to grow into some stuff. Eat the seeds. You can try and catch some fish, but good luck. It's actually a really common way. I forget what it's called, but there's some type of invasive ivy plant on the east coast of Australia, and it was brought from Western Australia, and it was brought by migratory birds. They would eat the seeds off this like ivy that strangles trees to death.
Yep.
And then as they migrated east, they would obviously, poop out the seeds, and that's how the ivy ended up on the east coast of Australia as well, when it was initially only native to the west coast of Australia.
May I ask something?
Yes.
Why do you know this?
Look, I know lots of random things. No, I spend
What's the
a
parents?
decent amount of time bushwalking outdoors. Being a school teacher, it's good to know random stuff about where you are, so you can point out to the kids, "Hey, look, this is that," and then you can tell them something about it. And they go, "Oh, really?" And then they think, "Wow, you know, he knows everything." It's great.
Oh, I did not know you were a school teacher. Okay. What do you teach?
Yeah, so I teach PE mostly.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So I get to go on all the camps and stuff like that because
Oh,
English teachers and maths teachers don't want to
Hold
go on camps. You know,
Yeah.
they get
Hold
to their
on.
little classrooms and whiteboards and everything.
Yeah. Hold on. Dry in 30.
Wow, that's disappointing.
Well, okay. Well, dry in 30, so you know.
There'll be a lot of people that would argue with that.
Oh, people would always argue with me about anything.
Interesting.
Even migratory habits of birds and seeds from one side of Australia to the other.
You're getting a well-balanced diet of information here today.
I will go and see my 14-year-old who's into all sorts of vintage things these things. I have you to thank for it. The problem is that I don't think I've got the capacity to keep up. I think
All right.
we'll give a rundown of today's facts, and I'll have to wait a month for the next enduro.
That's all right. You can build them up over time and then give her a quiz, see how much she remembers.
Right.
Hurley's opened this gap up a bit in the last 3 or 4 laps from what was about 2.2 seconds to 4.7. So
He's fresh tyres.
just seeing something go.
Yeah, and Loverink disconnected.
That's very sad. F in chat for Kenneth and Skylar there. Okay, so the disconnects. Particularly for guys that are from the US, you know, staying up late, making the extra effort.
Yeah.
They're doing so well
Fortune.
too. They Kenneth and Skylar running about 7th or 8th.
Yeah. And well, unfortunate.
A little bit dicey. I don't know who that was, but
Just a little bit of background for traffic. Nothing to worry about. Yeah, so now I think it's just gonna be a sprint here until it becomes dry, and then everybody's just gonna go jumping into this. And here we have a replay of number 10. It's in Luffield.
Oh, that's on the curb and that is into the wall. Oh, yikes. Right, it's a big one. Yeah, not too bad on the region.
I suppose it's a good place to crash, isn't it? Right in front of the pit lane. I mean, not that they hit it, but if you do crash in front of the pit lane, it's only a short drive to go to get the damage fixed.
Yeah. The ultimate strategy for me then.
The benefit of Page's tyres from that early stint seems to have gap's narrowed up to almost 7 seconds.
Yeah, and Hobbs does not seem to have any pace anymore. Dropped about 2 seconds from when he came out of the pits. That's unfortunate, but yeah, but we do have a yeah. I was about to point it out, but yeah. Oh, good. Yeah, we seem to have spotted that at the exact same time, so, you know, well done to you. Either way, we're gonna have faster laps, well, hopefully in the dry.
You would hope so.
Well, yeah, you would. Otherwise, it wouldn't be that great, really. But, yeah. Despite having the fastest lap, Huracan is only dropping back from the Kira. Oh, I mean O'Hara now. Yeah.
Just thought we'd take a class drive.
Yeah. Another. And orange. No, orange is in the Porsche.
Oh, that is not how you let blue flag driver through either. That is unfortunate, costing them the position there against Wedderburn.
Yep, and it allows somebody there to catch up. And correct me if I'm wrong, but somewhere in the background we should see Scani in the Audi. Yeah, 8 seconds back.
Yeah, coming on the straight now. A few blue flags between Carson and Scani.
Yeah, and wow, that's a lot of traffic there. Behind the 778.
Yeah, plus 17 positions. You'll have to see it. see.
Let's go.
So-
Yeah, lots of ground made up there for those two, and number 17 spinning in maggots and buckets.
Saw Mark Bushell with only one car pick up a 5-second penalty as well. So there's a few incidents happening on track recently. You guys with penalties next Saturday.
Well, yeah, there you go. Hopefully no damage.
Right, still in P7. That's a great showing so far.
Just hunting for things.
So I think we're just waiting for the weather to update at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the only exciting part of the race right now. And there we have the replay of 555 having fun. Oh, that was very close. Oh, and Lovering has reconnected. I just noticed that. They're in P32 and have the fastest lap.
It's great they're able to get back in and keen to keep going. Love to see that. Very easy to just say, oh well, you know, race is over now, disconnected, but to have back out there.
Yeah, and also Alliance Pro is back on. I thought they quit, but they didn't. They are just, well, lost, but they managed to reconnect. Oh. Nah. Just a little bit of a curse here and there.
Just embrace it.
Exactly.
So I was starting to say that B25 was the Car 20 snow class, starting off third. So again, for Shakers, it's
I must have missed that. The silver class, is that between Pro-Am and Am, or?
I'll leave the explanation of that up to Mo. So I didn't really know about it until 15 minutes before the race today.
Oh, nice. Yeah. So that's why we were a bit off schedule.
Alright, there we go.
960 drive-through for track limits, I assume. Yeah, we had, I think, one earlier on that was by race control, but nothing more than that. Yeah. It was on last lap 2 or something like that, the drive-through. I don't know. Not sure anymore. Is it? No.
Well, here we go. I mean, I wonder if, because when you disconnect and you reconnect, oh, that's a little bit of a punt there on the back. That's
Whoa.
not good.
That's
You can change your setup, can't you?
yeah, you can.
Yeah, so I wonder if perhaps Skylar, and it looks like it's going to be drying. It's just put on a bit of a racier setup that's better suited to dry conditions.
Yeah, well, holy!
Yeah,
Yo, wow. Wow.
Maybe we don't watch this. Maybe we watch someone else. I don't know.
Well, let's just move on. We're gonna ignore we saw any of that. Wow, that's... Wow. Some aggressive overtaking. Yeah. If I can even call that overtaking, Jesus. Man, yeah, still got like 5 to 10 minutes until it's dry, so yeah.
It's like people have been searching for water for the last 40 minutes.
Well, yeah. Yeah, so people should be in the pits in about, I would say, 30 minutes. Yeah, should be about 30 minutes, I think.
But we're almost at the point where it'll be time for Sonicus to pit again, and then we can see what tyres he puts on.
Oh yeah. So what? We'll be putting them 20 minutes? Because he always pits earlier than everybody else.
Maybe 20 minutes. Yeah, something like this.
Yeah, maybe. But then if not mistaken, he should join in the commentary booth.
I don't know if it's been brought up at any point today, but one of the favourite things we do. Hang on, what's that? Car 52 drive-through penalty for causing a collision. I assume that's Skylar.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
So one of the favourite things we do is we talk about liveries. Charles, I don't know if you spoke about this earlier today, but do you have a favourite livery from what we've seen so far?
Now, I don't know the number of the car, but I know it was a BMW, might be 199, if we can take a look. I could confirm. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's the one.
Kovacs Twisties.
Yeah. That's my favorite livery right there.
Yes, let's zoom in on that one, please.
I might be influenced by the fact I did not eat today, but yeah. Clearly the best livery out there.
Speaking of like, here's something random. I had coaching some girls soccer in the week, and they were playing a game, and at half time, that's pretty straight with our twisties, yeah. At half time, they were watching food TikToks on their phones because they were hungry.
Oh, wait, what?
So at half time, they were watching like TikTok videos of food on their phone. Because they were hungry. Because apparently they said that was helping them. And I was like, wouldn't that make you more hungry?
That only makes me more hungry, but yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. It seemed to work. They ended up winning, so I thought that was amusing. What's that phone call thing on the side there? It's next to the fuel cap.
Yeah, it just says the fuel there. And what's that phone there? I just noticed that. Your mom.
Yes. Hold on, boys. Hold on. Your mum's calling.
Oh, wow. Yeah, nice. Alright. Yeah. Well played.
Well played. I do like those things. It's quite amusing.
Oh yeah. But, yeah, what's your favorite livery then?
Hard to say. I mean, I've only really, well, I was going to say I haven't been here that long. It's been an hour and a bit now, but...
Which one do you like the most, huh?
I feel like I haven't really seen that many of them. We've been looking at the same, I don't know, 10 or so cars, it feels like.
Well, you got a point there.
No, this one wins. Anything with a Castrol themed livery, just 10 out of 10 for me.
Yeah, quite good.
And it was on the old was like Gran Turismo 3. It was the Toyota Celica rally car with the Castrol livery. I'd just drive that forever and ever. It was the coolest thing as a kid.
Yeah. Also, Jesus, you're old. Oh, and well, Skylar Ludwig has been disqualified.
So that's for not serving the drive-through.
I would assume so. No. Ah. That's unfortunate. Anyhow, yeah. You're quite old if you played like Gran Turismo back in what year is it in that? Jesus. It's like
I've
90.
been gaming since I was a little kid.
When was that?
90s kid. That's when I grew up.
Ah, right, okay. It's safe to say I'm really youngest here.
Oh, yeah.
That one is also good. I gotta love it.
Maybe Chris Murphy just knew. He just knew it was going to rain.
Maybe. Maybe. And, well, Lavrid has his penalty removed. Interestingly enough.
I don't think that can disqualify you. I think once that happens, it's done.
Well, it said penalties cleared by race control. So, I don't know. Are they still going or are they gone now? They are gone? What? What? That's some interesting things. That's very interesting. Because when I didn't serve it, I just got disqualified and no second chances. But, alright. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. But, okay, well, good to know that they are going again, but interesting things happening there. Well, let's see this. Red Rebel Racing. Oh, that's a nice one. Quite simple but nice.
Yeah, sometimes that's the best way, isn't it? Having a simple pattern. You're using a couple of, maybe 2 or 3 colours, and it looks really good, I think. Some people, I'm sure, do it intentionally. They just put as many different colours on there as they can, and yeah, it kind of just loses its effect. Really, everything gets lost.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I just like it simple. I don't know if you see in Alliance's Suzuka livery, but that was like the best thing ever. So I decided to borrow it for myself, and now I'm running it on my Ferrari in another league. Well, this is something.
look at that.
Is that 919 in the pits? Somebody has gone in the pits from the top guys, I think. Or am I just seeing things now? Yeah, that's 919. Do they switch to the dry tires? Let's see.
Yeah, it's an early stop for them. Maybe they are.
Yeah, maybe.
Dry tyres.
And right now it stops raining. So it's no longer raining and 919 is in the pits. Let's see. Yeah, they are in there for a long time. And goes
it's
on
dry
the dry
tyres.
tires. Dry tires for and it's still Mitch Hobbs in the
Pit exit is still very much a wet tyre territory. This is the initial lap.
And now Madison. I mean, I think it's obvious. It's dry. It's dry tires, surely.
So do we still get that message from the server that says, you know, slick tyres optimum or wet tyres optimum?
I think that only... Yeah, you do get that, but I think it's only for the drivers. I don't think it happens if you're spectating.
Okay.
Yeah. So right now it's obviously not slick tires optimum, but it's gonna be like that very, very soon. As for the next hour or so, it's gonna be dry, and Connor Hind is having fun. Wow. Whoa. Oh, something is lagging. Whoa. It's Liam Hamilton there. Let us go on board with Bakita. No, staying out. Oh, it's O'Hara, sorry. They are staying out. Interesting. What do you think? Is that a good call? Whoa. There's still a lot to go there.
So this could very much turn into who can push it to the limits, but not stick it in the fence in the next 10 to 15 minutes while the track's still ramping up.
Yeah. And Kulihan still out on the wet tires, as well as everybody in the top 3 and okay. Oh, and that's a pit entry and a half. And there goes Scani on the drives. Steven Ty also on the drives, of course. Let's see the pit exit. Ah, surprisingly stable. Right now, if I'm not mistaken, only the top 2 or 3 have to pit. So let's see. Does O'Hara pit now? Yep, into the pit lane for dry tires, nice. So I assume Sonicus would be following. They're on the wings.
The last lap was a 2:10, so definitely reached the crossover point.
Maybe have a moment or two there. Yeah, those tires are now dead. And now it's greasy, so no longer damp or wet. And it really does look dry on there. Only water I see is way off track. Yep, Sonicus goes into the pits. That should be everyone, I think. Oh, and somebody took the pit board with them.
There's always someone. One of the first things to get hit, I reckon.
Somebody's internet is having fun. Oh, okay. I don't know, it's either yours or the server is having a moment. Yeah. Okay, so 8. Yeah.
Yeah,
So it's gonna be a stop in probably the last 15 minutes or so. So last 15 minutes we're gonna see, I would say, just qualifying laps really. Gonna be exciting.
Obviously interesting to see if anyone split it up a bit differently and goes maybe 2 45-minute stints rather than one 60, 65 and then one 30-minute stint.
Well, it's possible. It might be a benefit to it because you would overall be quicker, but yeah, I don't know. Gonna have to wait and see. Or maybe now, on this pit stop, maybe if you fueled up for only like 40 minutes, you would then go until it runs out and yeah, maybe you would get the undercut on everybody else who's pitting. I don't know. It's a real strategy battle now, and Hooligan has the fastest lap of the race. So it's getting quicker. Those are the two Audis on track, one behind another, and that is somebody having fun off the track. No, who is that? 719? Maybe?
That's the last thing you want to do now is go off track. You go on the wet, damp grass or painted AstroTurf or green areas. They will still be very cold, very wet, and very slippery.
Oh, what's that drive-through for? Track limit? Oh, wow. That's tragic. They would have been P3, but now... Yeah, that's unlikely.
Speaking of
And
the
somebody in the
Monaco-
loop has looped it around. I'm not sure who.
Speaking of the Sonicus brothers, we can welcome JP to the commentary box. Thanks for joining us, mate. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. I was better about 3 minutes ago when we didn't have a drive-through. But yeah, Shady had a bit of a moment through Maggots and Beckett's and completely off track, losing 2 seconds and got the drive-through. So not an ideal one, but you know, got to deal with it and see where we can go. It's probably gonna drop the car to maybe P5. So we'll see how much we lose.
Yeah, that's always quite unfortunate when you go off track and then do the right thing, slowing down, and the game still says, "Nah, here you go, have this anyway." It's always very tough to take. How's your race been going so far? We've seen you battling near the sharp end.
Yeah, it's been good fun. The conditions have been fun, and last stint was sort of drying out constantly throughout the stint. Tires were dead by the end of that stint, so it was quite tricky, losing a lot of time on track with that. But it's been fun. I mean, we've the 818 and the 919 car have had their incidents and a drive-through and a penalty here and there, so that's sort of kept us in it a little bit. But yeah, I think this drive-through is potentially going to take us out of that hunt for the podium at the very least.
Yeah, so you mentioned it was drying out there. How quickly has it really changed from wets to slicks? It looks like it's just happened in the last few minutes, but at the same time, we could see people trying to cool their tyres for about 40 minutes, it felt like.
Yeah, the track went damp ages ago, like quite a long time ago. Even when it was still raining, the track already went damp. So with the lighter rain, obviously there wasn't really enough moisture to really cover the track. But it took a long time on damp, and then it dropped to greasy about just the lap that we went into the pits, and well, currently still greasy. So yeah, maybe another lap or so, and we should see a green or maybe a fast track, depending on how the track evolves. I think there's so many cars lapping that it's just helping the track sort of dry off a little bit quicker.
Yeah, it looks like it should pick up pretty quickly now that I think everyone on slicks now. We saw a whole stampede last lap of people going into the pits. A couple of people came in the lap before that as well, trying to get it going. Lots of traffic though. Everything seems to have just clumped up with the pit stops a bit. There's lots of cars all together.
Somebody has taken out the pit board as well, so that's not helping on the pit entry. I very nearly got a drive through on that last entry there. So you see Shady has dived into the pit lane to serve that final pit stop. 600 cars coming around the final corner. It looks as though 199 will stay ahead, but the gap won't be particularly big. Oh, weird server thing going on there for a sec.
It's like a bit of lag issues there. Jeez. I have to really commentate on this and you don't really know
what lag issues do you mean? That's yeah, luckily it doesn't look like that from the onboard, otherwise that would have been a bit of a tricky situation to handle there. But yeah, we can see 199 has served the drive-through, taking them off the podium, but they have how big is that gap? 4.8 seconds there to Bowen right behind in that 600 car. So yeah, battle for P4 is well and truly still on. It's good to see that the Convoy and Scani still leading the AM class there. How big is the gap to Carson? No, Carson and them are a lap down on them, so that's a good situation for Convoy and them to be in.
Yeah, the gap seems to be quite large there, but yeah, and they're doing well, so hopefully it stays that way in before I first one.
I was honestly expecting the track to dry off a lot quicker than this in terms of going fast or green, but it's actually staying greasy for quite a few laps here, which is not ideal when you're switching on to those slick tires. It'll cause a lot of graining and not exactly what you want to be dealing with, but with the way the stints have worked out, I think most people will be running like 2 shorter stints towards the end of the race. So hopefully that graining won't be too much of an impact.
Yeah, we were just speculating on that before, whether people would have fueled up for another 60-odd minute stint and then have 30 minutes left at the end, or perhaps split it up into 2 45-minute stints. But it sounds like that's what you were leaning to, and you think others are doing.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure. Oh, that's a big old send from the Ferrari there, and that is a lapped car, I think. So yeah, that is the deaf car, appropriately named. Just to avoid the contact there. And now Scani and them, or Convoy, are right on the back of Austin Carpenter. Technically not in the same class, but that doesn't mean that he is not going to be pushing for an overtake.
Certainly any position you can get is satisfactory, so you're definitely gonna wanna get some progress there and put some cars in between yourself and the P2 guy in the pass. Convoy certainly will want to get past, but Carpenter seems to be getting past Maloney here, and Convoy makes it 3 wide but has to back out. Wow.
Let's go. Well, to see the potential contact there, and wiggles out of it. Luckily, no contact there with Convoy. That was pretty optimistic from JC there, but nobody made contact, and yeah, everybody lives to fight on. But this is a big old group developing here. 3 cars fighting for position, and they have another car right behind them who's not currently for position, but with them slowing each other down, he's right in this little group.
Yep, and well, Maloney giving his best to defend from Carpenter, as Carpenter is trying to make a move, and Convoy is just waiting for an opportunity to get past, and makes it 3 wide again, but also has to back out.
I think Convoy has the pace here to get past these guys. He just has to be a little bit patient and try and force anything to happen now. Let them fight it out and then just pick up the spoils from whatever happens ahead of you.
Yeah.
So Bender, are you guys not racing this race?
Yeah, not racing this race. So for me, I've only had internet again for the last week and a half after about 5-6 weeks without it. A couple of the guys I normally race with, Raj is helping out in the steward's box. Suma, he has a couple of stuff on. So yeah, we didn't really have a team this round, unfortunately. It would have been nice to be out there, but hopefully we should be back to the next one.
I mean, it was 4 hours of rain, so that's pretty much your perfect date, I think, really, isn't it?
That's my element right there. And as I said before when I joined the stream a couple of hours ago, if I'm not racing, you guys should know it's guaranteed to rain because the game just spites me like that.
The track has gone optimum immediately from greasy, so we just completely skipped green and fast. So I think we'll see the lap times sort of start to tumble a little bit in the next couple of laps as well. Maybe start getting down towards those, maybe 58s, 59, somewhere around there, depending on how well the tyres are holding on for the drivers.
Should be interesting to see who's gonna hold the fastest lap and how the drivers just cope with the track changing.
It always amuses me how it goes from damn greasy and then optimum. It doesn't go like fast or anything in between.
Evolution, it's no evolution, it's just sort of learning to swim, okay, now we run. There's no in between crawling, walking. It just sort of gets there immediately. But I don't think the drivers will be complaining too much about that. You feel a lot better on optimum track than a green or a fast one. So.
Oh, and that's a moment for Jamie Conboy there. Unsure if that was lag or the car got moved, but yeah.
Yeah, the strange thing is I saw in the YouTube chat Matt Bell saying that, oh, is that a drift or is that
going on
lag?
here? Oh, this has to be lag, right?
I hope so, otherwise that was a mighty impressive drift.
Yeah.
The weird thing is looking on my own stream and on my own screen, there's no visible lag between the cars that are driving, so I'm not sure why it's quite so visible on the broadcast stream.
Yeah, it might just be Glenn's internet, as he said earlier, but yeah, we'll just deal with it. I'm really interested if that was lag or if that was just a convoy flexing on us.
Just saw 191 car getting very much pushed off the track basically by the 422 there, so the blue flag getting involved in it shouldn't be.
We are having fun. Oh, right.
Just because it's built on an airfield doesn't mean JC is allowed to fly around, really.
I mean, you know, it's a race car, so you can just about do whatever you want with it. Could say that it's a very low downforce setup.
Yeah, so I guess you could look at it that way, but he's still trying to put the pressure on Carpenter just ahead of you.
Right, so we have confirmed that it is the server issues, apparently.
Hopefully the server holds it together. We don't want to see any disconnects, with over an hour to go.
Yeah, that's the weird thing. It's like I said, it's like based on what I can see on my stream and when I was driving as well. There's no visible lag from the cockpit that I could see. So yeah, hopefully it's the same for other drivers. I'm not sure, and hopefully that would mean that we don't see a red flag. But we have completed 75% of the race, correct? So it should be a completed race if it gets red flags, I guess.
Hopefully the server stays alive and the racing keeps on going.
Yeah, speaking of racing, Convoy still trying to get back onto the tail end of that McLaren of Carpenter ahead, and I'm really pressuring Carpenter at the moment, but it's not a big gap at the moment, so he just needs a couple of strong laps and he'll be back on him and trying to get an overtake done. I'm very surprised by Maloney's pace. He got overtaken by these guys quite easily and has dropped 9 seconds behind. He was absolutely flying in the wet earlier. So I'm not sure if they maybe got their tire pressures completely wrong or what the case is, but yeah, he seems to be really struggling in this phase of the race at the moment. There, another 2 seconds just in that previous sort of stint there.
Yeah, very unfortunate for them. Obviously, might just be the car being set up in a way that it favors wet weather, or might just be the tires or the driver. You don't know. So yeah.
Well, I know Tom, and I know he's very fast. So I'm wondering if it's just maybe the tires that is the issue. But anyway.
Well, something is the issue, but yeah.
Yeah, so far, so top 10 seems sort of pretty settled, really, at the moment. Nobody really rushing. Good job by Connor Hine, by the way. I mean, I can't remember where they started. I think they started in the low 30s, the 200 car. correct me if I'm wrong, but I know they didn't start anywhere near the top 10, so great job by them to recover all the way up to P10 as well.
I think we discussed them earlier. I think we said 31st.
Yeah, good sounds about right. But I know Hind was one of the top 10 individual drivers, but as a team, obviously he's driving with a couple of AM drivers as well, so that pulled them down the grid a little bit.
Yeah.
But that's a pretty solid recovery, and also a good sort of example of showing that the starting position isn't the be-all and end-all. Of course, it helps starting further up the field, but getting that far up from P31. The last time we had a 6 hour here, myself and John started in P16 and we managed to get the win done. So, you know, it's possible from further down the grid, so don't be too discouraged by a poor qualifying.
Starting 31st just makes it harder to win it on lap 1, you know?
Yeah, makes it a little bit, puts a little bit more of a target on your back in turn 1, unfortunately. The server does seem to be a little more stable now. Shady Samuel here seems to have picked up the pace a little bit. That gap to Bowen has grown a couple of seconds over the last few laps. Madison slowly but surely chipping away at Bowen ahead of him as well, getting ever so slightly closer, a couple of tenths a lap. And then Ethan Kale behind him. That gap staying fairly stable at the moment, and then Luke Johnson quite a distance behind that. So yeah, like I said, top 10 seems a bit sort of settled, but Pro-Ams are all in a little gaggle on the leaderboard there. 6 or 7 of them in a row, and then the AMs, obviously Convoy a lap ahead of anybody else, but these guys are your lead AM drivers. I know Moyin Tafik and them were leading Pro-Am earlier, and apparently he tried to double stint his tires and popped the tire. So, Connor Hind with a big old moment there in turn 1. But for those of you who aren't necessarily race car drivers, when a tire pops, that is not considered ideal in terms of peak performance. So,
Now, you mentioned before about Shady, your teammate. Surely people call him Slim Shady, right? But it's a start before. Your teammate Shady Samuel. Surely people call him Slim Shady, right? After the Eminem rap song.
Well, yeah. Well, earlier when we were coming into the TeamSpeak, somebody came in and both me and John just said, "You're not the real Slim Shady." So the jokes do happen. I think they have to. It's pretty much compulsory. Yeah, we are still on board here with the Tassie Turbo Chooks. So I didn't know they made turbo chickens in Australia, but you learn something new every day. Connor Hind here is absolutely flying. He was behind us a little bit earlier on track and he was just motoring. So really getting the most out of that Ferrari. He does love this new Ferrari. I also quite enjoy the new Ferrari, but we chose the McLaren for today. But he has been absolutely flying since he started driving this new Ferrari.
Page they're Tassie chooks, so you know anything that comes out of Tassie is a bit of a worry.
That's the mythical island off the bottom of Australia, if anyone's wondering. Some say it doesn't really exist. Can't be found on maps, you know.
So it's like Finland.
Yeah. What we need right about now is just another sprinkling of light rain to come over the track again.
Yeah, seeing as John is doing the last stint, I'm not gonna. I don't think he'll be agreeing with that. I think he wants a bit of dry running as well. But yeah, that would certainly spice things up if we can get some rain in the last hour here. We're getting towards that sort of window where people could potentially be stopping for their final stop in the next 5 or 6 minutes, but I don't think we'll see too many people pit early. I think most people will run it to about maybe an hour or 50 minutes or so.
Yeah, we might have some late pit stop. I anticipated actually even after the 30-minute mark, but now that I think about it, it's quite unlikely that technically the stints would allow for that. So, yeah. But exciting to have some dry racing finally.
Yeah, no, it's definitely. I mean, I do love racing in the rain, but you don't want to take that much curb there, JC. Maybe a warning there. Glenn, is this the FOV that you drive with? This is unless you have triples, which in that case okay fine, but this FOV feels really weird.
It feels weird to me, but you know, bonnet cam user here.
Yeah, well, same. I won't go bonnet cam, but...
Oh god, I'm in here with psychopaths. Jesus.
Well, bonnet cam
Yeah,
is best cam, so...
I just use dash cam. Though to be fair, I call you a psychopath for using bonnet cam. I don't know what you will call me for using a keyboard drive. So.
Chad.
You need to leave.
You're not welcome here anymore. Your type is not welcome here.
Yeah, neither is yours, but here we are. What?
Surely impossible.
I mean, I've done it. You've seen me drive.
My question is, if you're doing an enduro, do you need to change the setup? Like if one of your teammates is using a wheel and you're using the steering wheel, is there adjustments needed to be made to compromise for the steering? No? Okay.
No, I can just use whatever setup they are using really. You know, it's fine. It doesn't really make a lot of a difference. It's just that you don't get the force feedback because, well, it's a keyboard and a mouse, so yeah, that will be quite difficult. So, you know, you just have less precision with everything, you know?
I mean, I am...
the wind-up. Surely this is just a joke, like, you know, oh yeah, I play on a Guitar Hero drum kit, you know, like that type of thing. This isn't real, is it?
Wait, what?
No, I've seen... Oh, that looks like a flat tire. Is it?
Yeah.
No?
It looks like a puncture on the rear lamp. Yeah, it is. It is a puncture. What happened there?
I think they got a puncture.
Yeah, they do. If we can ride on board, we probably hear the sound of it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You can see it lock up there, yeah.
Oh yeah. What?
Oh no!
Oh god. What is going on?
Not ideal. Oh, that's a boy as well. Jeepers, okay.
Jesus, that's terrible. Wow, those are my teammates. What has happened there? How did that even happen?
I know you can get pressure loss at sort of maggots and beckets quite easily, but getting a puncture takes... Don't cut too much, you'll get a drive through as well.
Okay, good. Stay on the inside. Yeah, okay, and into the pits. Wow.
Don't bin it coming into the pits.
Well, that's at least well done for making it to the pit. That's a weird one. I wonder what happened. How did it come to a puncture? I was probably under pressure, like a ton. More people.
almost contact in the pit entry there. That was a brave entry by the 400 car there behind.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was your previous Pro-Am leaders a couple of hours ago, and then they had also a puncture, so...
Oh, really?
Although they
Wow.
double stinted their tires, so that may have had an effect, but yeah.
Oh, wow. I do wonder what happened here, though, with the Lions goal. Oh, that's unfortunate. But...
oh!
Yeah, oh!
Maloney.
Contact.
That is contact between...
That is a lapped
yeah,
car as well.
no? Is it?
Yep, well, Maloney is being lapped by whoever is in that car. I'm not 100% sure who the driver
What is he
would be.
doing? Wait, where is the number 17 car? Oh, they are surely not live.
P29 is the number 17 car.
What are they doing then?
And the yellow car that we can see in the background is P33, so I'm not sure. Obviously, people have got slick tyres on, and the crazy lights come on. I don't know.
What is happening here? I mean, that's just...
I mean, we saw Maloney struggling for pace a bit earlier, so these guys are maybe a bit faster than him, but yeah, not ideal. As we see 400 there gets a speeding in pit lane penalty. Another attempted send there by the 17 car puts Maloney off his line. Will they be able to get through this time? They seem to have gotten around, although they are still side by side.
Maloney is still there. And Maloney into the pits.
And it's a smart decision, I think, from Tom there.
I mean, that was just very silly from the 17 car. Like, why would you do that?
Well, it stopped raining, you see, so people think, well, I can stop being safe now. I don't know, maybe that's what they do think. But
yeah, I don't know.
There's a few cars that pit last lap. It was about 1 hour and 9 minutes 30 seconds left.
Hold on. Look at that gap. It's gone from 30 seconds to 17 in the last 40 minutes. Oh wow. 818 might have a go here.
Look at all the traffic that the leading car's gone through and that the 818 has to get through. I'm going to say that's a fair chunk, but that's at least 10 cars just on the Wellington straight there that the 89 has navigated past that the 818 hasn't.
Yeah, but still, that's a huge amount of time, and they're still going at it, just closing down that gap. Just another few tenths now, just in the straight.
Almost 2 seconds in this lap.
Yeah.
What's happening there? Has an issue, or maybe had some contact or something.
What is the fastest lap that Hulken's at?
Should see that when he crosses the line now. He does a 1:58.5 that lap. 1:58.1 is his fastest lap. So.
And what is O'Hara's? Because I'm really wondering that now.
O'Hara's last lap was 1:59.3.
Oh wow! So that is a lot. That's 8 tenths a lap. So if it keeps going like this, we might have another change in the lead.
To be fair, I think the pit stop window is sort of coming up, and when you chuck a Filippo Bakita in a car to finish a race, it generally means that car will be at least the second fastest car on the track, if not the fastest. So yeah, the 818 cars done a great job this stint, but they're going to have to push quite a lot for the last hour to take a little bit over 16 seconds out of drivers like Andy O'Hara and Filippo Bakita.
It's going to be quite a challenge for them. I reckon they can do it.
Gap from Uli to Lawrenson is also 40 seconds basically now, so yeah, Uli has been flying absolutely in this last stint.
Yeah. gonna have to see what happens here.
We also got some confirmation from Matt Powell that the 200 car, the Connor Hind car, will receive a penalty for exceeding stint timers or driving total driver times, but that will be cleared. Just because one of their drivers had some connection issues or something, so that obviously.
Oh, okay. I think that's been cleared up.
Yeah.
See Ethan Kale, their 555 car, one of the first cars in the top 10 to decide to perform their final pit stop for the race. It looks as though it will be dry until the end of the race, potentially. I mean, there is still one more sort of weather update to come fairly soon. It'll be interesting if it does rain in the final 30 minutes.
Yeah, would certainly be interesting as we welcome Natalie McGloin in the commentary booth. Hello,
how are you guys?
doing?
Yeah, I'm good. So I live 20 minutes outside of Silverstone, and the weather on the race is exactly the same as the weather here, which is strange.
Well done, Glenn, on absolutely nailing the realism today.
But Natalie, has it rained for 4 or 5 hours there today?
So it's drizzling. It's not not like raining properly, but it's been raining on and off all morning. So it's wet, but it's just pitter patter on the puddles. So it's not like properly raining, but it's still wet, much like what it looks like here. But it's weird. So obviously Silverstone has like little weather pockets that, as you guys know, that kind of sit at different corners. So it could be raining here and absolutely blue sky in Silverstone, or blue sky on one of the corners and raining on the other. It's such a long circuit, but you've got the weather spot on today.
Right.
Good extra points for immersion there, Glenn. Well done.
And we have Natalie as our trackside reporter as well, so even better.
Yeah.
And with her joining, I'm gonna jump out and go and join the team for the last hour of the race. It's been fantastic, and enjoy the final hour.
All right, it's JP. Thanks for joining us in the commentary box.
See you later.
So we've had quite a day. We had 4 hours of fairly solid rain, and 2.5 to 3 hours. 2.5 hours of solid rain, then about a 2-hour period of it being slowly dissipating to get to the dry track that we've got now. So it's been a long day of dampness.
Yes.
Sounds like our summer at Silverstone. Long periods of rain, and then slowly drying up, and then more periods of rain. It's been great. 14 degrees here today, so deep into our summer weather.
Typical British weather, I would say, but yeah.
That's how hot it was today where I am, but it's middle of winter here.
Yeah, exactly. It's not good. Yeah. But we are due a little bit of heat at the end of next week, so 27 degrees, so I'm keeping my fingers crossed.
Oh, that's almost heatwave territory for you.
No, anything over 20 degrees is heatwave territory, according to the news.
What? Really?
Honestly, I'm not joking. The news here reports on weather in the most bizarre way. So when you see a map of the country, anything over 20 degrees is kind of like a red colour. And you're like, what is this our summer? It's, it's bizarre.
I don't know how true this is. Maybe you can confirm or deny this, Natalie, for us, but on the news, I don't know, it was maybe a few weeks ago, I had a shot from the underground, I assume in London, and it had a warning sign, and it said, due to extreme heat, all patrons are asked to carry a bottle of water with them at all times while travelling. And it said, if temperature gets too hot, you can beat yourself to death with it, or drink it.
Oh,
Is that a real sign? Would they actually put that out?
Yeah, That's Did it actually say that you could beat yourself to death with it?
Yeah, actually said,
Yeah,
no, surely that's just a wind-up.
No, they have in the underground. There's an Instagram account. I can't remember what it's called, but it has photos of these messages that they put up every day. They have like a little board where it's either kind of half serious, half jokey, or they have kind of like inspirational kind of quotes of the day, or if it's like International Women's Day, or whatever, they'll tag on to different things. But yeah, that's a real thing that they have in the underground. On one of the signs there, which is, I guess, English humour.
I have to say that is the most bizarre thing I have heard today. Even more bizarre than anything Bender has told me today. So, wow.
That's really serious. Discussions about birds.
Starving people and horses.
Lots of random things, yep.
Yeah, well, I don't think we need to go into detail.
Yeah, we don't.
That was 2 hours ago. We've moved on.
We have.
Yeah.
I think if you've ever ridden the tube in London, then you probably know why often people want to beat themselves to death. It's not a pleasant experience.
It's because of that lady constantly saying,
yeah, I think
we need somebody.
Go on.
Yeah, wait. We need somebody here in the races to just say mind the gap, because today we've seen some interesting moves. So just to remind people.
Remind people it's non-contact.
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy who did the mind the gap thing, I think he died a couple of years ago, and so I think it is a woman now. But the lady who was married to the man who was the voice of the underground for years actually went back to the underground just so that she could hear her late husband's voice kind of every day, and they kept it going on her local station so she could go and just listen to him, which was quite sweet.
Well, that makes me sad.
Sorry, bringing the tone down and beating people to death with water bottles. Obviously, they're an elderly couple, but it's quite nice that she still had that contact with him.
What a thing to be known for, though. Just as, he's the guy that voiced the mind the gap on the underground.
Wow, it's England, isn't it? We have weird things that we're known for here.
Yeah.
I mean, it's England. The entire country is weird, so yeah, it's fair enough.
I think I would agree.
Natalie, is it the All on the Board account on Instagram?
Yes, it is. That's it on Instagram.
Yeah.
They have some good ones that come up on there, like the water beating. You should follow it. It's funny.
And also, Glenn, I know I live about 1,000 kilometers away from Silverstone, and I gotta say that you nailed the weather for this area also, because right now the temperature is the exact same it is in the game, and there is and there is a forecast for rain that is going to stop in the next few minutes, so you just predicted the weather for my area. Well done.
So is it due to rain before the end of the race?
Should have. Not expecting.
Okay. Fair enough. Silverstone's fun in the wet. We've had enough.
We've had enough. All the drivers are quite happily churning out to 58 laps now, and after pottering around at 2:05, 2:10.
Mm-hmm.
So they're letting their hair down now.
I'm just trying to think what my lap times are around here. I think they're 2:27.
What?
2:27 in my Cayman on treaded tyres, so non-slicks. And it's
What car?
Cayman, a Porsche Cayman S. So not GT4 spec. No, below that.
No.
It was a road car that I turned into a racing car.
Oh,
So,
okay.
Yeah, so not
Alright.
not as fast as these.
Clearly.
Yeah, perhaps an interesting thing you might be able to shed a bit of light on, Natalie. Spa last week in the F1, obviously it was quite wet there. There's a lot of chat about safety concerns and things like that. Obviously a very unique circuit with Eau Rouge, but around the tracks you've raced on in the rain, is there any, I guess, real concerns? Obviously as well, closed cockpit GT cars, different to F1 cars, but is there an element of danger? I mean, there's always danger, but unsafe, you think, when it's really that wet?
I think it's down to visibility, and I think this season the Pirelli tyres for F1 just kick up too much spray. So, and I don't, for some reason, they don't work. The wets don't work, so they can only run inters. So I think that was the reason that at Spa they were talking about the safety kind of aspects of racing in the rain. It's not, you know, I've never had a wet race that has been red flagged due to rain. Visibility is, you know, different, and you drive according to the conditions. But yeah, I think it is to do with the tyre compounds and how they flick up water in the F1 in the F1 races.
Oh,
Yeah.
interesting.
Well, I always found it amusing that, you know, they go out behind the safety car, and then as soon as the safety car pulls in and they're all on wet tyres, they all immediately switch to inters. And I'm so, well, how bad was it really if as soon as the safety car goes in, we're all on intermediates? Like, what was the point of that? But visibility, I guess.
I think it's deflation. I think if it's a wet race, if it's declared a wet race by the race director, it has to be started on wets and behind a safety car or whatever the procedure is. So I don't think it's a case of it's suddenly safer once the safety car goes in. I think it's just procedure in the rule book that's what has to happen.
Interesting. And also, well, unrelated to that, but 555 drive-through for track limits. Glenn, your curse is working.
Yeah, supporting this team. Consistent race they had, staying out of trouble, and
Oh dear.
Yep.
Never
Yeah,
say
so they
things like
spun
that.
once. Yeah, spun once, spun twice, and got a drive-through. So, yeah, nice.
So which corners?
Sorry,
go on.
That drive-through is working for Tennessee. It was speed in the pit lane.
Okay.
Track limits.
Interesting. And, well, I managed to curse both of my team cars, so well done me. Yeah. 422 had a puncture somehow, I don't know how, and the 42 has disconnected, and I think they're still going, but not very high up.
So which corner's seen the most action in this race? Would you say?
Oh, the club chicane, I'd say.
Oh yeah.
Just seen a lot of moves there. Everybody just sends it down or sends it outside, and yeah, it kind of just works out. And sometimes there is a lot of contact, but yeah, a lot of action certainly.
We had a few people looping themselves in the loop, so
Yeah.
that was pretty common.
Yeah, there's no grip on that part of the track. So we have a new rule at Motorsport UK, so racing in the UK with track limits. It's very confusing because there's I don't know if this game shows it, but there's a new hotel at Silverstone opposite the wing. So opposite is it called the Hamilton pit straight now?
Yep.
There's a Hilton hotel that has a balcony that you can go and watch the track on. It's pretty cool actually. Some of the runs look out onto the track, and we were there the other day watching the cars kind of come out of club onto the curb, and all of them were over track limits as the new rule kind of states. So the new rule is very confusing. It says that you're not allowed the outside of the kind of the wheel that's on the curb or on the edge of the track to go over the white line, whereas before it was you weren't allowed the inside of the tyre to go outside of the white line. So I don't know why they've done this. It's so confusing. Well, yeah, that's the thing. You know, we're already under recruited for marshals in this country, and you know, these judge of fact is you know what it's called over here. How can they see? How can they possibly know? So it's yeah, it's not gone down well with races here, to be honest.
It's everyone's favourite topic, track limits, isn't it?
Yeah. Another good one is balance of performance. But we won't get into that now. There's a bunch of chats in OR that I bet would love to talk about that currently.
Oh,
yes. Yeah, don't worry, I won't. Except I probably will, but it's probably already opened, and probably somebody in the chat is now going that insert car name here is now worse than insert car name here. So yeah.
Just a note that this
Yeah. I mean, the 600s is still yet to pit, so yeah. Yeah, and the 191 and 89 still have to pit. I'm very interested in what the gap between 818 and 89 is currently, because before 818 went into the pits, they were catching 89, but I don't know what the current situation is.
Yeah, when the time's not displayed, there's more than one sector between them, and it's also kind of hard to see on the track map as well. 89, obviously, we can see because the triangle shape that denotes the leader, but the 818, I'm going to say, is amongst hacks somewhere.
It says one lap, so I don't know. Until they pass on the finish straight.
Oh no, there we go. It looks like 818, unless I'm reading this wrong, is just coming around. Is that full cut now to the start finish straight? Yep, they're
right. So
3/4 of a lap behind. It's 89, so it's coming onto the Wellington straight now.
Right, so if the gap was what, 14 seconds actually before the pit stop, do you think they could maybe now make that time up and undercut 89?
Hard to say. I think the 89 is probably roughly 90 seconds ahead, it looks like, as a rough guess. I'd say pit stop's maybe about 60, 70 seconds, so gap probably hasn't changed too much from when the 818 pitted.
Right. Interesting.
Natalie, last time I was listening to you chatting with Neil, you were talking about Brands Hatch, and you were going, I think you were going to race there?
Yeah.
Was that the last race?
No, it was the last race. Yeah. Not great, if I'm honest. So I talked about my injury that I'd had since kind of March, and I had a scan on my neck just to make sure that whatever was going on wasn't anything sinister. And I got the all clear from the scan a couple of weeks before the Brands Hatch race. So I tried, like 2 weeks is a very long time to get fit and all the rest of it. So I kind of went down and thought, well, we'll give it a go. It was Brands Hatch GP, which I'm not massively confident at. I didn't have any testing and I was really unfit. So I went out in quali and I was just like, oh God, I can't do this. My mirrors were all wrong. I just didn't feel like I had the right kind of tools underneath me to even do qualifying. I panicked and I kind of went in and said, look, I'm not ready for this. And I could barely lift myself out of the car afterwards. I only did 2 laps. So the sensible thing was to let my husband, who I was co-driving with anyway, just do the whole race. So I think he qualified maybe 8th overall and 2nd in class, and he finished 5th overall and 2nd in class. So he would have won it, but the race was red flagged about 8 minutes from the end, and he was catching the goal from front. So, but it was so nerve-wracking for me to watch him race. He obviously usually watches me race, but it was not only my husband kind of racing, but racing my car. So kind of watching him go down Paddock Hill, I was like, absolutely. But it was the right thing to do, and I actually went back to Brands Hatch this week to the GP. I had a double header GP and the Indy circuit just to try and get some seat time and get back racing. And oh my God, I genuinely feel like I've forgotten how to drive. I could barely break a minute for Indy, and my quickest time around there is a 53. So and then the GP just wasn't even worth talking about. But I think I've probably got a bit of fear from my neck injury that I don't really want to throw myself into the corners, because I'm worried that the neck injury is going to kind of reappear. So I think I just need to just seat time to get back into it. So I've got to miss at Silverstone, I think, in a couple of weeks. So we'll see.
Different sport, but many years ago now, when I played soccer, still had a couple of serious knee and ankle issues, and it was fine. It was all clear, did physio rehab and everything, and then started playing again. But it just didn't feel the same going into tackles and things like that. And it just took probably almost 2 full years before I actually felt like, hey, I can go into a tackle and not worry, am I going to re-injure it again, So it's probably different sports, different injuries, but that type of just mental hurdle more than anything.
Yeah, I mean, I had a big crash in 2017, and that took me a couple of seasons to get over in terms of the fear, and I was a bit injured from it as well, but nothing really quantifiable. I just, my shoulder kind of was a bit niggly, so that took me a long time to get back. I think this is probably a combination of kind of injury fear and general driving fear, which I do have. The more I do it, the less the fear kind of is, or the more the fear goes away. But I just think everything combined just resulted in me not being very, very quick, because racing is a confidence sport. If you're not confident, you're not quick. So I just need to get that confidence back. And I've been here before as well, you know, it's not an irregular occurrence for me to lose my belief that I can drive a racing car. And it's, you know, I've always come through it, so I've just got to kind of keep the belief, keep doing what I'm doing, and get back at Silverstone and kind of hammer it out. But I think also Brands Hatch isn't a confidence-inducing circuit, so it probably wasn't the right circuit for me to go for the first time in 3 months and kind of get back up to speed, whereas Silverstone is perfect for that. So a couple of weeks' time I'll be there.
Right, interesting. And
hopefully it won't be raining. I mean, I love driving in the rain. I just hate being out in the rain. So, whoa.
Let's focus a little bit on the race. Yeah, 247 spinning there, and 89 is in the pit lane. So I would like to focus on the 818 just to see how close or how far behind they are. So 89 has been stopped for a little while now. I reckon the gap is about 10 seconds. 89 still stopped, 89 is going, and Zachary Smith not even at the final corner yet. And now going around the final corner, and 89 is just out of the pits. So what is the gap? Okay, the gap is broken right now, but that should fix. Yeah. Well, visually the gap is only 2 corners or so, so should be a few seconds, 10, 15.
I wonder if Pip can see Zach in the mirrors.
Unlikely. Yeah, 10 seconds. So the gap has come down 4 seconds since 818 has come into the pit line. But 36 minutes, 10 and a half seconds right about. Do you think Schmidt can do it? So the gap has been reduced by another half second.
Well, it's possible. There's enough time left.
Yeah. Yeah, that is true. That is true. We lost a little bit of time, half a tenth in the last sector, but nothing too major. Bakita is pushing. Wow, that's really on the edge there. You might just see 818 in the background another time, but just going with straight on.
That's when you start to get the fear. You can see your opponent in your mirror.
Should be quite interesting. But Bakita seems to be pulling away. Interestingly enough.
So you see where this grandstand is on the left? That's where the hotel is. Yeah.
Seems nice.
It's pretty cool. It's like the one in Abu Dhabi, where it's just completely just looking out onto the circuit. Obviously, we don't have the weather here that they have in Abu Dhabi, but still.
Yeah, I mean, the weather is just a little bit more suboptimal, but just deal with it. And, the little Akira here. What's that lap time gonna do? .58.1. That's her best of the race. Let's see Zachary Smith. Over the line, 58.4. Yeah. Slower almost half a second.
Yeah, but all it takes is someone to spin in front of Pip, or anything could happen.
She is currently stuck in traffic, so
I mean, traffic's less of a problem
is
here.
Also stuck in traffic.
Yeah, traffic at Silverstone's not as bad as other circuits, but it's still traffic.
Yeah. Traffic nonetheless, and Lukita in a little bit of a huge train here. We'll have to just cope with it.
So you'd rather have the traffic in the dry conditions, sorry?
Yeah, it's a dry, so it's easier to handle it. And another interesting thing, 600 has managed to undercut 191. They have not changed tires in their pit stop, and has now got a 6-second gap. So, grande strategia.
That's ambitious, I think.
Yeah.
To double stick the tires and have a 6
Well, I mean, it's only for
30
yeah, it's
minutes.
only for 30 minutes. So I mean,
15 laps
shouldn't be
Silverstone.
shouldn't be anything too major on the tires.
You done a double stint on tyres for Natalie?
I didn't ever do kind of stints because my races are 40 minutes long, so my tyres are much lower. And my tyres last races as opposed to stints.
Yeah.
We had something very strange at Brands actually. So we were running on treaded, and Andrew my husband, had done the race at Brands GP a few weeks ago. And we thought, we'll go out on those tyres just for the morning. They're probably done, but we'll just use them. And I went out and there was huge vibration through the steering wheel, like turning, braking, and we've had a problem with the brakes before with vibration. And I came in and said, something strange is going on. So Andrew went out and drove it because I thought, is it just me with my confidence issues, thinking that something's going on when it wasn't. So Andrew went out and came back in and he said, yeah, definite huge vibrations. So we thought it was the brakes, we thought it was the steering rack, we changed the steering rack fluid. My mechanic was under the car looking at everything, and Andrew went out and still the same. So we said, well, might it be the wheel weights? So we swapped the tyres over for a different compound. And what we noticed on the ones that Andrew had raced on, the tread pad had completely changed. So where it had been hot, the rubber had rolled to like the opposite side of the tyre. So the tyre was almost like triangulated in shape. So the little nodules of the treaded tyre were just not in contact with the ground and just causing this huge vibration. So it was half a day wasted trying to find the source of the problem, but also a lesson learned that compound of tyre cannot run past its best because it completely broke down. So that's my tyre chat for today.
It's quite interesting that, I mean, you don't really think about it that much, I guess, from a spectator perspective. Oh, you know, the tyres are going around. It's about all these stats. Oh, you know, you could do X amount of kilometres on them during the race compared to your road car, whatever. You think, yeah, sure, whatever. But it's the stress that you put onto it. I guess that's quite a good way to illustrate it and explain what a difference it can make.
And it depends on what you're using and what the tyre looks like in terms of the shape of the tread pattern. We've never had this happen before, but the other tyres that we've used are more like a slick with cuts in them, where this is more, it doesn't look like a wet, it's a semi-slick, but it has more tread pattern to it, so there's more opportunity for the different shapes to malform, whereas the kind of ones that look like a slick with cuts in them, they kind of just go off, you know, once they get down to a certain point and you can't see the kind of rainbow colour where the oil's coming out of the compound. Once they go past that, there's just no grip. It's not a vibration or anything weird, it's just they're gone. You can feel they're done, they don't have grip, and you go for new ones. But this was a very different thing that happened.
Right, interesting. So, yeah, the tires are certainly an important factor, and well, yeah, 27 minutes left here in the race. Does not look like we will be having a fight for the lead, as Bakida is just running away into the distance, and Smith and the other Alpha Venturi cars are nowhere near.
The last few races, there's been kind of last lap, well, almost last lap kind of battles, haven't there?
I guess can't have it every time, I suppose.
No.
I'd say, well, maybe it'd get boring. You know, you have the same thing that I'm thinking, well, last lap battles from the lead, that doesn't really get boring, does it?
No. So who does the BOP? Does it happen after every race?
Oh, don't get into that.
Oh no,
that's okay. So the developers of the game, Krinos Simulations, I think it is, the Italian studio, they do the BOP, and generally there's a major update every time they either add new cars or new tracks or new downloadable content that you can purchase off the store. I'd say that happens maybe 2 to 4 times a year. Outside of that, there'll be small sort of tweaks to BOP and liveries and things like that would happen. I think for a while they were happening in line, Glenn, with the actual GT3 series, are they?
Yes. Yes, I remember.
Yeah, so those happen a bit more frequently, but the major changes, yeah, once every few months.
And so are they based on real life data? That's pretty cool. I was thinking that you guys might be, or Neil, responsible for the BOP and imagining all of the abuse that you guys get from private.
People think we're in charge of it and send the abuse anyway, even though we're not.
Exactly.
Doesn't stop people, but there's only so much we can do. For a while during COVID, they've changed the way things like ballast and engine restrictors work now, but we tinkered with those types of, I guess, ways to improve the BOP ourselves. We got in touch with some of the fast and consistent drivers and asked them, hey, look, can you set us 10 laps on this track in a few different cars so we can get a bit of a benchmark, and we add some ballast to them, maybe 20, 30 kilos or something. But how much of a difference it really made was always kind of hard to tell, and people would be upset that, hey, we'd publish it after the qualification, and it's like, well, we need the qualification to give us the data to update it, and then it was a whole thing. And then Kunos ended up changing how they implemented ballast and engine restrictors and that anyway, so we stopped doing it. So, yeah, probably for the best in the end. But unfortunately, it is based on real life, which is really cool, but you do get some cars which aren't really that competitive. So the Nissan, for example, you know, for a long time, it's made a bit of a comeback recently, but for a long time it's just been uncompetitive.
Well, I'm just thinking if you had like a rubbish driver in a real life GT3 car, then does that impact on the BOP for the sim racing? I know you don't really get rubbish drivers in GT3 because most of them are, well, all of them are pro, but do you know what I mean? It kind of like you're dependent on the quality of the driver who drives your car in real life.
No. On the only real values that are put from the real world into the simulator are the weight values. Nothing else really. Everything else is done by Kunos, the developer of the game, and let's just say recently they've made a couple of decisions that were interesting, and that's why I advised against talking about BOP, because there is probably people in chat somewhere going like, this car is now worse than this car is shit, this car is good, nerf this, buff that. So, you know, it's just a bit of a mess, because people just want their car to be the best. They don't really care about others. And recently Kunos with the McLaren has done a little bit of an oopsie, which enabled drivers to go into 213s on Spa.
Oh wow.
Which is basically impossible.
Alexis is doing an awesome job here over the last 3 laps of holding John Sonicus at bay. I'm just not sure how long it's going to last. The 6-second gap is now down to 0.4.
Yeah. Well, they are on old tires, so I don't know. It'll be something.
This is our. It's not for the lead of the race, but
it's for P4.
It's for P4.
Closest battle on track 2, I think.
It's basically the only battle on track currently, so yeah, it's something.
20 minutes is a long time to hold off someone if you're on old tires.
Oh yeah. It feels like an eternity.
Yeah.
Oh, and Bakira, fastest lap of the race.
Yes.
What lap time is it?
57.
Oh, Christ! Wow! Absolutely shattered the old lap. The fastest lap. Wow. Jesus. Yeah. I guess you were right. Once she gets in a car, you're not getting past her. So, yeah. That's just, wow. That's quite something.
Yes, it's a little bit unfair. Well, it's not really unfair, they're more than welcome to do it, but I remember the days when Philippa, when she was in one team and Andy O'Hara was in another team, and you'd get the two of them on track together and they're just 20 seconds down the road from everyone else, but they're battling each other now. They drive for the same team, so yeah, we miss out on that a little bit.
Oh, that's a shame.
Well, it's just skills.
Indeed.
Skills that nobody else has, unfortunately.
That's
here.
right. Everyone else just needs to drive a bit faster.
Yeah, of course. If you're slow, just go fast. Easy.
That's what I keep telling myself on the track. It doesn't always work.
Yeah. That's what I tell myself every time.
Oh, this is only a matter of time, isn't it?
Yeah.
It does look like that.
Looks like it.
It's really, John's really putting the blow to it.
600's doing a great job of keeping him at bay.
Yes. Hitting apexes and not getting spooked by
No, really calm driving there. Not being forced into making a mistake at all.
She's in the aptly named very fast car, Alexis. Because she's going very fast.
Understandably quick.
Where do we think this move's going to happen? If it happens.
On track? Hopefully.
It's like saying, oh, what are you reading? A book?
Yeah.
On track, yeah. It's going to have on track. A couple in chat asking if we can Pro-Am battle for lead as well. I didn't realise that Connor Hind had closed to within less than a
Yeah, I did
tenth
not
of
know that there was a battle
Hill there.
for the lead there, but
Check that
yeah.
shortly.
And there it is, Connor Hind and Ryan Price. Oh no, or Graham Hill, sorry. Yeah. For the lead and seems to have... But what?
I think it's...
Is Graham Hill, is that his actual name?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
It's actually
Yeah.
George, but...
Yeah, it's Graham.
Nice.
It's Liam Hamilton, but
Yeah,
yeah.
that's right.
Does he claim the Hamilton Straight as his own?
Of course.
It's actually part of that 600.
Okay.
Get in there, Lewis, I mean Liam.
Well, if you ever race at Brands Hatch, then Graham Hill has his own corner.
Yeah?
Yep. There's the corner turn 3 is Graham Hill.
Oh, interesting, I did not know that.
Bit of a joke in OR about having I think it started off as a 6 hour of Brands Hatch and then it turned into, why stop there? Let's go 24 hours of Brands Hatch, and then it was 96 hours and then 96 years, the race that never ends at Brands Hatch. So I don't think we'll ever actually, I don't know if we'll ever actually do one, but it's a good...
I remember this conversation popping up last time.
It's been going on for a while.
We haven't spoken about pineapple on pizza today. Well, I haven't.
Oh, hell no.
Well, you see, Neil's not here and he secretly loves it. But he puts on this figure of mysterious appearance. No, pineapple on pizza, that's heresy, can't have that.
Didn't he win 2 pineapples last time? I think there was some kind of something that happened that we said that Neil had won 2 pineapples.
I can't
What?
remember. But remember one of our fellow commentators, Frank Frankfurt, was visiting him for a catch-up. I think when they were in... must have been Tassie, maybe. Oh, unless it was Melbourne. And Neil really enjoyed pineapple pizza. It's just like, you can't talk a big game.
No.
There seems to be something happening here, but 600 just defends very well. And nothing comes of it, but going to the straight now might just get a run. And it does. does get around there. Is he close enough? Perhaps. And he makes the move. John Sonicus is in P4 now.
That was very well driven by Alexis. Is it Alexis, did you say?
Yes, it is Alexis.
Yes.
Yeah, that was very good. Obviously great overtake by John as well, but she did a great job of keeping him at bay.
Oh yeah.
Class and skills.
And she did for a good 10 minutes or something.
Yeah.
And those old tires, so, you know, skills.
The question now will be, does Morella catch up to Alexis by the end of the race? I mean, haven't watched
Oh
the gaps.
no.
11
No way.
seconds, 13 minutes. I suppose it depends how
You're
quickly
too
it goes.
optimistic.
believe that could be
Their tires are bad, but not that bad. Oh, and yeah, that's Filippo Bacchida right there. So lapping almost everybody. Nice. Wow, that's.
Has Philippa ever been in a real car, a real racing car or anything?
A what?
yes.
She...
Like a racing car in real life?
I know she went to
It wasn't a race, but she did drive some kind of McLaren. I don't know.
Yeah, I thought it was a McLaren GT car. She won through the SRO esports series. She won a test day or like a track day, something with
McLaren.
I know Andy O'Hara, very similar. He won one a couple of years ago with Lamborghini, whatever series league. So there's a few, who are quite at the top end of the esport series that get to drive real cars and do cool stuff.
I like that manufacturers and series do that because it's talent spotting for racing in real life. Because the skills are so transferable. Not always, but quite often. You're great at sim racing or esports, you get in a real car and the same thing happens.
Yeah, because, well, you have a wheel, you have pedals. Well, nothing much is different except it's an actual car, and you have, you feel G-forces which you don't here, and well.
You don't have concrete walls.
Yeah. The crashes hurt a bit more in real life.
Yeah. Obviously, it's a little bit of a different approach when you go racing in real life. I would imagine you don't go ahead and send it into a barrier first thing you do, but you take it more progressively. Here you just send it, and well, yeah. And hopefully you don't.
Some people I race with, you'd think they were on a sim. They crash very often, and treat it like it's not actually real life. More money than sense, those people.
Oh well, yeah. If you have money, you can do just about anything you want. So.
Indeed.
Yeah.
It's been quite a few. I remember a couple of years ago now as well. There was Rallycross World Rallycross Championship. They had a series of events on the Dirt Rally games and took several esports drivers from there, gave them contracts with the WRX2 teams. Not sure if any of them actually made it, but they had decent contracts with the second tier of rallycross teams, and I thought that's pretty cool.
That is cool.
Rallycross is something I'd love to do. It'd just be.
So would I. Oh, it's just like the combination, you know, when you see them on the TV when they're coming out the corners and they're completely loaded up, and the, you know, the back of the cars moving around, it just looks like so much fun.
It does.
I've got a friend who used to race in rallycross. He's a paraplegic, so he's paralysed kind of from like mid waist down, and he raced in FIA World Rallycross for a few seasons, but he's also done like Dakar and all of the massive stuff. But he was pretty good at it. Good to have representation of that for disabled drivers. I would like to see that.
Yeah. Well, speaking of sim to real, there was also like competition of Drift Masters that was held online for like 2021, I think, and the winner of that actually got to drive the real car in real life. It's pretty cool.
That is cool.
Yeah.
Some nice prizes there.
Yeah. And, well.
I mean, I like drifting. I don't think I could do the side-by-side stuff. My control isn't good enough for that.
Yeah, would love to do it once in real life, but yeah. Only do it on sim now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sliding cars around on gravel is one of my favourite pastimes. So much fun.
Yeah. Some people in ACC do it a lot.
7 minutes to go.
Indeed.
Look, it's tough, but it's one of the blessings. Commentating, you can butcher names as much as you like, and no one will. Look, this is maybe 5 minutes from the end. Someone will come back and watch, but you know, roughly that middle third of the race, no one's going to come back and watch that. You can butcher it as much as you like and get off scot free. I would say Jiwei Zong.
Yes. Jiwei Zhong, maybe? I don't know. It's probably like Chinese or something.
I was asked to do some commentary for F1, the international feed, and I've had this awful fear because they didn't tell me which race I was covering, so I had this awful fear that I'd cover kind of GP2 or GP3, and I wouldn't know how to pronounce any of the drivers' names. So I actually didn't do it because I was that scared that I'd just look an absolute fool in front of everyone on the live feed for F1 and like bypassed it. Because in F1 you obviously know the drivers' names, you know how that they're pronounced, but GP2, GP3, I wouldn't have a clue.
Unfair to not give you any heads up and chance to
It turned out it was actually going to be the F1 coverage, so I was absolutely gutted that I turned it down.
Oh well.
Hopefully get the opportunity again sometime.
I did something else with them, which was with Ted Kravitz, who's the guy who does the pit lane stuff for F1 in the UK. I don't think he does it or not. Someone else who does the Sky stuff for you guys. But I did like a post-match or post-race analysis with him after the Silverstone race a couple of years ago, and that was pretty cool.
Yeah, nice.
That'd be a cool gig to have, you know, that Ted Kravitz role, you know, pit lane reporter. You must hear so much off the record from so many different people that, that's an absolute nugget of information, but you can't share it, because as soon as you say something, like, trust, it's gone. No one will tell you anything. But as long as you keep it to yourself, you must hear some absolute beauties, I reckon.
What happens in F1 stays in F1, I reckon.
Yeah.
Do you get that coverage over there then, with Ted?
Yeah.
It depends on what you watch. It's difficult here in Australia because Foxtel obviously have the rights. They've got an exclusive broadcast agreement, so they generally use Sky's feed, but sometimes they'll put on their own people, you know, pre-race and post-race, and then just give you Crofty and Martin during the actual race broadcast itself.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that varies race to race or it depends on where it's being broadcast or what have you, but
yeah. No, they're the usual guys who do it here.
Yeah.
Yeah, recently I just stopped watching F1. Honestly, like last maybe 2 or 3 years, F1 has just not been that good or interesting for me.
Boring.
Exactly.
So
yeah. So I just watch GT racing, honestly, because it's much more exciting in my opinion.
Do you watch any of the IndyCar stuff?
No.
The IndyCar stuff is really, really good. So the American IndyCar series, it's single seaters.
Yeah, I know what it is.
You know what it is? It's just the racing there is so good. Like it's what F1 should be. If you get a chance, have a look at some of that stuff because it's really exciting.
I will, for sure, but eventually, when I get a chance to watch it. A lot of... Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, that's the good thing about IndyCar and NASCAR and other things. They put out on their YouTube channels 10 to 15 minutes extended highlights for free to watch of all their races. So whereas F1 is really, I guess, locked behind quite steep paywall, in some races in the world, the American sports, you can just watch decent highlights on YouTube for free if you're interested.
Yeah. And you know what is quite funny with, for example, some of the races in IMSA, because some are available to everyone, right? And some are available to everyone but the American people, even though the race is held in America. Yeah. So recently there was a race, I think Sebring 1000, that was only for broadcasted there for the first time in America, which I just think that's insane. Like,
what?
Like, if the race is just there in your country, why should you not be able to watch it?
It reminds me of the old days, when footy matches would be on tape delay. The game would be a 3 o'clock kickoff, and the game would show on television at 7 o'clock at night or whatever to encourage people to go and buy tickets to the game and up or whatever. But these days, with everything being live and streamed and on social media and everything, you can't really do that anymore. People know the results instantly.
Yeah, but there's still like that, how do I explain it, special feeling of just being there, you don't get that from just watching.
Final lap, everyone.
Oh yeah?
we're right on board here with Filippa Bakida.
Oh, look at that.
She's
Morella's picked up a drive-through as well on the last lap.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, wow, that's tragic. So that's a 30-second penalty. Oh god, wow. Yeah, so we'll finish, I think, P9 then. That's tragic, but yeah, Filippa Bakida been in the lead for, I would say, about 90% of this race. Driven absolutely amazingly here today, of course, like she always does. Will come around the next 2 corners to claim victory here at Silverstone.
Great driving by both around Andy. Dominant again.
Yep. And around the Lockfield she goes, and just wait for it. Over the line, Filippa Bakida wins the Silverstone 6 hour. How epic is that? Yeah, so
Smith coming around the final corner for second position.
yeah, and third we should see Andrew Lawrenson in the team with Mitch Hobbs coming up to the final set of corners here. They should finish P3 in this race.
Strong showing again from APR.
Very much so. And over the line, that is the race finished for the top 3. P4 we have Seneca's Bowen, I don't know how to pronounce that, but Morella Koser, Stephen Ty, Connor Hine, and Graham Hill rounding off the top 10. And Alexi just a little bit of victory burnouts for the P5 finish there.
Well, another one in the books. I'd like to thank you, Charles, for being in the commentary box all day. I think that's a huge effort.
Thank you, Glenn.
That's a
was
mammoth
amazing.
effort.
What's that, Bender?
So that's a mammoth effort by Charles being here for 6 hours. Very much appreciated.
Yeah, no problem.
Green light, go, go, go.
Was fun.
Very much so. We'll just run through the finishing positions again. We've got Bakito O'Hara, Smith Houlihan, Lawrence and Hobbs, Sonicus Brothers and Shady Samuel in fourth, Alexis, Bone, Ben Hignett, Liam Hamilton, fifth place, sixth, Morella and Madison, seventh, Ty and Johnson, eighth, Koza Kale, ninth, Hine, Van Dam, Fleming, and 10th, Hill and Dreyer.
Glenn, do you want to get the podium winners in for an interview?
Yep. If they, I assume they're going to jump into the
Waiting room.
Yep, just trying to organise that at the moment.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I guess whoever wants an interview will just jump in here.
I think the race directors will be instructing them. We had our top 10 shootout this morning, Natalie, instead of the night before. and
Oh wow.
we ended up we started a little bit late today because I had a bit of work to do beforehand to get the entry list all sorted out, and so everyone was very patient, and I appreciate the patience and cooperation of not only all the drivers but the stewards, the commentators, everyone for their support today. We've not had to do an event without Neil before, and we made it. I'm not going to tell you it was as smooth as when Neil's here, but we made it. So thanks
I
to
think you've
everyone.
all done a fantastic job. I think Neil will be very proud.
We've got Hobbsy in the waiting room with the... I might just see if I can drag him in.
That's I should be able to do it if needed.
Can you do that?
Yep. Who do we want first? Race winner?
Race.
P3.
Let's go with
P3.
Hobbsy.
Hobbsy.
Let's go P3 to P1.
Hobbsy P3?
Yep.
Yeah. Get him in there. Do you have any prepared questions? Shouldn't be asking this, but
Interesting.
yeah.
It's not letting me do it. Just hang on.
Yeah, I've got them covered.
Ah, you got the questions, alright.
Yeah.
Lovely. So you just condone your stuff. I might as well just say Tony needs to come here.
Yeah, I might
We got Hobbs.
might just do that. Actually, might be an easier workaround.
Commentator
There he is.
Hey, Mitch.
Hey, Nathan, how you going?
I'm good. How are you?
Tired.
Yeah, okay. Long day. What a great race. Congratulations on your podium. I love watching racing at Silverstone, from F1 to touring cars to sim racing. It's all so great to watch. Who was your favourite team to watch today when you weren't driving, and what did you admire about their driving style?
Wow. I don't think I could pick. If you wanted me to pick one team, if I add bias in there, the 717 car, because they drove excellently given the conditions and the unfortunate last lap drive through they were given. Other than that, 111 car drove well. I mean, everyone drove really well. All the blue flags are really good. I don't think you could really single out one team, obviously, other than probably P1. But everyone drove well. Everyone drove well.
Excellent. Good to hear. Silverstone's my favourite circuit. I love the speed and the flow. Do you have a favourite part of the track or a corner? You might not have an answer to this question, as I've thought about it, and I don't know what my answer would be, but I'm interested to know.
I think my favourite corner differs from the corner that I enjoy most getting right. I enjoy getting turn one right, Cops obviously, but I think I do like Stowe. Stowe is a really good corner. It's a lot more complicated and complex to get right, and when you get it right, it's just unbelievable. So I reckon I'd probably say Stowe.
So I think Stowe's my favourite corner as well. I thought about it last night as I wrote the question, and it's hard to kind of definitely give an answer, but Stowe was definitely the one that was prominent in my mind. So nice synergy there. Great stuff. Well, congratulations again, and we'll see you next time.
No worries. Thanks, Nathalie. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Mitch. Well done today. All right, next up we'll just get Ryan Houlihan to come on in.
Hey, Ryan.
Hello, how's it going?
Good, thanks. Congratulations on coming second. I really loved watching your progression today. What do you think was the strongest part of the track for you in the race? Silverstone's so long and has so many corners that drivers always seem to have some kind of section or corner that gives them the edge. What do you think that was for you?
Definitely probably all of sector 2. In the wet, the Ferrari is really good through there. Stowe as well. I think the exit there were pretty quick. Just yeah, no match to the Audi today.
Nice. So I won my first race here in 2018, which is one of the reasons I love this circuit so much. I was actually racing on the national circuit when this happened. As you'll know, there are 3 layouts of Silverstone: national, international, and today we're on the GP. Have you ever driven any of the other layouts? And if you have, which is your favourite?
No, I haven't driven any of the other ones, just this one in this game, and then in F1.
I think that international is probably my favourite. So if you get a chance, have a go. It's a lot of fun.
Will do.
All right, thank you, and congratulations again, and we'll see you next time.
Cheers, thank you very much. Congrats to Philippa and Andy on the win.
Thanks, Ryan. Well done today.
Hey, Philippa.
Hello.
How are you?
Chuffed with that, as hard as it was, because the car was ridiculous.
Oh no. Well, congratulations. Awesome racing. Another win. The high-speed nature of Silverstone, or with the high-speed nature of Silverstone, do you change the setup of your car before you come here? I run a lot of rear wing on my race car, which helps in the high-speed corners but slows me down on the straights. What's your attitude to a track like Silverstone that has obviously all of the high-speed corners when it comes to setup?
As unfortunate as it is, you kind of treat it a bit gamey, and on ACC, there's very few instances where you're running anything other than just maxing out the wing to as much downforce as you can get. So yeah, we just had as much as we could, and lucky we did, because in the rain, oh my god, that car.
Well, you did good to hustle it if it was a handful, because it was impressive.
It was snap oversteer the whole time in every corner.
Not ideal.
No.
Looks like you managed to get on top of it. In 2018, I presented Kimi Raikkonen with his 3rd place trophy on the podium at the British Grand Prix. That's my favourite memory in racing, and I reckon it'll be pretty hard for me to beat that. What's your favourite race or memory or moment in your sim racing career so far, and why?
Probably, funny enough, it has to do with actually going to Silverstone. So I won Logitech G Challenge for 2021, and the prize was going to Silverstone. And unfortunately, I wasn't, because of the flight time from Australia to the UK. I missed out on the meet and greet with Lando. So the guys at Logitech actually did me a solid, and they got me the F1 hot laps in a 720S.
Oh, nice.
So because of sim racing, that's my favorite memory, probably.
That is pretty cool. How did you find that?
There's not a lot of words for it, aside from amazing. So
yeah. I'd love to see you in a car in real life. I think you'd be pretty handy. So I can imagine you absolutely.
Maybe.
The skills are often very transferable. So that's so cool. If you ever get the opportunity to do that again, hit me up, because I'm 20 minutes from Silverstone. That's a really cool memory. Congratulations again, Pip. We obviously do the P1 questions very often, because you're always on the podium and the top step, and really look forward to seeing how you get on the next race.
Thank you.
Thanks, Pip.
Thanks, Philippa. Well done today, and of course, well done to the podium sitters and everyone else out there. Did we do a final rundown of the standings already, Glenn? I think we did, didn't we?
Yep. All sorted.
Right, well, let's get this wrapped up then. Thank you very much for tuning in today, everyone. Much love and appreciation to Glenn and Matt and all the stewards working behind the scenes. They make this possible. Charles and all the other commentators as well. Natalie as well. Thank you very much for coming along.
Thank you for having me.
That's right. It's always a great chat. Charles, Glenn, anything you guys want to sign off with?
Not really. It's just been a amazing race, and I just gotta say, this has been great fun. So I'd love to do it again the next race.
Maybe we'll give you a little bit of time off during the day, hey?
Oh yeah.
No, thanks to everyone again. Thanks, Natalie.
Thanks, guys.
Bye for now.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get you a bit of time off next time, Charles. Stick around, guys. Obviously not today, but coming up in the Endurance Series, the next event is at the Nürburgring, and I'll just check the date for that one quick. Scheduled to be on the 16th of September and 6 hours as well. So there'll be notifications about that coming up soon. Of course, we've got other series, the F1 series and the ACC series running as well. Usual the weekend or weekday times. So it'd be great to see more support on the stream. Otherwise, thanks for tuning in today, everyone. Chat, you're amazing as always. And until next time, thank you very much.